have to admit, I do laugh every time. So basically, just for anyone who doesn't know, the film starts as like a training exercise for the double O agents. So they all jump out of a plane, and their goal is they're
Hello.
supposed to like reach this building. But
I hope
all
you're
the
all well
soldiers
today.
there have got like paintball guns, and they're supposed to shoot them. And if they shoot them, they're
If not,
dead.
why
quote
okay?
unquote. But it's like
And
every
absolutely
time
fine.
the soldiers like shoot someone, and they go, "Haha, you're dead," and then like 2 seconds later, because plot twist, one of the agents is actually a bad guy, and he brings out a gun and he just like shoots him. It's
It is
like
great.
it's so kind of over the top, but it's just so well done, and the set piece is amazing. Like the way the first agent gets killed off, he has the note on so he's like climbing up the side of this cliff kind of bit, and the guy like hooks on
There
a
we go.
message that
Let me just
basically translates
adjust
his death
this
to
so it's
spy.
such a dynamo.
And yeah, he just cuts
There
the
we
wire,
go.
and it's just so it's just such. I honestly think it's one of the
There you go.
strongest
It's better.
starts to a Bond film.
Oh, definitely.
And
It's
one
a
of
good
the
tone setter as well.
And we
I think,
are
for the
currently-
Dalton era, actually.
And I mean, one of the
Texas.
things that I do like as well is it
We got a job
teases
last night
the idea
before
of
we-
Bond, which I thought
we
was a
got-
nice
we were
touch.
Texas
It's
all
like,
the way
obviously,
to-
if you pick up the DVD, it's Timothy Dalton.
Here.
That's going to be James Bond. But like, kind of teases the idea of, oh, who's this going to be?
So yeah, we've got a good start today.
The guy who,
Let's
like, takes
start
off
the
his
stream.
mask first. It's like, oh, is this going to be Bond? And then it's like, oh no, it's just a random 00 agent. Oh, what about this guy? Is that 00? It's like you don't know until like if you were going into this like blind and you didn't know who Bond was. It's a good build up, I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a good. Honestly, I think it's a very strong start. As I said though, like I feel as if it kind of plods along in some bits, like the whole Mujahideen scenes and things. Like I don't know.
Beep,
I feel
beep,
as if, like,
mother
that is
trucker.
where it kind of slogs. It doesn't slog too much though.
Yeah.
Like I feel as if even like the slower bits, like when he's trying to date, when Bond, sorry, is trying to date the lead female in the film, when he's trying to like seduce her for information, those scenes kind of have purpose. Like even the scenes that do slog, at least they've got a purpose to them to get
Yeah.
from like one point to the next, and I do think it is quite well done in that regard. Like, would you say there's any scenes that do make it kind of plod along?
For me, I mean, I can see what you're saying, and I do think it does slow down like for bits when it gets to, especially like when they initially land in Afghanistan. I think the pace is still quite quick because they're captured, but well, basically Bond's captured, and then him and the lead girl, I think her name's Kara, if I remember rightly.
Yeah,
Yeah, they get like imprisoned, but they break out quite quickly, and then they escape. And then they meet the Mujahideen, and then it does slow down a little bit. For me, like, and I agree with what you're saying. Like, I think there is
fuck me,
points
where
where
am I
you
looking
would
at?
think, like, if it was somebody else being Bond, I think it would definitely, like, especially those bits where he's like, he is basically dating Kara in Vienna, large parts of that. But I think those scenes work with Dalton because it's a really good character, like, it's a really good character study, and you actually get to know a lot about Dalton's Bond from those bits, in the way that actually he appears like a lot more like emotional, like willing to be emotional Bond than a lot of the other people like Moore or Connery ever were. So you get that sense, but at the same time, like you understand that he's basically like using this woman because he wants to find out information about her boyfriend, who's like the top level KGB.
I've watched the
officer
Dalton
who's
films that much.
defected.
So I need to go watch them.
And he starts to get suspicious.
That's something I
of
need to
why he's
watch.
defected and if it's a real defection. So he's actually trying to use her to like
That's a
find
good-
out information. But those scenes are done really well, which I do believe if they'd been in another actor's hands playing Bond, they really would have felt like an absolute pace killer, and you would have been like, "Oh my god!" Like the film would have just juddered to a halt at these points. But I think he carries it quite well.
I'm just thinking, can you imagine like Roger Moore before like I go on to say this, like I do like Roger Moore as a Bond. Like I prefer his like.
We're going to make a
middle
few pit stops
stuff.
really
Like,
because I
don't
need
like
more
him at the
fuel.
beginning, I don't really like him at the end. The kind of those middle films are just right, but I can't imagine him doing something like The Living Daylights. Like,
Can you imagine Moore doing spy
Yes,
work?
I need
That's
to
the
do.
thing. Like Dalton is doing
put some more fuel.
spy work here.
Yeah.
Like Dalton is doing his job. When did Moore's Bond ever like do his job, quote unquote? Like for the sake
like
of
Roger
doing his
Moore.
job though, that wasn't like trying to get laid.
The thing, honestly, the things that I remember about Moore's Bond is just every time there was a woman on screen, his neck would like exorcist snap and go, "A woman," It's like, oh, for goodness sake, you know, it was the whole, like... Because actually, funny enough, I'm just trying to think, see the
A woman?
female
Oh no, I've never seen one of
leads
those
in
before.
these films, they
Yeah.
don't have, like, pun names, do they?
Do you know what? They actually don't.
Yeah, like, I just kind of realised that, like, Cara, I can't remember her second name, but, like, they
But
always
it's not a
refer to
fun
it.
name.
Yeah,
It's not like
and it's the same with License to Kill as well, like, I can't remember, I know there's
Pam
Logan,
Bouvier is a
Pam,
woman, like,
yeah, like,
unless I'm completely missing the pun there, I can admit I could be
Yeah.
missing it, but can't see it off the top of my head.
no, me neither, actually, damn, okay, well, props
Well,
to...
fair play to them.
Well, I mean, considering they had someone called Dr. Goodhead in Moonraker, which, yeah, I'm not going to go into it too much, but Moonraker's by far one of my least favourite films. I'm just going to throw that in there before we move on. Just the fact it's a blatant copy of the film that came before it, and just, oh. But yeah, I couldn't imagine
I put the
Roger Moore doing
stream-
something like this.
Spotify music
really
a little
couldn't
bit higher.
imagine, you know, because it's not goofy. Like, it's got its
That's
funny
what I want to
moments.
do, but I
was
don't know if
honestly-
it's too
I
high
was
now
really
until
laughing
sometimes
at
it
some
says,
of the
"Hi,
jokes in
the
this
music's
one.
too
The
loud."
first
Oh,
one
is
is
it? Oh,
when
okay, I'll turn it
the
down.
general
Like,
is
oh, no, it's
directing,
perfect.
and what they do is,
But
apparently
I'm
this is a
hoping
real
that maybe
piece of
because my
technology,
voice is
although-
now
Actually,
well, I don't
better with a
think
microphone.
The, like, smuggling a human through it thing is, like, legit,
Yeah.
but probably is. I don't know. But
they would have
yeah,
if they could.
Potato.
Yeah, but apparently it's like a thing.
I just don't know why I said that. I just want
So
to say
basically,
it.
what they do is to smuggle them out the country, they take them to one of the oil pipelines, and they've got this piece of like machinery. How to put it? You know, it's like
Kind of thing, like
yeah,
barrel.
yeah, it's like a huge kind of barrel that shoots through the pipe, and the idea about it is it's supposed to like cleanse
Search
out
that.
the pipe from
I want
you
you
know
away
from
from me,
any
bastard.
you know gunge or anything like that. And what they do is they convert one of them
Potato.
to a human inside.
Where?
So he puts,
Where's
he
the
puts
potato
general
waffle?
in, and he
Identify
says,
this potato,
"Oh,
tell me
don't
where
worry,
it is.
General, you
I want it.
Our engineers have been working on this
Give it to me
for
now.
months." And he says, "How many people have you tested this
So I can
on?"
make mashed potato.
He just says bluntly, "You're the first." And he closes the thing as he's screaming underneath. He's like, "Oh."
How are you, Miss?
I was
How are you,
really
Sir
shaking
Waffle?
laughing. I cannot stop laughing. It was so funny. And I mean, that's the thing though. It's
Keeper of the
genuinely
potatoes.
Funny moments. Like another one, of course, is when
I don't know
he
where I was
confronts
going
who he
with it.
thinks
With
or
that.
who's been painted as the main bad
Somewhere,
guy.
apparently.
It's the red herring. You know, they're saying
Somewhere.
that it's this Russian general that is supposed to be behind it all, and he ends up cornering him in his room with his wife, and he's like, I suppose, I think the Russian general says something like, "I suppose this isn't a social call," and he says, "Correct, you should have brought lilies," because he's like just brought his wife like flowers for their anniversary. And it's just like, oh Jesus, like, you know, kind of small moments like that that bring it back to the old ones. You know, like Roger Moore and
Yeah.
things like that, which it's like it's a small dribble. It's like it's not enough that it's overly silly. It's kind of
Drink
believable.
loads of water.
The bit that always, I was just gonna say sorry, the bit
Stay
that always
healthy.
makes me laugh, and I don't think you find it as funny.
Bits
'cause I
like that
briefly
cold
thought
next
about
year.
this, when we were watching it, but the bit that always makes me
Don't
laugh
let
is
it
a
win.
bit like in the first half of the film, where not long after he's met Cara,
Breathe.
he manages to like smuggle her. Basically, he's trying to get her across the Austrian border, and so basically he's got like his souped-up Aston Martin. And he's just basically trying to.
We got
like, make a
dropped
run
from
to
Corpus
the border,
Christi
and he gets
to
we can start getting chased
Texas
by like,
to,
the
Butte.
army and the border police and everything.
Stay
And then-
forgotten.
But he's still trying to keep up with this fiction that he's not like a.
I don't
not a
know much
spy.
US
So there's a point
geography.
where like this police car is like trying to like get them to
I know
pull
where-
over, and he's like, "Okay, I'll pull over," but he sets his like
Now in
his
Texas,
car's
we're
got
heading
lasers
towards
on his wheels,
towards
and he basically like cuts like the top half of the chassis of the car off from like the wheelbase, and so like the border police like, what the hell? So they break, and then the top of the car just goes flying off and stuff, and then like Cara looks at Bond like, what? And then he's just like, oh, salt corrosion. It's so goofy.
Yeah.
It just makes me laugh so much. It's dumb.
Oh, it's such a good. There are like a lot of really light-hearted moments, I suppose. Which
I like the point
it's
that I had
weird
no
because
hands
I
in that
keep
for
saying
about a
this,
few
that
minutes.
it's,
Russell took my
grounded
jumper off.
in more of like a spy film. I definitely.
I didn't
think
craft.
to this is more of a spy film than
Oh, it
License to
definitely
Kill,
I'm gonna dip before that
whereas-
turn
and I'll
showed
get
up
to
for us,
that in a
so
minute,
we'll
but,
crashed.
like, there's just so much, you know, well, so much spy work, but you know, he's actually doing his job for once. Which, compared to License to Kill, like, I'm just going to move on to that because,
Yeah.
like, just to talk about the plot before we go on to talk about the man, the myth, and the legend himself, but License to Kill is so much more brutal. It, like, starts off, I don't know if it starts off as strong, but it, like, starts off, like, really, really brutal. Like, the way that it's, 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 like, the as the Living Daylights, but it's definitely more brutal by a long shot. Because the Living Daylights, as I said, it's still, it's still a spy thriller. It still remembers it's James Bond. Whereas the beginning of License to Kill, it begins when the DEA, they find out that as you were saying, like a drug lord has basically come out of his hiding hole to get his girlfriend back, essentially.
Yeah.
And I think that is such an interesting.
Bollocks.
I know we'll
I
talk
went the wrong
about
way.
the antagonist later, but I think it's just such an interesting way to introduce the antagonist, because it's like he's not like
Burps.
stroking a cat behind the monitor or anything. He's not counting his diamonds. He's not got his space station. He's just a very, very horrible man, and that's putting it lightly. But he's just such a horrible man who is just.
We need to
so,
make a U-turn now,
like, in
chat. I went the
space
wrong
of
way.
just that scene, you see he's possessive.
Oh dear.
He's callous.
This is what happens when I don't pay
He
attention to
basically
my sat nav.
catches his girlfriend, well, quote unquote girlfriend, in bed with another man, and he just basically starts like punishing her, as he says to his men, take the guy out and cut out his heart or something. You don't see that, but judging by screams, you can kind of imply that it's not pleasant, which I don't remember any Bond films starting off that.
Nope.
Brutal. Like, I'm trying to remember, but even for the new ones, I mean, well, technically, if you include Casino Royale, well, even then, like, that was more of an action scene. Whereas
it's not so much brutal. Like I think the opening Casino Royale is maybe what I'd say like visceral.
Yeah.
In the way that it's really hard hitting, and like as these two guys are like beating the crap out of each other in this bathroom, like it's really like, as you say, hard hitting and stuff. But it's not brutal, like in the way that a bit of License to Kill is.
Yeah, because I feel as if Casino is more kind of overtly, like as you said, it's visceral, it's two guys punching one another and they're just going at it. Whereas for this, it's a lot more calculated. Like, you can imagine he was thinking on the plane ride over, like, oh, what we're gonna do, we're gonna like chop his legs off or something, or because this film gets dark. Because what ends up happening is he gets a plane and he ends up nearly escaping.
I need to see this scene now to talk about.
And manages to like hook it. They catch him, and
We're going to
it ends
stop for a
up
second.
that
Watch the scene.
as this is all going on, his friend's getting married at the beginning, and as you said, his friend ends up getting like horribly. It's like a really horrible opening, because his friend comes in like after the celebrations are over and the wedding's done. He comes in with his wife to celebrate the honeymoon, and then they're confronted by his thugs, where they've basically killed and God knows what else done to this poor woman, and then they tie him up above like see, this is weird, because on the one hand it sounds like a James Bond like trap, like they hang him over the sharks, and usually if it was like an older James Bond, it would be like, oh, he's got the laser watch, or oh, he's gonna get out. But this guy just gets absolutely mauled, and his like leg gets completely gnawed off by the shark. It's like a very kind of brutal thing. And then James Bond, like, he gets his emotions get the better of him. They even say that later on, that he was supposed to be in like a completely different mission, but he decided to voluntarily stay, which of course upsets his boss, saying, your license to kill, roll credits, has been revoked. So of course he like escapes, and he basically just goes rogue and decides to deal with the guy himself. I'm building this up because I love this film, but there are some moments which I didn't remember until you brought them up, which I thought, what the hell is this film doing? You know what I'm going to bring up, because there's a scene where initially, and it says a lot about his character, like initially he's just going to straight up assassinate him, he's just going to kill him off, and then it becomes this kind of, which is weird, I didn't realise it was like, it's about like an hour in to the film. Like, this is a 2-hour film, and I think it's like about an hour into the film until he actually like meets up with Sanchez and like starts kind of pulling the strings from the inside, because he really does. He gets in his head, he gets like some of his subordinates killed by planting these ideas in his head. It's really interesting to see, and it's very meticulous like how he does it, because there's another horrible scene where he plants money. He plants it in like this pressure chamber, and of course Sanchez, who is the main villain.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
He's shocked.
You enjoying it?
Like, how could you do this? So he like traps him in there, and he like bursts the pipe, so the guy's head explodes. Like, you can actually see it. That's the thing that shocked me, because I didn't remember. I remember like seeing the head swell, but I didn't remember it blowing up, which I can see why this is a 15. Like, it's just such a brutal scene. Like, to put it like very bluntly, it is such a brutal scene. And I mean, you get other scenes like that. You get people impaled by forklifts. You get people literally, you don't see it, but they get like grinded into mist essentially by these like huge machines. The plot's a lot darker, and I think it knows though when to kind of not
there we
calm
go.
down,
Angle that
kind of
correctly.
go slow. Although the moment, so as I was saying before, you know, like there's some bits that I don't like about it, and it was a bit that you brought up when we were watching this film, but the ninjas. And you might be thinking, if you haven't seen this film, what am I talking about? So basically, when Bond is, in fact, no, sorry. Before like we go into that, I'll let you explain this.
Oh,
because
let me explain the ninja.
Yeah, because you were the one, that really had objections. And it wasn't until I watched
cherry
it.
bomb flavored sneak today.
There's
definitely cherry flavored.
There's two scenes from License to Kill that I will always that are seared in my brain. One is the head.
But I like anything fruit flavored.
I think I was like 10 or 11 when
That's
I really
me
got
in
into
German.
Bond films, and I started watching them all. And I watched this one, and I was like, oh. Like a 10-year-old, so I watched this guy's head explode in this like pressurized chamber. That's forever seared into my. I still find it really hard to, and I enjoy kind of action films. I'll happily watch lots of these things, but that scene I always find hard to watch. I think it's because of that like that traumatic memory of when I first saw it when I was like 10 years old. Yeah. It is absolutely horrible, but that's always in mind. And the other scene is this goddamn ninjas, because I think it's such a terrible, like, it doesn't fit into the film at all. But yeah, sorry. Anyway, that's that diversion. So yeah, as you said, like Bond is basically trying to like assassinate the bad guy. Is it Sanchez?
Yeah,
I'm terrible with it. Sanchez.
Yeah.
So he's trying to assassinate Sanchez. So he's like basically positioned himself in a building across from like Sanchez's penthouse, and he's like set some explosives on the guy Sanchez's like a bulletproof window, and he's set up his sniper rifle and he's getting ready to shoot. And so the explosion happens, like the glass goes down, and he's just about to shoot Sanchez when this ninja drops down out of nowhere and just and kicks the gun out of his hand, and then basically like another one appears and they both like beat him up basically and like knock him unconscious, and then like they drag him back to this deserted hut, and then you find out that basically at the same time Sanchez has been given this like tour to these these drug lords from China.
Yeah.
And one of them turns out to be like a Hong Kong, like an undercover agent for like the Hong Kong like narcotics unit, and he's undercover trying to like get dirt on Sanchez basically. And so the ninjas work for him because he's Chinese. Of course, he has to have ninjas working for him. You know, don't question it; just works. So they take
makes
on
no
the bomb,
sense.
and then basically somehow Sanchez manages to track the ninjas back. So clearly they weren't that stealthy. He's able to track them back to like their hideout, and then basically they roll up with an army and blow it up, and then the ninjas die after one of them like does their last like kung fu or karate moves or whatever martial arts they're doing. But yeah, it's not a
They're
very
rubbish
long bit,
ninjas, aren't
but
they?
it just stands out like a sore thumb, because you're like, this doesn't belong in a Dalton Bond. This belongs in like the Moore. This belongs in the Moore era of Bond. And it's funny, like as I was watching that, I was thinking about, because we were kind of chatting about this, and just what you were saying earlier as well about this like the Dalton era as this kind of different entity, but also like carrying on trends that had been in the Bond films before. And this is one of them. You're just like, this is clearly a hangover from the Moore era, where it was that kind of, you know, for as great as Moore was as Bond, that his Bond was a cartoon character. Like, you know, that was the kind of level he was playing it at, and he did it like fantastically. Like, you know, no shade on it. But that's where that kind of stuff like ninjas belonged in. It didn't really belong in this sort of like hard hitting, like much more realistic and down to earth a Bond that Dalton was kind of portraying. So that for me, it stands like a sore thumb, because you're just like, why? Why is this in here? It doesn't serve any purpose.
Because I mean, at least see with the old films, like there is that infamous scene in No Man with the Golden Gun. What one is it? It might be Doctor No, but you know the one where it's like, "Do you expect me to talk?" And he says, "No, Mr. Bond, I."
That's Goldfinger.
Goldfinger, that was it.
Yeah.
I knew it was Gold something, but it's like Goldfinger, Golden Eye, Golden Gun. You know, same thing.
A lot of gold ones, aren't there?
You know, a lot of gold. James Bond in those kind of films almost felt like a superhero.
Yeah.
If you know, and obviously it's like a different time, and it's like a different, you know, outlook and like cinema and things, you know, because he's the action hero, he's always going to survive. And don't get me wrong, he never thought that they were going to kill off Timothy Dalton in these ones, but at the same time, you felt as if he was in a lot more danger
Yeah.
in these ones. Like, especially License to Kill, it's like he's like hanging like a piece of meat above the. So there's a scene where he basically gets called out and he gets found out, and there's this machine that's like grinding these cubes of narcotics into powder so they can like funnel it through, I think it's oil or something.
Gasoline, yeah.
Gasoline, yeah. And he's like hanging over it. And that's another great line where he's hanging over and someone comes to save him and he's like, "Are you alright?" And he's like panicking, going, "Switch this bloody machine off."
Such an amazing line.
That's so funny because you can see the panic in his face, obviously. And he's like, "Switch it off." Yeah, you can tell like he's in a lot more danger in these ones. Even with the ninjas though, like that is definitely the bit I think it kills the pacing.
Yeah.
Because it's like you've got the casino, he's really getting in, close with Sanchez and everything. There's great dialogue between the two, and then all of a sudden you just get to that bit and it's like, yeah, ninjas, and you're like, okay, fine. We're gonna go back to Moore, aren't we? Just ridiculous. But yeah, I think that kind of leads us on to like our next point of discussion. That, of course, being the man himself, Timothy Dalton. I know we've kind of touched on it, but so between these two films, how would you describe Timothy Dalton? That's his portrayal.
His portrayal, I think it's only fair before I start this, I'm just gonna lay my cards on the table.
Okay.
Timothy Dalton's my favorite Bond. I think he was perfect. I absolutely love what he did to the character, and I'm so sad that he only got to do 2 films. So just full disclosure first before my biased opinion runs rampant here. But basically, I found this quote when I was doing some research for this episode. Like, I found this quote from Timothy Dalton himself, which I think really sums up how he played the character of Bond and what he wanted, because he actually had quite a lot of say in the direction of these films and the direction of actually the franchise under his helm. So he came up with this quote saying, "If you want to believe in the fantasy on screen, then you have to believe in the characters and use them as a stepping stone to lead you into this fantasy world." Now, and what he was saying with that was he was basically talking in direct, talking about the Moore ones, where he was saying that like every single time it was some villain basically who was out to like for world domination or wanting to destroy the world or whatever. It was always this grandiose, fantastic plot, and you really lost that kind of realism. And it was like a cartoon, like kind of superhero sort of thing. So he really wanted to bring it back down to earth and make it this realistic kind of story. And that's why he insisted on having these villains who, while some of them in like Living Daylights are a bit goofy, they are more realistic characters in the sense of like one's an arms dealer, the other one's like this really corrupt, like sleazy KGB like official, which as much as they are quite goofy, you could believe like these characters existing, like you could believe there's these people actually existing in the world. And the same with Sanchez and License to Kill. Like, you can totally believe this. It's this horrible, like nasty. I think you used the term like nasty and possessive man that he is just out there. It's like, so they do feel much more realistic, and that's what he brought with Bond as well. He really brought a character who was really like nuanced and really actually felt like this was somebody.
I really need to watch his films. I haven't watched the Dalton era films
he played
yet.
him like such a jaded man, like just somebody who'd like seen so much and was exhausted. Was really actually sick and exhausted of what he was doing, but clearly didn't have any other ideas what to do, and perhaps just resigned himself to this world, this murky world that he lived in, where he'd lost his wife, and he was never going to find happiness or fulfillment or anything. It was just this,
that's a change at some point
I've
in the
got a
future.
job to do and everything, and that's what it was. It was a man who was like just dedicated to his job, even though he hated it, and clearly it was killing and destroying him. And that really came across, and that's why he was able to show Bond that was far more kind of nuanced, as I said, and actually showed emotion as well. Like, the fact License to Kill is basically him losing control and his anger like overtaking is the ultimate sign of that. Giving into this in the way that somebody like Connery's Bond was just so stoic and like a man of stone, like never really showed any kind of emotion, even to the point that I was joking to you before, like in the film Diamonds. So Diamonds Are Forever is the film that takes place after Bond's wife is killed. And from like, if you didn't have that context, there's no way you could ever tell from Sean Connery's performance that the man he's supposed to be chasing in that film is the man who murdered his wife. It literally looks like this is a guy who like dinged his wing mirror. He's just chasing him down to get him to pay like the £30 or whatever £50 it is to get it fixed. But while a scene like the wedding scene in License to Kill, you can clearly see at one point it like really affects Timothy Dalton as he like thinks back to his like dead wife, and it becomes like almost too much for him, so he's got to get out of there. And that like how long is that scene? Is it like 30 seconds? If
Something
that?
like that, yeah. There's a really
There's
brief scene.
so much more in that. There's so much depth and complexity in that you really get a sense of this character. And so yeah, like just building this. Dalton was really building this bond that was a
It's really hard to
believable
figure.
and you're like, God, like this is this
Yeah,
world that he lives
sit back
in,
and
and it
talk
kind
to
of
yourself.
stripped
It's like
away.
I
It did strip away a lot of that
me,
kind of glamour
who has
and that sort of like, you know,
me.
like the kind of mystique of it, and you're like, God, like this imagine this horrific life of like, you know,
I can talk for
horribly
ages
to be like somebody
when
in this situation. So that's
I'm
what he
around
was really going
others,
for. I
but
think
when
he
I'm
really
by
actually
myself,
nailed
I'm like,
so much of it.
Because I do think, like, going
I'm
back to
empty-minded.
talking about
I have nothing going on inside the
Big's
head.
wife dying, whenever people talk about the Dalton era, they always
Go,
say,
go.
and this is, I think I said to you
Yeah.
before, but this is
I know,
very
my mind's
clear
empty. It's like, what do I talk about? It's like,
comparison,
I don't
turn
know.
around and say
Something.
something like, oh, you know, he's just like George Lazenby,
Something,
you know,
something,
in the
something,
sense that,
something,
both of them
empty,
have only
empty
had, you know,
thoughts.
a couple of films, or in
Nothing
Lazenby's
going in
case,
my
one
head,
film
it's just
to,
nothing.
like, show themselves as Bond, and then they
Empty-minded.
didn't get
No
another
brain
one.
cells
I
left.
feel as if that's really unfair, because first of all, like, this is a whole chance now.
I have no brain cells left.
Lazenby's film, like, had this
Can I have
plot
some,
that
please?
was essentially brought up.
Please give me some brain cells.
Because I mean, even Roger Moore has like 2 instances where
Yeah.
I think I can't remember what film. In one film, he puts like flowers at the graveside. I think that's for Your Eyes Only. He does that.
Yeah, I think it's the only
And even in The Spy Who Loved Me, that was it. In The Spy Who Loved Me, he is talking to the, I can't remember if she's a KGB agent or she's something like that. She's like a agent.
She's Soviet, certainly.
Yeah, and like I think she says something about marriage or something that really ruffles his feathers, and you can see him getting visibly uncomfortable. And you know, it's that kind of plot point that for some reason, you know, up until obviously they rebooted it with Daniel Craig, like it's something that's like been quite integral to his character. And I feel as if it does give him a bit of depth. As we were saying before with like Roger Moore, he's a lot more goofy, you know, he's a flirter, he's not a spy, essentially. Whereas with Dalton, it is weird because he's got like a lot of moments where you can see the cracks in his emotions. Like one of the things I thought was really interesting, especially in The Living Daylights, was how he basically used Kara, who's like the main love interest in Living Daylights. He begins with you know, flirting with her because she is the girlfriend to the main. Or
We're gonna go to a garage to just upgrade my truck.
And you know, he pretends that he knows
This will be
her,
fun.
you know, there's some scenes where he is quite assertive.
The garage
you know,
is only about
saying, let's just kiss.
about
and she's
800.
like, oh no,
It's
we
been
mustn't.
600, 800 miles away. The garage is.
And if you look at it in the way that he's just
quite a
like,
distance
morally,
until we hit the
obviously
garage.
morally bankrupt, but if you look at
Then
it
also
in the
refuel
sense
game.
of he is doing this
What are new
for,
maximum
you know, to track down
ranges?
this guy as a spy, he's quite
We should have a new
cold
maximum
in
range.
that way, but one of the scenes that I actually thought was quite interesting, like it's a very small scene, but there's a scene where, you know, when she gets the cello back?
Yeah.
So, like, there's a scene where Kara gets
Beep,
arrested.
beep, I'm a
he
sheep,
breaks
beep,
into
beep,
her
I'm a sheep.
apartment to, like, get her out, so that...
Hope
basically
people
so
are
that
enjoying
Soviets don't-
the option
it's the
of
Soviets, isn't it? Or the KGB.
Yeah,
audio
sorry.
entertainment I
it's-
picked.
I think it's like the Czechoslovakian police.
It's
but
not changed anytime soon. I've got
orders
a
of
lot of
Soviet-
stuff to catch up on.
Might as well just say Soviets for
Might as well, yeah. But, yeah, it's like
Should
they're
back a little
trying
bit.
to... Basically
A little
keep
bit,
a
I wouldn't
tab
have it
on
too
her,
loud.
And there's one scene where she says that she really wants her cello, and he keeps saying, you know, he keeps going, no, we're not getting your cello. Yeah, it's quite a nice scene where it's like, I know it's meant to be played for laughs, but like it cuts, like immediately it's like, we're not going back for your cello, and then it like hard cuts to him sitting outside waiting for her to get her
Head
cello.
in hands, like, oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh
It's
my-
actually a great scene at that point.
Yeah, and I do like his quip when they turn trying to go, she should have picked the violin or something like that. And it just shows that kind of compassion. It's something that's quite surprising because you can definitely tell he is quite an emotional Bond.
This trailer was quite nice
but
actually.
Sometimes, as you were saying, sometimes he likes to get the better of him.
But I love
especially in
really
License
sweet
to
flavor
Kill.
stuff.
Like as I was saying, he has
The weakness
another
of mine, like,
segment in, I think it's
give me some
Istanbul,
that as flavour.
where
I'm
he
like,
says,
mm,
you know, you're
yum.
supposed to be there and you're not. You know, he's got a
Give me
job
more.
to do for king and country. And as callous as it is to say, like, that's what they say, oh, we have obviously got no jurisdiction here. It's, you know, leave it to the Americans. That's what Ed says to him, leave it to the Americans. And he just can't process that. He's just like, this, you know, his friend has been killed. Or not killed, sorry, but maimed horribly. His
Okay, so
wife's
now I've
been
got
murdered.
nice sound
Would
alert.
you say it's a different
Hooray.
Bond in, like, both films? would you say he kind of keeps the same tone?
Hope
I
they're
think
not- hope
he
they can be
builds
cared.
upon it. Like I think what the groundwork that's laid in Living Daylight.
Hope the
just really
following
builds
lurks.
upon
I don't know how
when
it's
it
gonna
comes
work
to
on YouTube.
fruition in License to Kill. And like, if I
Hope
could
the
just
following
jump,
section.
briefly back.
The
to
raid will definitely show up, but
Living Daylight,
remember that
I think
on YouTube.
I really
The raids
love
are on
like,
Twitch.
the love story, quote unquote,
So I am
between
live on
Bond
Twitch
and
and
Kara
YouTube.
in Living Daylights, because I think it's one of the best
first
like,
time ever.
love stories in any of the Bond
Although
films.
I haven't
And
really
it reveals so
advertised
much about
YouTube
Bond, and I
that
think
heavy
it's so
apart
much
from
about Dalton's Bond. Like,
my
because the way
social
it
medias.
starts, if you remember, so basically. It starts. He first meets her.
YouTube is
So
more
basically
going to be
they're
a
trying to
place where
arrange
I
this, him
can
and another
live
agent are
stream,
trying to arrange this defection of
and hopefully it will
Koskov.
store the videos because
And basically,
Twitch
Koskov's
would
gonna
delete the
make a run
VODs.
for it across the street, and he's
Eventually.
told them, "Oh, there's a KGB
My
sniper
concern is
who's,
people was like,
you know,
oh,
he's out
I'm
to kill me." So Bond
deleted,
is like sent
deleted,
to
but
kill
if I put it on
the sniper,
Twitch,
and so
Twitch,
like,
YouTube,
Bond sets up a sniper rifle, and that's when you first see.
ideally
that's one of
the
the first times you
streams
see
will be
Kara.
there for
She's
quite
like,
a long
got
time.
a sniper rifle in the window, and like the other agents
Good.
like, "Oh, there he is, like kill her and stuff." Bond refuses to kill
Although
her
I'm going to run a
because
podcast
he then
eventually.
says like he can instantly
Find
tell
some
she's
more
not
podcasts
professional.
to that.
And here's that line, like he's like, "I only
Person-
kill
that is,
professionals." And then as well, like the other agents like,
something.
"Well, I'm going to report you and stuff." And Timmy Dalton is
Or
actually
just
a
listen
great
to
little
more-
bit of dialogue
or
with Timothy Dalton.
just relook back to the start game.
Tell him like, you know,
There's a possibility
I
of
don't
just
care if he
relooping
fires
the same
me, and I'll
podcast
thank him for it and stuff.
over
And it really shows
over
his
and
world
over
with
again.
Bond that then is developed on and built
That's
upon
what I'm doing.
License to
Then I'll
Kill,
look
where
at new
you see a
podcasts.
man who is just like who
I'll
just
just
has
do the
no
same podcast
control
episodes
over his
over again.
emotions anymore, and is just such a, you know, it's like he's such a jaded character in Living Daylights, but that gets like pushed so much more in License to
Round the
Kill. And it's
corner
just
we
one event
go.
just triggers all this like this hate and this rage and this anger that's clearly just built up inside of him. And he's been trying to keep a lid on with this like cynicism and, you know, this
Have it
just this
historian.
kind of tone. So I think they actually build upon each other really well.
No, I would agree with that. I would say he's definitely a lot more emotional.
Don't know what
than
that's
License to
for.
Kill. He's
Yeah.
a lot more hot-headed because in the Living Daylights, what I like about it, and this might sound weird talking about a
Oops,
spy,
don't know if I wrote.
but he's very adaptable, which like to his situation. So
Yeah.
that scene you were talking about earlier, where because I do love that. I love the comparison between him and the other agent. Where,
Yeah.
So basically, I can't even remember the agent's name. I don't think it's
Saunders.
Is it Saunders? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's not even like a fellow. I don't think he's a 000 agent, is he?
No, he's
I
not.
think-
He's like some kind of. I don't know what he is. It's a good point, but he's not a 00 agent.
Because he is like an agent that's been like put onto this case, and he like makes a huge thing about it, saying, you know, this is my case and everything. Or not
Beep,
case,
beep,
but, you know, this is
motherfucker.
my mission. You know, don't mess it up,
Yeah.
Bond. And he like scolds him for missing the girl. But that's the thing, that tells you so much about Bond's character in this film.
Yeah.
It shows you that he's adaptable to the situation. He's not willing to follow orders if his, you know, if his gut senses that something is off. Because the general plot of it is.
Oh no, your
that
gut senses
they
off.
start blaming a
We're not doing it
Russian
anymore because the gut
Soviet
says so.
General called General Pushkin, and they keep saying that he is the one to. He's the one who's going around like killing off spies and things. It's like the carrots kind of dangled in front of his face. You know, they're like, oh, you know, you've got to kill him. You've got to kill this man who is basically killing off your colleagues and things. But that's the thing. Like, it's not him. Spoilers. It's not him. But you know, it's like, and even it's kind of a horrible scene. But you can see how ruthless he is and how he uses his surroundings. So there's a scene where he confronts Pushkin, and he
Okay, I thought
could
mute my
easily have
second,
just
but
shot him in the back of the
didn't.
head, and that would be it. But he ends up ambushing him.
Actually
and
did,
his wife is
I-
in the
I
same
should-
room, and she's
I'm not
of
gonna share
course
my
terrified.
full
And
time,
there's
but
one
I will put
moment
me when they
where,
post
to
what my stream
distract
tip was.
one of the guards coming in, because he sets off like a silent alarm, he like tears off the woman's, you know, bathrobe, so she's like completely exposed. And like in that sense, like when the guard comes in, he of course just sees her, giving him the chance to just beat him up essentially, or like slam the door in his face and throw him across the room. And that's the thing, it shows like how ruthless he is. But I mean, he also like throws a towel to her like right after. He shows how he's willing to use like his environment around him to get what he wants, if you know what I mean, and to kind of get out of trouble. Like, he's very resourceful in that
Yeah.
way, I would say. I mean, if you saw that in any of the other Bond films, you would definitely think, oh, it's just like a misogynist thing. Like, if that happened in the Bond, like Roger Moore's or Sean Connery's, I bet you any money there would be a scene where he would like raise his eyebrow or something. You know?
Exactly. That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking. There'd definitely be some like there's some ogling of like the woman after
Yeah.
doing that. You're totally right.
Whereas when he does that, there's like a purpose to it. Like, he does it to distract the guard, and then immediately, as soon as the guard's taken out, he throws a towel on her and tells her to get out, you know, like, go in the bathroom, lock it, don't come out. And that's what is interesting about
Let's
this
go just
Bond.
pull over
It's
here
not
and
just
have a heart
that.
attack.
I don't want to call him a meme machine, but you know what I mean? It's not just, he's not just there to, you know, flirt with anything with two legs. He's not there to, you know, he's just got so much more depth to him.
I forgot.
Same, like,
See,
later on,
I don't know how loud that was
just
until I
in
some.
general, like, although I have to admit, it
Oh
is
god,
quite
no, my
funny
heart.
when
Wake up.
I'm just
I'm
thinking,
dead now.
see one of
I'm
his
just lay on the
gadgets, so
floor
he
and
gets this gadget
be
where
dead.
he can release gas
Fuck
from
me.
this like keychain, but he can also blow it up with a certain whistle. So I think he sang
Who was
one of
that?
the whistles, Rule Britannia, for it to have like a smoke come out of it, and then to blow it
I need
up,
to see
it's
who
like
that
a
was.
wolf whistle, which I have to admit
I
is
can't
quite
see
a
him.
funny touch.
Oh.
Yeah.
It is a funny gag.
We're gonna
Crushes
see
the
who
guy.
that was.
Yeah.
That was the
Can I just say
Right.
though, like I know we're going to talk about the antagonist soon, but can I just say it's great that
Oh, it's Emma.
we finally got representation for the world's first
See-
Warhammer player as the antagonist.
that down.
Because yeah, so in case you're wondering what I'm talking about,
Just-
one of the main characters or the
Well,
main
done.
antagonist who is like selling the arms to the Russians has like this whole room. So basically he's got like all these statues or molds of himself
probably not.
dressed up as like famous
Oh, yeah,
or
but that's a
infamous
shop,
rather,
man.
dictators
what
like
does.
you know Genghis Khan, Hitler, things like that. And
What we're gonna do is
he
we're gonna
goes
change
into
this
this
up
room, and I kid
to
you not, it's just filled with like
you-
tabletop dioramas
you
of,
don't-
like, with all these minifigures of like famous battles, like the Battle of Waterloo. What was the other one that he does?
He's
Gettysburg, yeah.
re-fighting the Battle of Gettysburg when Bond walks in.
Yeah, it's on. It's so surreal. It's like that episode of Twin Peaks. You know, when he's recreating the Civil War. It's like, what is going on with this guy? And it's just as crazy. I'll come to him in a minute, though. Going back to Bond for a second. In License to Kill, see, this is the thing. I feel as if, although Bond is very meticulous, he is definitely a lot more hot-headed and emotional in License to Kill. Like, I feel as if, at least in The Living Daylight... Well, no.
Okay, there we go.
I was going to say he's more hot-headed.
Maybe I better
But
see
if you
the.
think about it, in The Living Daylights, there's a scene where he's
Looks
meeting up
better
with
now.
a fellow agent who gets assassinated right in front of him, and he literally
Thank you
pulls
for
out
the
his
raid,
gun
Emma.
in the middle
Even though
of
I
a fun fair to chase the guy
did not
down.
see who it was
Of
for
course,
about
he
5
can't find him
milliseconds because
the assassin
I had my
escapes.
screen too
And
small on
then
my
you
OBS.
go, like, from this major shift
That's a bit better. I
from
can
him
but see
being
who does
very
what now.
lovey-dovey with, you know, Cara and everything, and
Maybe
you're
I shouldn't give
beautiful
myself
and all, look at
heart
this,
attack
to,
inducing-
no, we leave in a plane tomorrow, and she's like, oh, can't we stay? And he's just like, no, we're going tomorrow. Like, it gets very emotional, but that definitely, as you said,
Oh, yeah,
goes back
heart
to that,
attack, yeah, it's
you know,
always
he's
great to have
very
heart attack.
weary, you know, he's very
Like,
weary
I'm
of
awake
his
now.
life as a special
awake.
agent. He's very just
If-
tired
if-
of
if-
it
if-
all.
if I
And
sleep- if I
especially
was-
with
wasn't
License to
beforehand,
Kill,
I'm
like, I
awake
was
now.
watching- or not woke, well, I think it was. I was listening to a review of License to Kill.
Oh, I think I've got a good setup.
And there was
Well,
a scene
I
they
know
brought
it can be better.
basically saying that it was a stupid thing for him to do. So basically, he hides himself on a boat of one of like the main henchmen, and he gets like help from one of his friends, like one of the
Pardon, what?
other groomsmen at the wedding that he was at.
I hope you
And
managed to finish
the
your
guy
Resident
ends
Evil
up
game
getting
today, Emma.
killed, and they tie him up, and they've just like got him hanging.
Hopefully you
basically,
did.
like, you know, a fish, and you know they're just like laughing
Back
at
into cruise
you know, his dead
control.
body and gloating. You
How
know,
far do I have to drive until this guard? I'll
Basically,
upgrade my
Bond
truck.
goes nuts, doesn't he? He
Upgrade
grabs
my
like
truck.
So this is what the guy
Upgrade
was
my
saying,
truck.
or the
Got the
reviewer.
fuck-
He
got
said
the
something
fuck-
like, "Oh,
upgrade
it's
my truck."
stupid because he should have gone back and devised a plan, you know, and all of this, you know." But in the heat of
Actually,
the
look
moment,
where
when
I'm
you
going.
see, like, when you know your best friend has been killed by this drug lord that this guy's working for, and then you see another guy who's done nothing wrong get murdered, you know, by these guys as well and strung up like a piece of meat. He just grabs a harpoon and he turns around and he says something like, Sharky, who the guy, name of the guy who died, sends his regards, and he just shoots them. And then, of course, he makes his big, like, bombastic getaway and everything, and that's what follows. But it shows, like, how impulsive it can be.
Yeah.
I mean, even the thing where, although I hate the ninja scene as well, like, at least it kind of highlights how dangerous it would have been if he actually killed Sanchez. Because that's what the guy who captures Bond at that point says. He's like, I've been working for years on this case, you know. He gets very angry with him, because it's like he's so close to like disrupting the whole organization rather than just one guy who probably would get replaced if he was killed off. And it's just interesting to see like he's not considering that. He's just considering. I mean, I think like. Is it not part
I really need to
of
watch
the
these
other,
Bond
like,
films that's
CIA
the reviewing, because I
says
never
that?
fucking watched
Like,
any of them.
basically turns around and
That's
says, you know,
mental in
it's
itself.
not- This isn't all about your personal vendetta. There's like so
Yeah.
much more that you're not taking into consideration, and it's an interesting.
Maybe one day I'll
spin
share my
on it.
OBS to
And
the world,
that's
and
the
people can
thing,
say, "Oh,
it's
that's
not
that's
about,
nice."
you know, someone trying to take over the world. It's not.
But it's not,
someone,
it's-
like,
it's-
it is the story of a very, very.
it's fucking
broken
random.
man. And again, I'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, it's just this horrible guy.
But if I can see
who
the
is
chat
just
on OBS,
causing,
that's
like,
okay,
all
but
this
enjoy it.
pain. He's basically pissed off the wrong special agent, essentially. And you can see that he gets very emotional about it. Bond, I mean, he gets very, and I think he does it very well. Even going as far as to like threaten, you know, the, well, again, not girlfriend, but you know what I mean, Sanchez's like lover, threatening her and everything until, because he does, he just explodes.
I
at the
love
drop
listening
of a
to
hat
this
in that film. I suppose it's quite
podcaster.
good for the build up.
He does great episodes. We're going to listen to him
up and he's, you know,
until he says,
I
"Oh,
wouldn't say
I
he's a changed man
my,
at the
my
end.
content." Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he's a lot happier, I think.
Yeah.
But it's like, long as he
Oh,
has some problems with me
definitely, he gets a
listen to his
sense
podcast
of-
on
yeah.
stream, I'll keep
Yeah,
doing it.
well, that's a fair point. Maybe
there's
happy's not the
issues
right
that
word,
I've
but yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a
Although
dick.
There is one scene, like there is one. In fact, two
I
scenes
am
want to
polite.
point out at the end of License to Kill. I just don't understand. The first one, of course, being like when he gets together with the CIA agent. There's a scene where it's like he jumps into the pool and he starts like kissing her, and it pans around, and there's this like fish statue that winks. I don't get that. Like, I think it's supposed to be like a kind of cheeky, you know, nod to the end and everything. And I mean, did you get that?
Do you know what? It's funny. Like the more I look at it, like License to Kill is bookended. Like the two bookends, at the start and the finish of License to Kill, give you no indication of what like the majority of the film is going to be like. Because obviously that ending is again more like a classic kind of like Bond, you know, like getting the girl kind of ending, and it's again that winking fish is something that clearly could have come out of the Moore era.
Oh,
And even the start of the film, as much as like, you know, we have that kind of bit where he's like tells his henchman to cut the guy's heart out and stuff. The rest of that opening is very much a classic kind of like James Bond like action like opening, action heavy with some kind of crazy stunt in it, you know. And I don't think it really gives you any if you don't know License to Kill by its reputation, and you don't know like what, you know, the maturity and the tone of it.
I
There's
keep
nothing in
saying
that
shut so
opening
much
that I
because I
think
enjoy
is
listening to the
gonna tells
podcast.
you really
It's
what
it's
the
really
film
bad.
is going to be like.
So I
And
can
it's
speak,
the
but it's like
ending is the
that's
same,
just
but the
fucking so
ending is
interesting.
almost
It's like,
feels like from a
oh, I'm
different
enjoying
film.
this podcast
in a way
so
as well.
much.
So it's
but I'm not
interesting
talking.
that like, and I think the opening's really clever
Yeah,
for not
it's,
giving that away. Like the ending,
always
I
fun.
agree, it's weird that it.
I'm very much to turn on
Yes, it's a
the
film.
volume of the
They wanted to
podcast.
have that magical
Just
kind
a
of,
little
like,
bit again.
Hollywood, like, nice arc.
I mean, call me a
Just
cynic,
a little
but
bit.
see, the
Just turn
other
down
bit that I
more.
don't like
I think
about
it's a
the
bit too high
ending
now.
is when he phones Felix in the hospital.
I need it
and
just
he's
loud enough, but
very
not louder than my
happy
own
to
voice.
it.
Chipper.
He's very chipper for someone who A has lost his leg and B has lost his wife.
Yep.
Like both in the same, I would assume, week.
Yeah,
like
it's
a
not
very
that.
short period of time. It just seems a bit kind of like, ooh, look, yay, we did it, and it's like, yeah, I don't want to be like the bearer of bad news, but did you hit your head as well when you?
Maybe it's hopped up on morphine or something in the hospital.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, let's just say that's the head cannon. You know, a perfect ending then. Perfect ending. 10 out of 10. And yeah, speaking of bad endings, haha. Nah, it's not a bad ending. But speaking of, you know, that. Oh god, like where do we begin with the antagonists? Let's start with the Living Daylights. Like, how would you rate the antagonists in the Living Daylights?
They're not the best of antagonists, but I don't think they're anywhere close to
I
being
like
the worst.
cheese. You
is
like
what I'll
cheese.
say. So there's three main ones.
cheese.
So you have is it Georgi?
I don't know where I was going with
is
any of
the,
this, but
is the
I never
KGB
know where
officer
I'm going
who's
with any of this
defected,
because
who's
I'm
just a really sleazy,
I'm just-
corrupt.
yeah,
guy.
and
I
I'm
think
never
the actor,
going this half
the
time.
actor plays him well, and I think the character does feel like a realistic
that
character.
never
Played
helps.
well. I think he's in the film too much, and I don't think he works as a really primary antagonist. I think he would have worked better as a secondary antagonist, is what I would say. You've then got kind of his bodyguard. Oh, I forgot the guy's name. It begins with an N.
There's
Is it
The name.
Amarillo.
There is something I can't remember his name, but like he's this basically pure like
I just know the
muscle
song.
guy who's like really athletic, and he's
I
kind of a
love the same.
callback to, you might say something
Good
like
song.
Job, or there's the guy from Russia with Love, the Red Grant or
That's
something.
good
his
song.
name
It's a
is.
banger of
With
a
these,
song.
these really
Love.
physically imposing guys.
Love it.
And I think he
Blues does a good
does
spell.
well. I think he does that well of being the physically imposing kind of guy, and like giving Bond like a run for his money in like in a fight. And they have a I like their fight that they have, like their climactic fight in the back of the plane. I think is really good.
Oh,
And
yeah.
is pretty tense. So I think he's quite well done, and he does well with what he is a very secondary antagonist. And he does that well. And then you've got Whitaker, I think, who's the American arms dealer, and I'm kind of conflicted on him because he is a goofy character, but I think there's a lot in there that makes him really compelling as an antagonist, and it's because he does appear quite different. And it's like I really like a lot of the kind of details they give about him without like so much telling you. They do a lot of showing, not telling with him, and I think it's really clever. Like that hallway. So as you said, he has like a hallway where he has like all these like famous like dictators and commanders from history. As you said, like Hitler's in there, Genghis Khan, I think Oliver Cromwell's in there. There's all of these different people, like Napoleon's in there, and like the fact that the faces are all modeled on Whitaker's face, I think is a really, really clever detail because it tells you a lot about the character. And so basically, he's like set himself up as this like head of this private army, and he has this whole reputation that he's like this, like great commander and with like this great military service behind him. And you find out that's completely like true. Like he got kicked out of West Point, which is the big American military academy, for cheating. And he then spent some time as a mercenary, where he presumably got up to some dodgy dealings, and then he's basically been working with criminal organizations for the rest of it. So he's built this whole lie and facade about himself, and just seeing those like him like projecting himself onto these like quote unquote like great military leaders of history, it tells you a lot about his mind and his megalomania. And the fact as well that when Bond confronts him, he's like refighting the Battle of Gettysburg and like winning it for the Confederates and stuff, tells you a lot about him as well, I think, which is really clever. And I actually really I love the setup of his like villa. And I wish that fight between him and Bond had actually been like prolonged, because I think they could have done a lot of kind of like cool stuff in there. Like there's some really cool stuff like where he's got his kind of futuristic weapons, and he's like he has his like gadgets all around, so he's able to like get this thing to like light a cannon at one point, which I think is quite a cool like guy thing. So he's not like the greatest and like the most memorable villain, I would say, Whitaker, but I there's something that draws me to him. There's something that draws me to this character, and I think it's a lot of the way they like build up like him, the universe around him and stuff. I think is just really well done as in terms of like world building and character building.
See, I could be shooting myself like in the foot here, but I honestly think that there's probably too many villains or antagonists rather in the Living Daylights.
It's probably a fair point.
Like, I mean, you've of course got General Koskov, who's the defector. You've got General Pushkin, who is the... I mean, I think he was supposed to be in License to Kill, but I think they scrapped it. There was, of course, the bodyguard who has to be in it, it's the muscle. Yeah. And then you've of course got Whitaker, and it's weird because I think maybe it's not like there's too many, but maybe it's more that there isn't as much focus between them, or there's not focus on the right people. Although I have to admit, I was laughing. Have you seen Fawlty Towers?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do you remember the scene where John Cleese says that he fought in the Korean War and everything, and he keeps saying, to people like, I was a soldier, I fought in the Korean War, and then his wife turns around immediately after and says he was in the Culinary Corps and he poisoned like half a division or something. It's like, Jesus, that's what reminded me of like Whitaker when he's like, as you said, yeah. It's like when he's saying, "Oh, I'm, this great, soldier, general," and it's quite interesting because if you notice, like, see his guards,
yeah,
or, like his soldiers, quote unquote, they're like marching around really, exaggerated.
Yeah.
And there's almost that need for etiquette in his villa, because you can see even the guard or the soldier, like he marches, like as I said, over the top, and then he stands at ease, and you can tell, like, he keeps having to tell them at ease, you can go away kind of thing, and they're waiting for their orders, so you can tell he runs a tight ship, he's very meticulous and everything. I've touched on the Warhammer collection.
That's maybe the best line. I think that's your best line from Jansen Army. Oh my god, that killed me.
I mean, it's true though. It's like he's got all of these models, which I mean, it puts all my models to shame. No, I don't have a room like that, by the way. I'm not saying.
One day.
One day, yeah. I'll be reenacting the fight of, you know what, I can't even remember a Warhammer fight off the top of my head, but let's just insert, let's just pretend I know what I'm talking about with that, but yeah, you've got him who's basically like a massive man-child. You've got... Do you know who I do like, though? I do like the muscle guy, because what I find interesting about him is he doesn't seem like a gimmick. He's very intelligent. Like, there's a scene where he infiltrates the base, and I think it actually has one of the best side characters in the film, Green 4. Like, I remember the first time I watched this, like, I didn't watch, like, The Living Daylights, A License to Kill till, I think, later on when I was in university. That's when I bought the DVD, so I was like, third year university, so a good maybe, I mean, what year is it now? It's like the years are going by. Nah, jokes aside. Yeah, it was a good, like, 7 years ago maybe, or like 6 or 7 years ago was like the first time I'd watched it, and I remember I was watching it with a friend and we were just like cheering at, see the bit where basically the guy, or the main muscle antagonist, goes around like donning different accents, which is something I forgot about, and he does it really well. Like, initially he's jogging and he pretends to be an American tourist, and then he strangles the milkman. But what I love is he's got like a kind of garrote wire in his headphones. At least I think so. I'm assuming so. And it's like every time he goes to strangle someone, the music from it blares. Just to make a point, that's what he's using. And I thought it's kind of a nice touch. But what I like is he kills off like the chef, and just as he's about to infiltrate the place, this just this nameless, not nameless, but this agent called Green 4, and he puts up like one hell of a fight.
He does,
like,
it's great.
It's a really good, like, well done choreographed.
Don't do that again.
Because it's like the guys are using, like, this is something I was saying about Dalton earlier, but he uses his environment, which I thought was really clever. Like, the main the antagonist like tries to burn his face on the grill, which he does kind of, but then he like pushes him back, and he hits him with a pan, and then the bad guy like throws like a pot of scalding water at him, and he has to dodge it, and then he's trying to like kill him with the meat cleaver. It's like a very brutal scene. Like, if you think Casino Royale was brutal, like that is that's probably on par, I would say. Where it's they're both, like, there's that desperate scene where he's got the electric like carver, and he's basically just going to slice his face, and he's like struggling trying to like unplug it with his foot, and it's just such an intense scene. But yeah, rest in peace for Green 4.
Do you know what it reminds me of, that scene? I just thought, it reminds me of playing. It reminds me when I play Hitman, and I'm like, right, here's my carefully planned. Right, I've taken this guy out, and I'm gonna hide his body. And somebody walks in, you're like, oh shit, you're like, you have to go in all guns blazing and just beat everybody up and like throw your explosive bottles of milk around.
God, that was amazing when he's got his. Yeah, so he's still got his like milkman costume, and he just grabs.
Sure, why is this man dead? No, he's not dead. He's painted.
It's when he's on the radio, he's like, oh, we've got a gas leak here, get away from the main building. And he throws the milk bottle and it just explodes the whole thing. Like, oh, we've had an explosion, danger.
See, that's the thing, like, he's got like a really good range of accents, and that makes him more believable, because one of the things that obviously is parodied a lot in James Bond is how the antagonists stick out like a sore thumb. Like Jaws, Oddjob, the man with the golden gun, Scaramanga, that's it. They stick out. Like, you would spot them a mile off and go, oh Jesus, the time is near. Whereas with this guy, like, he actually blends in, and that kind of gives more credibility to this being more of a spy film.
Yeah.
And especially with the Cold War setting. I mean, it's such a good setting as well, because obviously it's history, but, it's such a good, like, backdrop to have this film set.
We'll do eventually at some point. I need to get around to watching these
films. The fact it goes from an American accent to beating poor Green 4 to a pulp, and then, as you said, putting on the English accent, being like, yes, there's a gas leak, please evacuate, and then he blows up the room. It's like, oh my god, get him out of here. It's so good. But
that's much of brother. I'm from America. I mean, I'm from America.
But maybe if there was like a scene
I can do accent. I can be potato.
General Potato is he's very flamboyant
potato.
Which makes me think.
Deal with the fact I'm a potato. Get over it.
This is a very safe Bond film to transition, because you've got two over the top antagonists that they just seem like your typical
Yes.
Bond villains. They don't seem like this serious. Oh, they're gonna kill you. Like that henchman is terrifying. Don't get me wrong. That guy would be terrifying.
Yeah,
if he came up
okay, we're
against
gonna go
them,
over it
but
shortly.
those two are kind of like
Over here, actually, I need to do something.
and as we've said, considering they have the fight at the end with the futuristic
this.
guns and the tabletop simulation and everything, it's kind of like it's not. They're not bad villains. I just think they're kind of mid-tier villains. Like they're not
That's a good way
ones.
to describe them.
They're not ones you would have in your like top trumps deck for this.
Yeah.
They're not ones you'd be pulling out going, I choose my Whitaker card, against like Blofeld or Scaramanga or Baron Samedi.
Unless your top trump card happens to have like a modeling line, if it's like modeling, then Whitaker's gonna have like 100 compared to like I don't know Goldfinger, who probably has like a 20 or something. Doctor No is a 0 because he can't do any fucking modeling with his like robot hands and everything. So.
Well, if he had the chance, then maybe he could have. Maybe he could have. We don't know.
If it was a model off, then
model off. Yeah, Whitaker. Yeah, top 10. Yeah, top 10 Warhammer players. And I can't believe like we're moving on from. That's weird because I'm being like, so we've got a Warhammer player, a flamboyant Soviet, and a deadly milkman, and then we go into License to Kill, and it's like, we've got a ruthless drug lord, we've got. I mean, who are the other well, basically his henchmen, really.
His like sadistic, like crazed henchman. Young Benicio del Toro.
Yeah. Because I don't think they're as like they're memorable as kind of villains, like henchmen, but not.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think they stand out as much. I think Sanchez just steals the show. That's the thing. I think he's too good of a villain that he just walks into the room and you're like, Jesus Christ, this guy is amazing. Being the villain. And there's even like, it's what I like is he's so charismatic as well. Just purely the fact that, I mean, you could say he's kind of like a parallel to Bond. Like, he's kind of cold, he's meticulous, He's got very similar traits to Bond, but he also gets very emotional in the sense that, like, obviously Bond wouldn't kill people who pissed him off unless it was, for national security or whatever, or if it's for his own safety. But, it's like, the difference is, it's like he's willing, obviously, to go that step further, and he's created, like, basically an empire out of it, which is terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's a scene where you see him pay off I suppose, the El Presidente, as it were, of the country that they're in. And, it just shows, like, who, butters the bread in that country. It's like, it's obviously not the president, it's him.
Remember Presidente, you're only president for life.
It's
a great, like, threatening.
So good, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, just for context, that's what he says to the president as he goes to leave, because he says his paycheck is a lot smaller this month, and Sanchez basically turns around and says, oh, well, it's because you didn't vouch for me when I was in prison. And, it's just like such a good line when he just rebuts them and says, you're only president for life, and it's like, that way it's just like a mic drop moment. You're like, oh. And then there's like the kind of, I feel weird calling it a bromance, but between like Bond and Sanchez, where it's like Bond is trying to get in his head, but he's just so charismatic that, like, for some scenes you do forget, like, he's this horrible evil man. Then you're like, oh, why isn't Bond working? And then the next scene you're like, oh yeah, evil drug lord. Yeah, whoops. But no, he does it so well, and he's just so, as I said, he's so ruthless, and he's got such great one-liners. Like, there's a scene at the end where they're driving these oil tankers with all the drugs in them that have been kind of filtered down and smuggled, and they all get blown up. And he's got this, like, business associate from America who is more, I feel sorry for him, because he's more interested in, preserving, like, the drugs.
He just wants the money,
it's like he's like said to him, oh, we've got a business deal with like the Chinese and everything.
So how is everybody today? I hope everybody's well.
Like, he's more concerned about like the company looking good and the money, rather than Sanchez, who just wants to make it out alive and, you know, kill Bond. And there's a great line where, you know, the guy starts screaming at him, where I'm thinking, why would you scream at this guy? And he turns around and says, maybe we should start cutting back and cut overheads. Yeah, and then he just guns him down, and it's like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. You should not have done that. No. It's like, why would you do that? But yeah, I would say, like, out the two films, he is by far the strongest villain.
Oh yeah. I love that point you made, actually. Sorry.
No.
I love that point you made of him being like him and Bond being the same coin but just different sides. I think that is what makes it so perfect. In that, as you say, like, they are both, you know, like, cold, calculating men, but with just this irrational streak. Because me and you were both laughing that, like, towards the end, basically, so they get to, like, Sanchez's big drug factory, and Bond manages to, like, do something that basically makes it start exploding, and it's blowing up. And even as this whole place is blowing up around him, Sanchez still finds time to, like, to get this henchman who's betrayed him and like skewer him on a forklift, through a wall, even at this time. And you're like, oh, then just as you said as well, where he just guns down this, like, financial guy who's clearly like a great asset to the business, but he's just like sick of his whining. Just gonna, like, gun him down though. It's just they're really well done for being how close they are. But obviously they're just in opposition over this, like, you know,
sounds like a good film. I need to watch it.
And I mean, it's not even. It's like the small things.
I mean, I quite have watched it. I've watched almost the Bond film.
You know,
I just can't remember what.
I'm just thinking back to.
I mean, I
when they're in the casino and.
Talking about doing this, sit down and watch all the Bond films at some point.
Lover, you know, like I feel really bad.
Remember,
because it is, like,
I do have a Discord. I just don't have any.
It's not a happy relationship.
It definitely isn't. No, it's just such like a
anything
relationship, and that's kind of highlighted very subtly.
That's something I'll do eventually. Maybe
a scene where they're in the casino and he's got a pet.
Ah, no, I've got this through yet.
And the iguana's got, like, this diamond.
Which I
think his lover, like, takes back at the end. Even still, it's kind of like, it's like small touches like that that kind of show his, like, disregard for her. It's kind of like, oh look, I've got a lizard with a. You know,
so what is Cat doing today anyway?
It's like, it's like
anything interesting?
It's like, you're such a horrible person, but the guy sells it so well because he's so charismatic, and everyone, like, knows when to toe the line. I mean, the only other guy, or the only other villain I can think of as well is, well, first of all, I didn't realise that the actor was a guy from Twin Peaks. So I was messaging you, actually. I don't know about this. Yeah, because I didn't realise it's. If any of you watched Twin Peaks,
when I get to
it's the character. I can't remember what his full name is. It's Big Ed, anyway. That's what it's called.
Messages.
But it's the same actor
from the game.
So it's quite fun.
Nothing I haven't made major, but I will check them up regardless.
Yay!
I like to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, it was. I thought he did quite well. So basically, he plays, I think it's
push
like
on to the final destination
or something like that.
Yeah, just like corrupt. Yeah.
Yeah, he gets, like,
don't know
paid
how
off
that is
and
in
everything,
here.
and I think he does his job well. He's not in it for very long.
I remember it's the
Like,
song
he's
is
in it at the very
show me
beginning,
with Amarillo.
a couple of scenes, and then
That's all I'm
Bond,
thinking
like,
of right now.
takes him out in one of the most.
I'm not gonna sing it because
possible,
copyright reasons.
and,
My
Yeah.
favorite like Bond kill in any of the films is that one. It's so good.
I'll let you explain it. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry to
No,
go
go
off,
for
but
it.
I just love that one. So he's like a corrupt agent. So Sanchez pays the guy like $2 million to help him escape and then, like, capture like Bond's friend. And then so basically Bond manages to track him down, and he's in this warehouse. And then, like, just as he thinks he's got the upper hand on Bond, like, a series of things happen, and the guy ends up, like, the corrupt agent ends up hanging over the same, like, shark tank that, like, Bond's friend got his leg bitten off in, and he's hanging over it. He's, like, hanging on for dear life, and Bond's there. And the suitcase with the $2 million is, like, sitting next to Bond, and the corrupt agent's like, oh, in that case is $2 million. Like, if you let me go, I'll split it with you. And then Bond just slowly, like, picks up the case and just, like, looks at him and says, oh, it's your money, you earned it. And he just throws the case at him, and it just, like, clatters him in the chest, and he just, like, falls straight into the shark tank and, like, gets eaten. And it's just like it sums up License to Kill so perfectly. Just that one moment of, like, Bond's character, of, like, the brutality of the film, like
Jesus
you know,
Christ,
how
man, just doing
different
that.
it
I
is
don't
from
want this
so
money.
many
Fuck
other
off.
Bond films. And I think
I'm sorry, but me, it's like,
I agree with you with the
$2
exception
million.
of Sanchez.
That's a lot of money.
Like there's not that many.
I mean, you're the one here who knows I've got this money.
License to Kill, like Benicio del Toro has.
Kick,
he's not in it
kick.
Very much,
Oh
but he
no,
has,
the only person who knows what this money
I
is
think
dead.
what's really memorable about the villains in
Walk away, whistling.
License to Kill is how they die. They
Oh,
all the main
Walk
ones
away.
have pretty like
No, he's
memorable and
dead.
horrific deaths. So you obviously got
Where'd my girlfriend sit?
that guy who gets like smacked in the chest with $2 billion
Inheritance.
and eaten by a shark. Benicio del Toro is like is ground up into like red paste, red mist,
That is a
as we said in the
horrible scene,
grinder. Yeah, that's horrible.
wonder if you just
another
switched
guy is
to,
secured on a forklift and driven through a wall, and then Sanchez as well.
the
is another
on-screen
who's
layout.
just, like
You'll see
he
why in a
gets
minute.
like covered in gasoline, and then Bond sets him on fire at the end and just burns alive. Have I missed anybody? Oh, and then the guy gets his head exploded in the pressure can. How did I forget that one?
Yeah. I was waiting. I was just waiting for you to say. I was like, did you forget?
God, I don't know how, but I did briefly forget that the guy gets his head exploded.
I have to admit, one of the other things, like, this is a very minor point, but one of the things I really enjoyed was...
Not
at the
quiet
end,
today,
you
but
know,
no,
it's covered
but I
in
mean,
gasoline
it's
and
probably
then
where
Sanchez
sitting in
gets
chat,
lit on fire
enjoying
by
himself,
Bond.
having a great
But
day. Was this
one of the things I actually
always
didn't
a good day?
notice
You don't need to
was
chat and
when
chat.
he's
You
in
don't
the
want to. You
wedding,
can just
with
sit
his
back,
friend
relax,
Felix, he
and look
gets
away.
given, like, a special
There's
lighter
no
that has,
forcing
like,
to come around and say,
inscription on it,
"Alright."
and, at the wedding,
chill,
he
relax.
goes to flick it on, but the flame like spikes up. You
Just
know,
relax.
like,
Not,
really
there's
fast.
no
But
pressure,
But
no,
I
no
actually
rush.
never noticed that the first time I watched it. I remember he got it, but I didn't remember that, and it
But
played
still-
really well
still those
because even if it was
lurkers
a normal
in my chat,
lighter,
I hope
like,
you're having a
imagine
great
how
day.
close it would have to be. To,
Come on,
like,
come a bit
like,
closer.
Come on. You're like clicking it, going.
the
Come
wind,
on.
the wind as well just instantly blows it out. Like
Exactly. Whereas with that, it's like it's a huge flame that comes out of it, and yeah, it blows him to pieces essentially. Well, it sets him on fire, and then he falls into or beside the tanker that just like blows up entirely. And
As an aside, can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Why would you design a lighter that made that big of a flame? What
Well-
apart from setting on fire a Colombian drug lord, what other possible reuse does that lighter have? Like, is that not going to burn your whole cigarette? Like before you even have a chance? It's like it'll be ashes in your hand before,
mean,
and it'll singe your hair and your eyebrows as well. Like, why else would you devise a lighter like that?
Yeah,
So like a
well,
lighter,
let me
please,
put
that
it into
will
it.
incinerate my cigarette before
Have you
and
ever
burn my
been to a
hand
birthday
before he
party
starts to
with,
smoke
like,
it.
loads of candles
Mess.
on top of the cake?
Oh,
No,
I see.
Just why?
No, neither
Question.
have I. But that's the only justification. The only thing I can think of is it's either faulty or, I mean, I don't know much about lighters because, of course, I don't smoke myself. But
Is that a joke?
like, no, it would have like the electric shock thing, would it not?
So it's like, a practical
Oh,
joke. You set your
yeah.
hair on fire and like, haha, we pranked you.
Hey, gotcha. Oh God! Imagine
Ah,
that though. Like
got
at
him.
the end, as he's about to light.
That's what I hear in my head. So, ah,
and then
got
the
him.
wife and him come out like in the tanker, like surprise! It's a joke. It's like, oh my
Surprise,
God, what have you
motherfucker.
You did this all for me?
done? Oh man. Moving swiftly on. But well, we can't like finish off without talking about the side characters. I mean, as I was saying before, I do think the side characters in License to Kill, they were all right. Like, I thought General Pushkin, for all he was in, like, he did a good job.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if you would technically count him as an antagonist, maybe.
I know I would count him as a side character because he's not really an antagonist because like they think maybe he's the bad guy, but he's not, and he actually ends up.
Tomorrow we'll be playing on some.
It's kind of like Robbie Coltrane's character in like
the map mod for
Brosnan.
tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Bond's
Some
doing
different
like
people,
you
but
think
outside
like he
more.
might be a bad guy, but he's actually turns
Who
out
was
to
the
be
side?
good,
We're going to do
Well,
Morally
morally ambiguous.
Morally,
or map
fair
mod.
point.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think. Yeah, of course, you've got Q in both films, who does a great job. You know,
They have a
Q-
great relationship. Q and Dalton's bond, I think, is like the best.
Yeah.
Of that relationship, like especially in License to Kill, like they really like. I think that's maybe Q's best. film.
Yay!
Oh,
like,
definitely.
I like it when
The way they
back-
bond,
makes me
like
feel
in
happy.
that film, I think is really. It's actually really like touching, and it's
We're
actually.
going
really
to
good.
armor
There's
a
some
little, then we're
great
going to
fun
hit
moments as
their
well.
heart and have that.
Because I mean, it also shows like how much
Thing.
Q cares for Bond.
Yeah.
Like, I
God,
can't
just
remember
or,
if he did it on his own volition
this
or
week-
it was Moneypenny that sends him. But basically,
Next week
he
he gets
takes
something.
an excuse, or he pretends that
think
the
next
reason,
week
you know, he's there is
I need a
she's
better
taking
one.
a
Oh wait, I
holiday,
can look at Amazon.
he's
That's a
got,
tip.
like, a break.
Look at Amazon.
Yeah.
So he says,
Next
"Oh,
week
I'll
we can
just
get
visit
fined
you and see how
next
you're
Monday.
getting on."
Or
And you know,
next-
it's like, I
next
mean,
week.
that was interesting. One I remember was like watching a video on License to Kill, and there was quite an interesting comment that someone left in one of the videos, and they basically said that whenever Bond, like no matter what iteration, whenever Bond is in Hugh's like lab, he like basically scolds him, like a teacher and a pupil kind of dynamic. It's like, oh, don't you touch that, oh, don't be silly, Bond. Whereas there's a scene in License to Kill where it's like he turns round to Q when he's pretending to be chauffeur for the casino, and he turns around and he says, oh, you would have made one hell of a field agent or something. Like, showing that kind of level of respect. He's not, criticising him or anything. I think that's nice. I do think that's a nice touch.
I saw it described as a father and son relationship in some places, and I think it's actually very close to that. And it gives it a new dimension, as you say, and actually makes it quite touching. You're like, oh, it's nice to see.
I Shu and Skyfall, it's like,
concerned and caring for him.
Yeah.
Like going as far as to use his time off to come to go all the way to like a drug lord's holiday home, or not holiday home, but like the country, and give him his like gadgets and things, which I think is quite neat. It's a nice
dress up as an old Spanish man.
Exactly, that's such a good scene. But he dresses up as an old Spanish man with a fake mustache or sombrero, and then he's got like a radio inside of his broom, and then as soon as he uses it, he just tosses it away, and it's like, oh my god, what? Why would you create that? Oh, it's a nice touch. It's such a nice touch. And of course we can't, finish without talking about ladies of both films, which I have to admit they are very refreshing. Like, I do think it's nice to see that they're actually competent at like being able to stand up, because that is like something that's always brought up. Whenever Bond comes up, it's like talking about how Bond girls were essentially just like eye candy for the old films, or like with Roger Moore, it's like even if like they were a doctor or a scientist or whatever, they would always be like the prize, as it were, to oh, it's the prize to win at the end. And obviously probably reflections of the times of films like that, not very good in today's day and age, but like I felt as if they gave these actresses kind of a bit more respect with the characters.
Show me the way.
They were able to kind of stand up for themselves. And it's like, even when like Kara's
that way.
I think there's one scene where the Mujahideen
missed it, mate.
attack the Soviet base in the Living Daylights.
So sorry, mate, you missed it. I'm really
tell her
sorry.
to stick back because obviously she doesn't have a gun or anything, and this Soviet agent tries to grab her. And I was thinking back to a film like Octopussy, where I think in that one, like, one of the women gets grabbed and kidnapped, and she's like, "Oh, James," yelling after him. Whereas she just kicks him in the face and rides off, and it's like, oh my god, she's kicking ass. And I mean, she flies the plane.
Taking names.
She doesn't. She has her moments where she's kind of like where she nearly flies into a mountain, and you're like, what? Like, literally, there's a scene where they get it's like they get rid of the bad guy, like they throw him out of a plane, and then he goes back to the cockpit, and then she's just about to ram into like a mountain. That's like, what why was that scene needed? Like, she wasn't fighting, the cockpit wasn't in danger, what? Ugh. Yeah, just like small things like that. But overall, like, I think The Living Daylights is good, and of course as well with
there's also films like, why was that in that film?
She has a CIA agent, isn't she?
Yeah,
and she manages like to hold her own, and she does her own investigating and things like that. Like, she's not just sitting around, which is quite nice. And I don't know, I think it's like, what do you think about it? Like, I mean, rambling here, sorry.
No. Like, no, I thought you made like really good points there. Like, I've said before, like, I really like in The Living Daylights. I really like Kara, like, arc. I think it's not perfect by any stretch of imagination.
I think imagination that we're under an hour.
It's really good, and I think their relationships allowed to develop, and actually it feels more organic and real than any of the sort of like maybe any of the relationships.
Yeah, it's part of my imagination. I'm just
in the Bond films. With License to Kill, like, I like aspects of like Pam Bouvier's character, like the CIA agent, because I think she is shown to be quite capable and like resourceful and can like defend herself and everything, and she is quite funny as well with some fun lines. My problem with it is I think they then force in this kind of like love triangle into it, where it's Bond,
yeah.
it's Pam, and then it's Sanchez's quote unquote girlfriend, lover,
Yeah.
whatever, whatever term for and then it doesn't like, I think parts of it are interesting, but I think the problem is it kind of undercuts her character because it almost she becomes like quite huffy and like, like, why won't he pay attention to me? And it's like,
Yeah.
it's a bit like
Yeah.
kind of undercuts some of her character, and it's a shame, and I think it does do a little bit of damage to her character, and it doesn't feel totally organic as well. I think this is something that the criticism that people level at the Dalton films is that he doesn't, when it came to like the romantic side of it, it wasn't the natural fit for his Bond, in the way that it was the natural fit for like Moore, Connery, Brosnan, most of the others. But like, that was part of the way that I think Dalton was playing the character. Like, I don't think the romantic stuff was as suited to his character, but I don't think that's, to me, it's not really a detriment to the character. It might be for some other people, but so I think this love triangle just doesn't really, like, it's not like a deal breaker. It's not something that I'm like, oh, it's not like it's not the ninja scene. I'll say that, but it's something that I'm like, it undercuts some of the work some of the good points they make on Pam Bouvier's character. So that's sort of my feelings on the thing.
Because I brought this up with you just before we went live, but one of the things that I really didn't like about Lupe's character, Sanchez's lover and so on, all of the above. Like, again, I'm not an actor. I've never been like an actor in a big like James Bond, blockbuster or anything. But I think her acting gets worse as the film goes on. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just like the lines. Maybe it's just I don't know what it is. But it's something about it where, like that scene you were talking about, she basically goes to Pam to beg her to like help out Bond, and again, you're right, she goes all huffy saying, oh, why won't you pay attention? And like, it is weird because she's like saying things like, oh, I love him, you must save him. And the thing that like confuses me is there's only a couple of scenes that they've been together. The first one was he basically covered her mouth and put a knife to her throat. That was their introduction. So yeah, great start there. Then they're in the casino and she's trying to like warn him off and say, oh, you should just get a plane out of here, and he's like very aggressive saying, no, I'm going to do this. Then they meet in the villa, and obviously I suppose you could twist it and say, it's like James is like her way out of that bad situation. So I suppose I can get it in that sense, but I see what you mean about the triangle. The triangle is a bit unnecessary in terms of like her getting like, it's a bit of a weird one, I will admit. No, I agree with you on that one. I'm just trying to think of any other characters though that we've missed.
The one that we have talked about him. The one that I quite like in The Living Daylights is I quite like Saunders. Like, so the other British agent.
Yeah.
They actually have quite. I think him and Bond actually have quite a good, like. Again, it's quite brief and there's not much screen time developed to it. But I think what time is developed to it, I think actually builds quite a good, like, I quite like the chemistry they have between the two. So Saunders is quite like prim and proper and like by the book, and his regulations, while Bond is just like world weary, like, like last drag of a cigarette, like guy, who's just like flying by the seat of his pants all the time, like just this boiling cauldron. And they play off each other quite well. And they actually have some good, but there's a lot of where Bond is basically like teasing like Saunders and like showing him up and stuff. But there is like a genuine like respect there, and you can see it in one bit, where Bond actually just like gives him actually some genuine thanks. And it builds a relationship. And then it actually, to me, maybe it's just, I don't know if you feel the same way, but to me, it actually builds up when Saunders is killed off. He's killed off like by imposing henchman, whose name we can't remember, but he's killed. So Saunders is killed off by Milkman, by the Milkman. Yeah, sorry, Saunders is killed off by the Milkman. And for me, it actually built a bit. I was like, oh, like, I felt more for the death of Saunders than I did for like a lot of other side characters in these Bond films. I don't think are that well developed. Yeah. So I quite like what they did there. And I like Dr. Love or whatever his name is in License to Kill, like the televangelist, because he's kind of funny and just was like, bless your heart.
I honestly thought that subplot was so weird. Like I've
It
got
is
nothing.
weird.
I've got nothing against it, but it's like it's just such a weird subplot. So kind of just to quickly explain, like there's this subplot in License to Kill where basically Sanchez is like laundering his money through like this televangelist cult. And like it doesn't really pay off, does it? Like
No, it
they,
really doesn't.
for all the screen time like they put to it, like you could have easily cut that all of that out. I mean, don't get me wrong, his character is funny. His character is pretty good, but yeah, I do agree. It's just like a really weird, a really weird like side. It's like kind of subplot is I don't get it, but you know, it adds a bit of memorability, I suppose, to But kind of going back to like Saunders, I think it's really good in the sense that it shows a good contrast between Bond and, like as you said, you know, Bond's like the world weary, you know, do his job and he'll go home and not like think twice about it, whereas the other one, Saunders, sorry, he is very, you know, by the books. And you know, like we make this joke quite a lot whenever we stream games together. We always say, you know, he's a menace, he's a rogue agent, but he's the best damn man we've got, you know. Like just, you know, slamming his fist on the table and everything. But that is almost what Bond is in The Living Daylights. It's like, well, maybe not to like an extreme extent, but he is, you know, that, you know, he'll do anything to kind of achieve his goal, but at the same time, you know, he knows enough like to kind of rein it in. And it is quite interesting seeing them both like have mutual respect for one another. You know, it's like Bond ends up respecting him in the end, and then vice versa. And it's a shame like how he ends up going out of the film, you know, by getting crushed by a mechanical door, and it's like,
oh god, yes, that's
Yeah.
actually quite brutal as well. Like, I mean, you don't see it, but like you can see like the blood and stuff around.
Oh,
So
yeah.
actually, that for a PG film, it is quite like, you know, quite a heavy hitting scene.
I think, other than obviously that and the Green 4 scene, I think it's a lot more implied with the violence.
Yeah.
Whereas in License to Kill, you see like close-ups of people getting mauled by sharks, heads exploding, getting ground into angel dust, let's just say. Really brutal ends, and I think that kind of, it's a strength to The Living Daylights that still keeps it as a Bond film, whereas License to Kill, I don't know, I've actually got a question for you. Do you think that Bond, or not Bond, but License to Kill is more Americanized than a lot of the other Bond films?
I think, no, I do think so. I think it resembles much more, maybe what you could say, quote unquote, like Hollywood action movie. A lot of it. I think it has a bit more complexity than some do, but like it definitely resembles a lot more that kind of like the way it's structured, its themes. It's much more that like than it is. You know, maybe the classic, like,
what they made
Spy. I think that's maybe underlined by the fact that I don't think Bond is in the UK at any point during. I know there's like a scene in London, but Bond don't think it's in the UK at any point during that film. He's always, you know, he's always in the America or like the Caribbean or, you know, around that kind of area.
Yeah.
So yeah,
no, fair point. Yeah. So kind of summing up, like in one word, or not one word, but in a couple of words, how would you describe like the Dalton era as a whole?
I think it was a sign of what was to come, but also like too far ahead of its time. In the way that it clearly didn't resonate, especially License to Kill didn't resonate at the time. But if you look at where the Bond franchise is now, to me, it's clear that like these two films paved the way for that.
I totally agree with that. It's like trying to get over. I mean, I suppose it's the same with shows like Doctor Who and things like that, where you get a different actor and whoever's like, you know, running the show, whether it be the director of the film or whatever, you know, and they'll put their spin on it, and audiences aren't gonna pick up like right away. I mean, look at Sean Connery, like, and how much backlash George Lazenby got. I am like kind of off on a mini tangent, but was he not the guy who did the milk tray adverts?
I think he might have been.
The only reason I
You're
remember,
right.
the only reason I remember that is so there used to be this advert like long before our time. I'm just pointing out we are nowhere near that age. We're world weary men, but we're not that old.
You sure about that?
But yeah, there used to be these
Are you
adverts
sure about that?
like decades ago for just basically Cadbury's chocolate, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And it was like Milk Tray or something, and it used to be an advert where a guy broke into a woman's like bedroom, left her chocolates, and then like escaped James Bond style. And then the tagline was like, "Oh, because the lady loves Milk Tray," which, see, in all honesty, bit creepy, but you know, different time, all of that. Like that's a whole separate thing. And that kind of like, yeah, that set him up for being Bond, which is a very kind of very weird thing to consider.
I mean, the story, some of the stories about how George Lazenby like blagged his way into being Bond are actually fascinating, and maybe you save those for another. If we do end up doing more podcasts, I'll save those. But they are genuinely really funny, and you're like, damn, the balls on the guy. You gotta admire it.
Yeah, we definitely need to do one on Her Majesty's Secret Service because it's both a fascinating film and just a fascinating time capsule in general.
Yeah,
yeah, it'll be fun to actually look into that again. Yeah, sorry, reeling back in. Reeling back into Timothy Dalton. Like, yeah, I do agree that he was definitely ahead of his time because there was a lot of people who, you know, I think criticised. Like, as I said, I didn't watch this film until about 6-7 years ago, maybe, when I was still in university, and you know, I was blown away by how good The Living Daylights were in Licence to Kill, because this is going to be a controversial opinion, but I feel as if a lot of the older James Bonds are a hit or miss. Like, there's a lot of them that just drag on for far too long. There's a lot of them that just, you're like, come on, get to the plot. You know,
Get to the plot, come on, I'm bored.
It's not like, I think it's just the time the films were made, if you know what I mean. It's like, it's not, you know, it's not compared to like how films are kind of made nowadays. Whereas I feel as if The Living Daylights and Licence to Kill like hit that soft spot, or just the right spot of, you know, it's fast paced enough to keep you interested. It's got all these small details that make it a bit more intriguing. Whereas obviously, you know, some of the older ones you're kind of like, just a bit kind of plodding and slow, which is why I was really surprised when I first watched them, and I really enjoyed it. I thought they were great, and by far Timothy Dalton is one of my favourite Bonds because of that. But I think you think the same, but I genuinely think it's a damn shame that it wasn't
more mileage
for another film.
Yeah. We have 300 gallons of truck now.
That apparently they wrote a script for, and according to this is according to IMDb, so it could be wrong, I don't know, but apparently it was meant to be set in Scotland, and it was supposed to be something to do with like nanotechnology. It wasn't even to do with I'm actually going to look up the name of it quickly, but it was definitely supposed to be, yeah, it was supposed to be like his, you know, kind of swan song, I suppose.
Yeah.
Up until, I think it was, the reason I think he didn't come back was because they said it was like too long a period to wait for Bond to come back.
I think he had sort of run. I think he had kind of been ground down a bit with how long the process was, and I think he kind of got sick of waiting. Because I think as well, I read something, again, this might not be true, but I read something that like they obviously wanted to bring him back for this one film, but they then wanted him to do more. They wanted him to do like another 3 or 4, and he just was not willing to commit to that long a run. I think he would have maybe done it if it had been one. Like, if it had just been a one-off one, he probably would have done it, but I think it was they weren't going to let him just do that. He was going to have to do like another 3. And he was just, I think he was just over it by that point. He wanted to move on and do other things. It was such a long gap, you know, between Licence to Kill and then this new one being made that I think he just, his just interest faded in it. And you know what, I got to give him, as much as I'd love to have seen, and I'm with you, I think it's a crying shame it wasn't the third one. And I think I said this to you, but I'm convinced that if there'd been 1 or 2 more Dalton films, I think Dalton wouldn't be such like a niche choice to say Dalton's my favourite Bond, you know. But I've got to give him credit, like, you know, he didn't want to do it, and I give Sean Connery and Daniel Craig some like shit for, you know, for doing Bond films when they clearly weren't interested in doing it. So I've got to give respect to Tim Dalton for just stepping away when he didn't want to do it.
I think it definitely, like, as I said, as much as we would have liked to have seen him in other films, I think it's better that he walked away on a strong note. Like, maybe
Yeah.
not at the time. Maybe people thought, oh, it's too violent, or they, you know, because License to Kill is, from what I know, and I could be wrong on this as well, but I'm sure it was like the least successful Bond film, or one of them anyway. Probably because it was like too dark, too violent, you know, which is weird because I can't believe that.
I mean, I've always said my favorite Bond films was Goldfinger. I'm just biased. I like Goldfinger.
I'm still like, I'm still trying to.
Also loved
that,
Skyfall.
But, you know, it is
film.
what it is. But yeah, I do think that it's definitely an underrated. I would definitely say it's underrated. Like, it's getting a lot more love these days, and I think especially with, and this is another like whole chat tsunami topic as well, but I do think, like, especially with Daniel Craig, that is the guy I'm thinking of. His mind, like, his name went out of my mind for just a brief second, but yeah, Daniel Craig, I think he is probably like reviving that interest of the darker Bond. He's got his flaws, he does, like, again, that's a whole like separate issue, but yeah, it's good to see that he's getting a bit of love. Timothy Dalton, I mean, it's good to see that he's getting a bit more love for his stint as Bond. And yeah, it's definitely two films that, if you guys haven't seen it, to everyone who's listening, go check them out. But I would warn you that if you're a bit squeamish to violence, be wary of License to Kill. The Living Daylights is basically your typical violence for a Bond film.
Yeah.
You know, punching, shooting, that kind of thing. But yeah, License to Kill gets a bit intense at times, so if you're gonna watch it, be careful. But other than that, I would wholeheartedly recommend them.
Yeah, I would say watch The Living Daylights, and you know what, if you like what Dalton did, and you're intrigued by his Bond, like the film, and you want some more, then go check out License to Kill. You know, I think if you watch Living Daylights, and you just don't like the direction it's going for and stuff, then it's probably not worth investing time in License to Kill. But at least give one of them a try. I'd say at least give one of them a try. If you like Bond, give one of them a try. Especially if you like the Craig ones and you haven't seen these Dalton ones. Go back and watch them.
No, I won't go into that rabbit hole. I was going to ask what you think, like, compared to, like, the Pierce Brosnan era, because that is actually quite an interesting thing. Like, before we wrap up, one of the things that I have heard about, like, the Pierce Brosnan films was that when he got to, not License to Kill, what was it? What was his final one? Tomorrow.
Brosnan.
Not
Die Another Day.
Die Another Day, yeah. There was so many, like, Die films.
Yeah, that was a time.
Yeah, it was like half of the films had the word Die in it. Yeah. But yeah, in Die Another Day, I think in an interview he said he wanted to bring Bond to, you know, like a gritty and semi-realistic, and that's kind of how they begin. Like, he gets caught by, I think it's North Koreans or something, and he gets tortured and everything, and then like 2 seconds later he's back to normal, you know, and it's like, okay. Whereas it seems as if, at least with Dalton's films, at least there's kind of cause and effect, you know, like his friend gets mutilated, so he like, gets really angry, and he's always on.
I don't think I did. I think I've been too young for those films. I just can't remember.
Like he's kind of wary about certain things, like, and this, as we said, as soon as Saunders was killed, he like ended up running after,
I don't think
the guy with his gun out, just
pulling a gun on a mum and child.
Exactly, and they just run away. The poor like Austrian mother and child combo just run away. It's like, oh my god, this is... But yeah, I think it's really well done. And if you haven't checked out Timothy Dalton but you like the other Bond films, yeah, I would wholeheartedly recommend it, and I'm assuming you would be the same.
Yep, I concur.
Yes. It's a very good set of films, I have to say. So yeah, if you want to follow me in any other places, you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and of course Twitch under the name Satsunami42. We also have a Discord server where we will probably be talking about this in more detail.
There'll be more.
Oh yeah, well, there'll definitely be a very deep discussion about like things we probably missed. So yeah, if you want to check us out there, then please feel free. But until then, thank you all so much for dropping by. Stay safe, stay awesome, and most importantly, as always, stay hydrated, and we'll see you next week. Bye guys.
Bye.
I like cheese.
Welcome to Chat Tsunami. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 13th episode of Chatsunami. I'm Satsunami, and today I'm getting a sense of deja vu because I'm joined once again by my very good friend Adam. Hello there.
Hi, good to be back. As much as you try to get rid of me, you never can.
We've got a boomerang friendship, what can I say?
I always come back and smack you in the face.
You do.
Sometimes the back of the head.
Yeah.
No, people.
It depends which
well.
way I'm not looking, you know.
In the world.
It keeps it, as we were saying before the stream, it keeps me on my toes, you know.
On your toes or in the hospital.
Yes. Speaking of nostalgic things, no joking. So yeah, as you can see, today we are going to be covering the topic of nostalgia, which I have to admit. So I was saying this to you before the stream. It's quite a well talked about subject in terms of video games, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I think we were both saying surprisingly so. You know, you expect some people to talk about it, but there seems to be a kind of wealth of discussion about the topic.
And it's just so interesting. So, like, before we go into, give our 2 cents about it, do you want to tell the audience listening at home what do we mean when we say nostalgic? So it's that feeling, so nostalgia really relates to, it's really all about feeling. And it's the feelings that, certain, we use video games because we're obviously talking about video games, but so certain video games gave you, usually when you're younger, in your kind of formative years, those experiences and those feelings that those games gave you and that you hold on to, you internalize, and they're always present. And, certain things like can just remind you of that. And I think the kind of scientific thing is it releases like dopamine, into your body to give you that lovely that good old hit, that good old chemical hit to make you feel good, and you're always in a way kind of craving that. And that's why we look back so fondly on certain things. No, it's even just the idea of not even the game itself, but something. I'm kind of looking at the artwork that I used for today's episode, and in it there's like a lot of kind of icons from old games, like from Space Invaders and Mario and things like that. And it's like even looking at small symbols like that, it doesn't even have to be the fully fledged game. It's just like seeing those images and then getting that kind of rush of nostalgia of the first time you saw them. And it is.
Yeah, it just kind of overwhelmed you.
Yeah, it brings a tear to your eye, which thank God we've not. I was going to say thank God we've not got like webcams or anything. we can pretend, that we're crying in the background.
Especially good. I wore mascara today. You'd definitely be able to tell.
I know it would be running.
Tender crying.
Nostalgic running.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
So yeah, to kind of kick us off. Do you want to share any like notable nostalgic moments in relation to video games?
Yeah, certainly. Well, I mean, I think over the course of these various Chatsunamis, I have sort of revealed my sort of nostalgic tendencies for certain games. Certainly, if you listen to the childhood games one, I wax lyrical for God knows how long about the Medal of Honor series. That is a game series that I do have a heavy nostalgia for. Other games as well, like the original Rome Total War is one that I absolutely adore, and I really that hits a very strong nostalgic nerve for me when I think about that, and like just the hours I devoted to it and how much fun I had, and like how much I look forward to playing it. The original Halo, go back to listen to our episode on Halo, how much I love the original Halo, just because of the time when I played it, one of the first proper video games I played, and just it just stuck with me, the feelings. A more recent one, a more modern one for me was Skyrim. How old Skyrim? With 10 years now. 10 years this year.
Yeah, 2011.
Yeah, that's when it came out. So that's slightly more recent. So I was 19 when I played that, but still properly hit me. And I've actually started replaying it again recently, and all the feels are coming back and everything. I'm like, I'm back in Tamriel, Skyrim.
The microphone before my
face. Those are a couple of games there. I mean, I've picked ones that I think are probably kind of at least well received and well acclaimed. There's a couple of other ones. There's a game called A Fusion Frenzy, which I don't know if you've heard of, or if anybody's ever heard of. It's on Game Pass now. It was exclusive for the original Xbox. It's basically like a knockoff Mario Party. But I used to play that when I was quite young, with friends and stuff. And so I've got. It's not a great game, and I've not played it in years. And I don't think it would be good to go back to. But I just have great memories. I'm like, Fusion Frenzy.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just writing that down in the background, just adding it to the backlog of many games I need to play.
maybe I'll convince the sandwich. I think it's a 4-player one, so I can
Ooh.
convince the sandwiches to have a go, and then you can be like, Adam, what is this crap? Let us play for how long?
Oh god, that is the worst though. See when you've got such a nostalgia for a game, and then you tell people about it, you're like, this game was so good, and then they actually play it, and you're just like, oh god, I'm so sorry. It didn't hold up.
I humbly apologise.
I mean, the worst one for me, like, for that was, I think I've brought it up before, but GoldenEye Rogue Agent.
Oh yeah.
So I remember I'd bought it in one of these like second-hand, I think it was one of these second-hand like game and DVD shops, and I brought it back for one of my friends to play, and I was really excited to show him because I loved playing it on the GameCube. I was like, oh, we've got to play it, and basically the story is that you play as it's like you play as a rogue agent who works for the bad guys rather than playing as James Bond. And it's really cool. I really enjoyed it. The only issue is, I remember turning it on for the first time being like, oh, this is going to be so cool. And we put it on, and then, yeah, it was like, yeah, which pixels, James Bond. Like, it was all distorted. It was just a mess. It was not a happy night for video games that night.
But that's the funny thing, isn't it, about nostalgia? Like, the most important thing about nostalgia is that feeling. It's not actually if something was good or not, you know, whether it be video games, movies, whatever you're talking about. It doesn't matter if it was actually good or not objectively. It's all about that feeling. So that's what we were talking about, obviously, you with Rogue Agent, me with that Fusion Frenzy. Like, it's the feelings we associate just override any kind of, like, quality control issues or anything like that.
See, that was one of the things that when I started doing my streams, I really wanted to. So this is a really weird thing, but I really wanted to share like my childhood games, and yeah, bad idea on my front, because a lot of them don't hold up. Like as I said, the first game I played was Pokemon. It's changed so much over the course of like the last couple of years. What was the other one? Oh yeah, Simpsons Hit and Run. The less said about that, the better. Where basically I had to rage quit at the very last level because I missed out like by a second, and it was like, yeah, no, I'm getting too old for this. What's the other one? Oh yeah, Destroy All Humans. Similar thing. Where I absolutely raged at the very end. You know, I'm becoming an old man. You know, I'm becoming an old man looking back bitter and being like, oh, these games and these youngsters.
I feel like a lot of the games you like, your favorite like childhood games are like what I associate the Dan Brown books with. It's like they're really compelling, like, and they're really compelling through the kind of beginning and middle, and you keep wanting to play, and then you just get a really unsatisfying ending. I can just get those feelings. I'm like, oh, it reminds me of that.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever reread, like, kind of slightly off topic, but have you ever reread a Dan Brown book and been like, oh my god. Oh,
I don't think I shall either.
Yeah, I can't remember what one, whether it was a Da Vinci Code or what it was, but it was like one of them where just the writing was just, I was just like, yeah, well, let's put this down into the cupboard. Let's not read more about silver foxes and things like that. Let's just lock this cupboard, much like, you know, the secrets of the church or whatever. Let's just lock this away and just never talk about this again. You know, it's like, oh my god.
I don't know the book, but another film's good.
Because
Another
back
great
to
film.
video games. That's next week's chat tsunami.
Yes.
I'm probably like treading over old ground. I think we both are, because we have like talked in depth, haven't we, about like our childhood games and things. For me, definitely one of the most like vivid memories for me was Pokemon Yellow. That was the very first Pokemon game I ever got. And don't get me wrong, like, some games, like Nintendo games especially, but some games do actually really hold up. It's like because there's like better versions of them. See, when you go back and replay the old Call of Duty games, like Call of Duty, I actually didn't, and this is a weird one, I didn't get into Call of Duty till I was about 15 years old. The reason being that my parents were quite strict about what games I could play. Like, they didn't mind if it was a 15, so long as I was 15 years old. So, like, I had to wait till I was 15 to play Call of Duty 3, and I absolutely loved it. Thought it was really good, and yeah, that's kind of the spiral that got me into like FPS games. But see, going back to those old games, like I think the only exception for old games is probably like Battlefront 2, or even the
Yeah.
old like Battlefront. Like those kind of games really hold up because they're more kind of fun and arcadey, whereas like a game that's supposed to be a serious war shooter like Call of Duty, like you've already got ones that are mechanically so much better. And again, it's that kind of idea, isn't it, that you're trying to leave it in like a bubble. It's
Well,
like you
yeah.
you don't want to bring it to the surface, but then when you do, you realise that maybe it's not. I mean, not always. I mean, I'm not saying like everything nostalgic is terrible.
Yeah, I think
But
it depends. I think it really depends as well. Like, I totally agree. Like, there's definitely some things you go back to and you're like, oh god, like
Oh
this
yeah.
hasn't held up at all. But I still like. Again, this is a purely personal, purely subjective thing. So other opinions are available. But like, I go back to because I a strong love of the early kind of Call of Duty franchise. So I can still go back and play those. And like, I agree. Like, you're a bit like, some of it's a bit clunky now. And you're like, damn, I could really do with a sprint button.
Oh yeah.
But like, I still really enjoy those games. And I think a lot of that is a good old heavy dose of nostalgia, which kind of allows me to see past these sort of mechanical things. But with some, I totally agree with some other things. You're like, God, it doesn't matter. You could like literally dunk me in a vat of nostalgia here, and I cannot get past these glaring like mechanical or performance or graphical issues.
I always remember, slightly off topic, but I remember when I can't
the-
remember if
the,
you were there.
complicated
It was one of the
keyboard?
Comic Cons, like
I
one of
think
the
we want
bigger
to
Comic
get
Cons
up,
that we
by the
went to
way.
in the city, and there was this like huge stall. I remember
It was
where
annoying.
it was selling like all the old video game, not
Oh,
cartridges,
yeah.
sorry, all the old video game like the consoles and things.
Oh, nice.
I remember this like boy that like honestly like maybe 10 to 12 years old turned round to me randomly, did not know this like lost sassy child at all, and he went, I actually don't know what game thing I should get because that one's £50 but that one's 40. And do you know what he was pointing at? He was pointing at the he was pointing at the Game Boy Advance and the Game Boy SP, and I was like,
God.
oh god, I remember. You weren't even born when these were out.
God.
I'm like,
You
oh
don't
wow.
know.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
like,
no.
oh my god. Wait, I didn't have an SP, granted, but I was like, you know the meme, or not the meme, but the scene from I think it's the Chronicles of Narnia. You're the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Yeah.
Where it's Aslan who turns around and says, "Don't speak those words, which I was there when they were written." It's like that's how you feel because you're like, my god, I'm old. I mean, another quick tangent. I put a tweet out about this, but I remember going to, again, it was another smaller Comic Con, and I think you were there because I did complain to you about this, where in like one of the side rooms there was like this, and I kid you not, I'm doing air quotes just now, it was a retro gaming room. And this was only a couple of years ago, keep in mind. Like, this was like 2018, 19 maybe. And I kid you not, you walked in and there was like a Nintendo Wii and Xbox 360 like hooked up. And I was like, this isn't retro.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
no,
technically,
no.
but I was like, no.
Nope.
I was expecting like,
Nope,
I mean,
nope,
don't get me
nope,
wrong,
nope,
they had like,
nope,
like the
nope, 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 nope,
GameCube
nope,
and like the N64
Not retro.
and things, but even
Not old
still,
enough
that
yet.
is, that's just ridiculous.
Not old enough.
It's
I'll
funny,
tell
it's
you.
funny because even like a GameCube to me, or like a PS2 or like an Xbox, that's not retro to me.
Mhm.
And that's just obviously because
Yeah.
that was like the generation that I got into consoles. So, but that's not retro. But yeah, like I remember that as well. I don't think I've ever felt as old
Yeah.
as in a single place as I did in that room. I was like, my god, all the glass cases.
Yeah,
Like,
and you've got like, and you've got like the kid in the corner with the, like N64 controller upside down and everything. You're like, oh my god, this is just an omni shambles of the highest.
heathen.
Get away from it. It's just, it was so weird to see. But that's the thing though, it's kind
Yeah.
of like the ever changing landscape, isn't it, of gaming, where
Yeah.
they kind of have to change. So this was something that I saw someone bring up the other day. Kind of inspired me to do this, but it was like the idea that like, see nowadays how kids are playing like, Fortnite and things like that. And we kind of like jokingly, I think you and I kind of go, oh, Fortnite, it's a young man's game.
Yeah.
We
That's
can-
not for us.
yeah. Whereas, like,
Oh god,
to
I'm not gonna play
them,
fucking
like
Fortnite.
in years to come,
No,
you know,
no, I
that's going to be the retro thing, which is
don't
really,
play Fortnite.
is
Please don't
really
make me.
scary. See, once Fortnite becomes
That's
like the
awful.
retro gaming thing, oh Jesus, that's when we are officially old. I mean, we're already getting old now, but see, when it gets to that stage, we are. Oh God, yeah.
They'll have to be removed from society.
Stop it.
But
Please stop
what,
make me
you mean,
feel
like
fucking
Logan
old
Run style?
anymore I am.
Yeah, pretty
Please stop.
I think we've only got
Why?
a year left, in all honesty.
God, better make it count.
Yeah. Oh God. But yeah, moving on to the cheerier side of nostalgia. One of the funny things that I noticed was that, so a while ago, you and I and our good friend Stephen went through all three of the original Halo games. So of course Halo 1 to 3, and technically we got through ODST and Halo 4 as well, didn't we?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
actually completed it.
Yeah. Oh no, we didn't complete Halo ODST, but let's just say
Yes, we
we
did.
did.
Yes, we did. It's canon. We did it.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, it's in the lore. It's like the forgotten files. Someone's lost the footage. Probably Stephen. I know. The thing that I found interesting was when I was about 15 years old, and that was a while ago, so don't ask. When I was 15, I played
A while
Halo 3
ago.
for the first time. So I wasn't really as
no.
lucky. Like, I didn't get to grow up playing Halo. And I didn't really go to anyone's house who, you know, like had an Xbox. So I never got the chance to like play it until I was 15. And I really enjoyed like Halo 3. Granted, you know, like I had no idea what was going on, but I was still like, you know, I'm in it for the I'm in it for the fun, you know, why not? So I was playing, you know, Halo 3, really enjoying it, and I remember Stephen was in a kind of similar boat. He played Halo 3 first as well when we first streamed it last year, and yeah, it's strange because he had the exact same experience I did, where he played Halo 3 first, then he went back to Halo 1, and then he played Halo 2 with me on stream, and he hated Halo 1. But
Yeah.
I remember when I played it, I didn't think there was too much of a difference. Like, obviously the graphics, you know, you can't help that with these nostalgic
why.
games, but other than
Never
that,
have.
like, I
Never
thought the
really
gameplay was very
into Xbox
simple.
until recently.
Yeah, like it's definitely reminiscent enough.
But
Obviously,
but
they've made some changes,
Jesus
but it
Christ.
is reminiscent enough. I think it's, I think it's partly that thing of being an
Oh,
older
top to the
game
spot
where like,
list.
the difficulty was a lot steeper. You know, like
Oh.
they throw a lot more at you in Halo, and you're having to like you're
Mhm.
put into a lot of really difficult fights in very kind of close quarters. So I do think, you know, again, I'm not
5 minutes,
speaking
alright.
for Stephen, but like I do think that the difficulty
Only
curve
5 minutes could be
probably
worse.
the
Listen,
thing, and I think that's the thing that kind
damage.
of kills a lot of people's interest in older games if they haven't, you know, if they didn't play them at the time, is that they can be like really bloody difficult. But again, I think it's that funny thing because you just don't know how people are going to react to things. And so you obviously really enjoyed Halo 3 when you played it the first time. So like perhaps there was enough good feeling there, and you're like, oh, you know, I enjoyed this to kind of push through any of the more sort of, you know,
That's a
trickier
flashbang.
bits of.
I think I'm gonna make sure a cup of tea
the
actually
original
before
Halo.
this one.
That feeling was able to propel
Yes,
you up.
cup
but-
of tea.
Yeah,
maybe not.
I don't know. I feel as if between that and kind of the extra like material that was available at the time, like there was a lot of shows. Like I know I've talked about the show a lot, but like RB and the Chief was one of them.
Oh yeah.
It was like a show that was
We're
on
back.
constantly. Same with what's the other one? Like even for Call of Duty, there was Online Gamer as well. Which online, so kind of just to quickly summarize, RB and the Chief was just basically a guy who had 2 Halo figures, and he just basically like pretended to, you know, that it was like an adult version of Toy Story, pretended they were live or alive, sorry, and just they spent their days playing the Xbox, and they just spent their day playing Halo. And it was the same with the Online Gamer, but the only difference was the Online Gamer was just about a guy who was just a stereotype, like horrible person, like, but just this guy who played COD all the time, and kind of, you know, like it was kind of the thing at the time to stereotype, I suppose. Really interesting, but like that kind of added to the nostalgia, which it sounds a bit weird to say like it wasn't enough. Like I feel kind of bad being like, oh, is it not enough that the game gives you the nostalgic feelings? It's like, no, I need more, damn it, more. Oh god, it's like Little Shop of Horrors all over again. You know, it's like more.
Feed me.
Exactly. But yeah, it's just that kind of feeling of remembering those kind of, I guess you could say, good days. You know, it's like the days
Yeah.
where we had kind of less responsibilities, and you know, we had more time to game and everything,
God, yeah.
and you know, it was just like a bit of a simpler time, not as stressful at times. You know, obviously except for school and things, and you know, like other than that. Sorry.
That's the kind of sorry, just say that's the kind of thing about nostalgia as well. Like
Mhm.
I think as human beings, like we hold on to good memories longer than we do bad memories.
Mhm.
So you know, even though like, and you're definitely right. We definitely have more time, less responsibilities at a younger age. You know, and we could devote more time to games. Even if we did have responsibilities and things going on at that time that weren't as great, we probably we don't remember them as well as we remember like, oh, like, you know, the good things we did, like
Mhm.
whatever they were, playing video games, whatever, like etc. etc.
Yeah, back in the good old days, you know.
Back in them
There's
days.
yeah, shedding a tear there. So that kind of, speaking of like the good side of nostalgia, that kind of brings us on to like a very nice segue. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
For
Practiced it all day.
yeah, so we're going to talk about the kind of, I suppose, like the duality of nostalgia. We're going to be talking about like the good side of nostalgia. So as we were saying about, you know, bringing back those good memories and things, and as well we're going to dive into probably the less desirable aspects of nostalgia. Yeah, let's kick it off. So do you want to start with what good things come from nostalgia?
Yeah, well, I'll start. I mean, for a start, like you should do, well, not, maybe you can't always do, but you should do things that make you feel good.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, I think that's like maybe the primary good thing about nostalgia. If it makes you feel good to play something, you know, play a video game or whatever, you know, then you should do it. Because, you know, at the end of the day, like, it's not right to punish yourself or anything, but deny yourself something like that. So that's like the primary benefit. It's just good for your like well-being, for your mental health or whatever. So definitely, the good thing about, like, I think with a lot of these games and and other things and whatever, like, that we get nostalgic about, they happen. A lot of these are associated with times in our life, like childhood, you know, teenage years, times like our formative years, where we're growing and we're learning a lot about ourselves and we're kind of developing our own identity, and that's why a lot of these things resonate. You know, that's like, as I said, when I was talking about like Medal of Honor and stuff, at the time that I got into the Medal of Honor series, that was a time that my interest in history was really developing, and my interest in, like, you know, the world wars and everything, and that's something that I've carried through with me to this day. And so that's like that's a part of me that, you know, was developing at that time, and I associate with playing Medal of Honor games and other games like, you know, early Call of Duties. So like I look back fondly as that, as like that was a development of part of my self identity and my own interests and hobbies. So, you know, like, from that perspective, you know, while maybe perhaps like nostalgia itself isn't the reason, you know, you develop these interests and everything, it's good to remind. It can be a good way to remind yourself, and be like, do you know what, this is what I'm passionate about. This is my hobby. This is what I like to do. This is what I'm interested in. And it's, you know, it's important to have interests and hobbies and everything, whether you want to share them with other people or whether you just want to like indulge them yourself. Like, that's fine either way. But so nostalgia is a good way, I think, to remind yourself and be like, you know what, and get to know yourself a bit better, you know, and show yourself some self-love. So I would say, looking at that, I think those are the two main kind of benefits, I would say, of nostalgia.
Because it is, nostalgia is a bit like, and I don't want to oversimplify it, but it is like that kind of comfort blanket when it comes to video games. It's that idea of kind of, and I think I brought this up in our episode about like childhood games, but it's like, for example, this is my gaming confession, so I'm saying it live. I used to be a Sonic fan. I'm sorry, you had to find out this way. I don't. See, I always have a soft spot for, like, see Pokemon and Sonic and games like that. I'll always have like a really soft spot for those games, because Sonic is just one of those franchises that has gone down the tube. And like, I think I ranted about like this on our bad video games episode, but honest to goodness, like, it's one of those series that I still remember growing up with. The like Sonic Adventure series, I grew up with, you know, Heroes, and even Shadow the Hedgehog. Just a quick reminder, that is the game where they gave a hedgehog a gun to shoot aliens. So you're thinking, what the hell? In fact, I always remember that. Like, I've got a distinct memory, even though the game was bad. Like, before I played it, that's going to sound really strange, but I always remember I was in church with my mum when I was younger, and I remember sitting there and I saw something kind of peek out her bag, and I was like, what is that? And I don't know whether she'd gone out and bought it, you know, and she just forgot to take it out her bag. But she had got it for, it was either my Christmas or either my birthday or Christmas, but she had actually got that game. So it was like sitting in, and I kept looking in her bag, and I think people were starting to think, why is he going into his mum's bag so much? It's like, because it's a new Sonic the Hedgehog game. You know, it's like, I just remember getting so excited about that. And obviously you play the game and it doesn't like hold up and everything, but the point is, like, it's almost as if like these memories, like whether the game is good or bad, like it almost feels as if the nostalgia kind of takes that away, if you know what I mean, or at least softens the blow. Like I remember even on this channel playing a bit of Shadow the Hedgehog. Obviously not a great game, but at least you can talk about it. Like, that is the thing. Like, even though it's bad, at least it gives you something to kind of talk about, and it's also a good icebreaker as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Like, I mean, even saying to someone, like, I always remember at university people saying, oh, I'm playing Pokemon. And, you know, you're like, oh, you're playing Pokemon. I used to love Pokemon when I was growing up. But it's weird because when you're in, like, high school, you're not far enough ahead that it's nostalgic enough. So people still have, like, those kind of games, like, fresh in the memory and the kind of... You know that way you get a lot of people who gatekeep what you like and what you don't like, so they're kind of like, oh, you like Pokemon, or you like Call of Duty when Halo's the next best thing, or you know, whatever games. At the time, I'm trying to think of the popular games when we were growing up, you know, like the Marios and
oh yeah, well certainly Call of Duty was height, like, you know, absolutely definitely ascending at least.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, it's given it time to, I suppose it's given it time to kind of age like a fine wine, isn't it?
Yeah.
To kind of like mature and then get your opinions and look at it in hindsight, and you know, look back in as I was saying, like a simpler time where you can kind of like retreat into, you know, those kind of days where you could just play those games, and it gives you like that kind of rush of just like feels, I suppose, to coin a phrase. Yeah, so as I said, it's definitely that comfort blanket, and I do feel it's good as well to kind of, you know, like to unite with friends as well. I feel as if, like, if it's not a good way to, like, you know, be a icebreaker, it's definitely a good way to kind of connect with people. You and me have played, like, a lot of games on, you know, during the lockdown and things online, and you know, mostly it's been like Call of Duty and games like that. Of course, we've also included Stephen, which I feel as if I've gotten to know Stephen a bit better throughout this because of, you know, being able to play like games that we used to like. For anyone wondering, yes, it's Call of Duty. But, you know, it's like games we used to play when we were younger, and then, because I remember at the start of the lockdown, I was kind of thinking, oh, should I buy it, should I not? Because I think, see, up until that point, it was a while since I'd played, like, a Call of Duty game, and then I think you had said you had it, and Stephen had it, and then I was like, should I get it? And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get Modern Warfare. And I did, and I don't regret it, because, you know, those couple of months, they were just, like, a blast. You know, being able to connect with you guys, even though nowadays we obviously can't do that physically because of, you know, restrictions and things. But yeah, it's like going back to those days of, and I think I mentioned this in a past episode, but it's like, do you remember back in the day when you would go to someone's house and you would like play, you know, you would play a 2-player game, but obviously it would be like split screen rather than, you know, online. I don't know, there's something kind of nice about that. You know, there was something personal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know. Oh, yeah, I totally agree, and that's one thing that I'm dead keen. I think I might have mentioned it, at least to you. I think I might mention it to Stephen as well. But like once all this craziness is over, you know, and we can meet up again, I really want to crack out, like, because I have my original Xbox like hacked away at the minute in a cupboard. I really want to crack it out and like load up, ideally probably the Time Splitters games again. I get you guys over and just play it. And again, perhaps they don't hold up as well. There's another game that you played.
Okay,
on
Cup
stream
has been achieved.
but like just load them up, and again, even if they don't hold up as well now, like I still think it'll be a laugh just to, like, you know, just to get you guys over and just
That one at first before I fucking be a potato.
See, the funny thing about like Time Splitters was like that was another game I got really late into, but because it was like another friend who was like promoting it through his own nostalgia. Yeah. So it's kind of like, this is going to sound weird, it's like a nostalgia chain where it's like he played it when he was younger, he promoted it to me because he was nostalgic about this game, and then he just got this newfound sense of nostalgia from, so basically, just to kind of quickly explain,
Okay.
it was a friend of mine who told me
Let's
to buy
stretch,
it in
go
this
for tea,
second-hand
and I can power
video
on
game
now.
shop, and I bought it thinking, I don't know if this will be my kind of game, but we like spent the whole night completely tearing through Time Splitters 2, and even though, I don't even know if you would include that in the nostalgia bracket, because it was like 6, 7, maybe even 8 years ago, 6 to 8 years ago maybe, and I still feel kind of nostalgic because every time I look at the game, I think of
I've never played
those
Time
times
Splitters.
I
There's a few
spent
games I've not
in
played.
university, kind of just
That's the
sitting
problem.
up
I have too many games I haven't played
playing those
before.
games, and it is weird how
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
weird how infectious
I think that's-
nostalgia can be.
Thing is, I got too many
I
games
feel
I
it.
need to
Yeah.
play.
Well, it's like a kind of
game
philosophical
list is
question, isn't it?
ridiculously
Like how old does it have to be nostalgic?
So yeah,
Like I don't know if there's a definite answer to
too many
that.
games.
I mean, you could have played something last year or something last year that you feel nostalgic for. Like, I mean, and I guess again, it varies at different levels. Like, you obviously have really strong nostalgia, and that's probably associated with games you played in your childhood, your teenage years. But you can get like lesser extensive nostalgia. So like, I think it's one of these things that varies on a scale. But I think as well, that's another good thing about nostalgia.
There we go.
Is it's a way to
Got
get
36
introduced
minutes
to
left
new
in this
things.
job. We're going
Well, it
to
doesn't
through.
even so much. I mean, you can obviously introduce people to new things.
Yeah,
But as well, like,
shall we, motherfucker?
just by meeting somebody and like kind of interacting with their nostalgia, you can get introduced to
Only
things
now
that you might not have even
is a
bothered
new
to look
headset.
at before. And like I
Yeah.
would encourage people to like to share like their. I know sometimes people you can, it's kind of natural to like
What is this
not want
music-
to share everything
music
because you're like,
not
well, I don't
does
want to
any
like open
fancy
myself
like,
up and share. But I think it is maybe not
I don't
with,
do fancy.
with people you kind of trust
I can then
that
retire.
are like good people.
Oh, yeah.
Hi.
I would encourage people to open up because at the end of the day,
And,
like as long as you remember
nice
that your
headphones.
opinion isn't sacrosanct. It's not like because you like this, everybody else must like this, and no other opinions are available. Like people are.
I like
gonna,
this,
have
and my
different
opinion's
opinions,
valid.
It's fine.
No, it's not. My
okay to
opinion's
have
rubbish.
opinions and stuff, as long as you respect
Remember,
them about it.
games are
But
opinions.
and so
subjective.
perhaps in the same way
Always
that
pick the game you
obviously I
enjoy
have
the
a
most.
great
Don't
fondness
pick
for
say,
Halo,
oh, it's the
but
right game,
obviously
let's
as
play
a
it.
team player, he
But
didn't have
no.
that.
Oh, I go,
and,
okay.
like we do joke. I think I got a little bit defensive at first about that. I was like, no, how dare you? You're wrong. You're just wrong.
How dare
But,
you?
like,
You
a
are
bit of
wrong, and
reflection,
I
was
feel
like,
you're wrong.
I
How
sound
dare
like
you?
some proper child right now. So like, just
Blah,
a bit
blah,
of
blah.
reflection. You're like, you know what? But I'm so
Burp, burp,
glad
burp.
that I shared that, and so perhaps he didn't love it as much as I did, but that's fine.
Mhm.
Perhaps share something else. Child didn't. He might like it just as much as I do. So it's a good way just to connect. You said this right. Just a good way to connect with people.
There is that kind of issue, isn't it, from trying to like disconnect your nostalgic self from your objective self when it comes to those games. So,
I
for
feel good.
example, like I've
Maybe you
seen a
watch
lot
films
of
tonight,
Let's
I'm
Players
touched
do, like, for example,
films I
let's
can
say
sit and
Sonic,
watch.
like
Watch
that's
some films.
like
What
quite
was
an
the-
easy punching bag.
What's anything? I
for
still need
games.
to sit
And
down
I
and
mean,
watch
it's the
the.
same with like some other platformers, at the time where they're just like, it's
they're on
low
Disney
hanging
Plus,
fruit.
all
It's
the,
like what I said about Banjo Kazooie weeks ago. The
the 8
first
films,
two,
planned 8
all
films,
great
then you've got
games,
those-
perfectly fine. The third
on
one,
Disney Plus, I
yeah,
can-
let's beat
What-
up on it. I mean,
Come
it
up,
is
it's like, oh, I
quite
know what's the film.
interesting to kind of
No, no, what's the film?
realise that
Like,
or come
oh.
to that kind of
Oh no.
like that
All these
sense
films,
of
I'm like, I know
enlightenment
what's the
where
name.
you're just like, I should really stop defending.
Thank you.
Or not stop defending, but not
I'm too
be
lazy to fucking
as
watch them.
emotionally invested without kind of realising the flaws of the
Yeah.
game. Because, like as I said, Sonic is definitely like a low hanging fruit, and I don't like care if anybody like criticises it. It's like that's fair enough, because there are faults with it. But see when it's like the wrong faults, when they're like, oh, it's I hate this game because of this reason, and you're like, whoa, hold on. Or like
Yeah.
when you see people play, like for example, GoldenEye 64, like a game that has aged, like, don't want to say milk, but like it was revolutionary.
I
for
like
the time.
milk.
I think milk
not-
is apt.
Aged
Yeah.
milk. I
is
want to drink
apt.
aged milk. That's
No offense to
disgusting.
GoldenEye, but
Yeah, GoldenEye was like a total, what's the word? Not trailblazer. Like
Disaster.
Well, I think Trailblazer is the right.
Yeah.
It was revolutionary.
Oh yeah, I mean it was absolutely at the
Was it
time.
worth its
like,
Google, was it now?
everybody was
Oh, dear.
going nuts for this game. They loved it, but now when you play it, like as I said, there's just so many games that just have completely surpassed it. Whereas, so here's a question for you, because I heard.
I'm
obviously
gonna be a
that
bit
you
late
said
for this job,
about
but it's not the first time
games
I've done that. It's like,
Total
I'm
War,
alright. I
and
have
we,
actually
I
done
think
bye-bye.
we've both got
This
like
time?
a very similar stance on the Total War.
I mean, I should be
series
here about
that
4 o'clock, so I'm only
the
about
early ones
half an hour
we
late.
both really enjoyed,
Yeah.
and then when we got to the older ones, we were kind of like,
Yeah, I'm about half an hour
sorry,
late.
the newer ones, we were like,
So it could be worse.
It's not as good,
Could be better.
you know, because of all like the micromanaging and things. Would you say like, obviously objectively it's because they're so different, but would you say nostalgia has a part to play in that?
I think so. I mean, I think definitely, because I think you can develop a very fixed idea in your mind and be like, this is the game that I liked, and I won't brook, anything, any kind of different, any major differences. And obviously, as you said, like the Total War series went.
I love doing that.
Direction.
So
No, it
beep,
was
beep,
like
beep
a
your horn. Honk
huge
your horn if
jump,
you're
but
happy.
it went in a different direction, and it did become a bit more micromanaging, which again drove people like me and yourself away from it. And at the end of the day, like maybe more people liked that and disliked it, and that's fair enough. But I definitely think
I'm
because
done
I
with
had
that
such
right now.
strong feelings. Rome Total War I'd put it in like one of my top 10 favorite games of all time because I absolutely loved it and I devoted so many hours to it, and I just think it's a brilliant game. But again, that's the double. And I know we're not specifically talking about nostalgia, the negatives of it, a minute, but I'm sure we'll come on to that.
Oh, yeah.
It is that way if you can develop such a fixed idea of like, this is my cherished baby, and I don't, it's like this is my child.
My
So
that's my boy. No, my boy. Father,
like,
help.
It can put you off from trying new things. Perhaps I might devote some time to the newer Total Wars.
Yeah.
I have bought a couple of them like when they were on sale, but I've not actually played them. Perhaps if I devote some time to them.
That's what I remember thinking about. That's that meme.
You know what? These are good for what
My
they are.
boy.
I've actually
No,
done
my
the same.
boy.
I've bought,
Father, help me.
I think it's 3 Kingdoms.
Oh, yeah?
And because it's like set in
I'm
China,
just really
and,
random.
like, I've got like a
Don't
real
ask why.
interest in, like, Chinese
Accept
history
it.
and things. I'm really
The better you
excited
accept
to
it,
get
the better
to try
it is for you.
But I just
Yeah.
know as soon as I try it, I'm probably
potato.
going to get the same feeling as when I played Rome 2, which is, oh, this game looks amazing. It's just so, incredible. And then when you actually play it, you're just like, Jesus, Mary and the baby Joseph, what is going on with this? Like, there's so much micromanaging, there's so much of this and that, there's just too much going on. And again, it links back to what you were saying there about nostalgia. It's like, I do like that analogy of, that's not my baby. Where's my baby?
Where's
And,
my
it's
baby?
like,
Where's my baby?
Sega standing there saying,
Who are you?
This is Total War. And you're refusing to believe it. You're like, no, this isn't Total War. And it is, it's just, it's a bit of a shame.
What game is this? Total War?
suppose,
I don't
that
believe
is
you.
kind of a
What game
detriment
is
of
this?
Nostalgia, which is something we will come on to. But before we do, is there any
Total
other
War?
points you think about like the good side of nostalgia
Hello.
for video games?
I do think maybe as a kind of like an addendum to what we've been saying, like obviously some games and some
I passed through
consoles
Casper.
have much more nostalgia.
He was
attached
friendly
than
too.
others.
Oh yeah.
And so there's a lot bigger fan base.
sorry.
And that's how you do get, like some of these games getting remade, remastered, or we're getting now like these kind of
Yes, I did a joke about a film. And a city company named after
the
a character from a film.
Sega Genesis, has that got one now, or is that
A lie.
one?
Not
I think
film.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, so you get like that. I mean, and that in itself is like there can be a
franchise?
detriment to that as well. But I
Best
think
way
the
to use.
positive of that
I know
is
it's
it does
films and
keep
TV
these
shows.
things alive and does allow people a chance to experience them.
But
Because at the end of the day, like I mean, I know they have like released Final Fantasy VII on like taking aside the remake, and they have like released. I think it's on. I think
Casper the Friendly Ghost.
Game Pass.
Quite a
But
while,
like for some other games,
for a
like
while.
it's not always easy to like for something like Resident Evil 2, like if you didn't have a PlayStation, like how were you meant to play it? There wasn't really, as far as I know, there was no. I mean, maybe you can emulate it, but how were you legally?
Yeah.
I should say, how were you legally meant to play it?
I thought that's truck in front of me, but no, it's a building.
I'm sure you all are. And so, but with
I'm a
there being
dum-dum.
a lot of nostalgia attached to it, and a lot of like a big fan base behind it, it gave it the impetus for Capcom to remaster it, and that allowed other people, myself included, a chance to experience that game and to really enjoy it. So I would say that it's kind of attached to what we've been talking about already, but it does keep these kind of old games and old consoles alive, and allows a new audience to discover them.
I mean, like going back to what you were saying there about the companies releasing new versions, or sorry, old consoles, in like a new form. Like on the one hand, there is like that danger, like we will get into that side of it, but there is that danger of like rehashing old ground and things. you're completely right. I do think that it gives like a new generation of like kids and gamers and things the chance to actually go back and play these games. Because let's face it, I mean, you know, all the Fortnite kids and everything, they're not going to care about like the older games unless, you know, these companies are saying, oh, remember Mario? You know, and things like that. Which is kind of weird because I know I've kind of bashed Nintendo about this before, but for a company that really puts emphasis on nostalgia, they're really bad at it. They're really, really bad at it. Don't get me wrong, like, I'm not a multi-million-dollar company, so what do I know?
I'm multi-billion.
But it's like, maybe not bad at it, okay, that's too harsh. But what I mean is they can
They're evil
capitalising
and
on
go
it
fuck
better,
themselves.
you know?
Yeah.
It's like the idea of, if they're
You know
gonna
what you did,
rehash,
Nintendo.
old IPs,
You know what you did.
then, you know, one of our mutual friends who I won't name, but he'll know who he is when he's listening to this, has like stated in the past
You
that
know what you did,
when he's
Nintendo.
playing like Smash
Why?
Brothers, he just wishes
They're
he
just bad
knew,
at
like,
as
what
Warner Brothers
characters
games
or
for
who
doing
the
the same
characters
repentant
were in it.
Yeah.
game
Because you've got, like,
mechanics.
the Ice
Oh,
Climbers,
yeah,
you've got
if
Captain
that's the same in this
Falcon,
game,
you've
oh, I
got
don't like
all
it.
these like Ness from
Game and
Earthbound.
Watch.
I mean, there's
Game
some
and
mechanics out there.
Watch, yeah, like all
like
of these characters
Nemesis,
that you, as you said, you legally cannot play unless you pay what, like hundreds of pounds
I
for
just
like
said
some random guy
the Nemesis
halfway
mechanic. I
across
just
the
said
world to
thing
post
of
it to you.
what's it
It's
called
like,
again?
you know, I always remember
I have no
playing
brain.
the
I'm a
game
potato.
Pokemon Colosseum. Absolutely loved it, but
I'm a
they brought out
potato.
a sequel for it, and when I was younger, I
Look
don't
at
know
me,
how I didn't
I'm a
hear about
potato.
it, but I didn't get it. So at the time, it probably would have been like what,
I need
30
to set a
£50
few
maybe?
standards up.
Probably because games used to be cheaper
At some
back
point.
then. I'm gonna say games used to be far
Yes,
cheaper
look
back
through
then
some
than
things and
your
then
£60 rubbish or 70
maybe
for your
haven't
digital
done time for
editions.
20 more streams.
Get off my lawn. And
Don't worry, we're not ending
yeah,
stream
like,
anytime soon.
I remember looking on
panic.
eBay and Amazon and things, thinking, oh yeah,
We've got
why
2
don't
more hours
you
to
know
go.
why don't I get a copy for myself? And it's like ridiculous prices, you know, like over like £100 or something. I'm like, I'm not paying like £150, £200. You know, like add another 50 on and I could buy an Xbox S. You know, I'm not buying like an old game just for that nostalgia boost. You know, there's a line. There is
We're
definitely
getting
a
the Xbox
nostalgia
Series
line
X,
where it's like,
S, but I
you
went,
will pay for certain, and you
What's the
know, it's
point?
like maybe it's just me like being bitter about it, but it is
I
like
mean,
a
the only
good
reason why I
missed
went to go Xbox
opportunity in
X
that
is
regard.
because I
Because
just
this
for
is kind
GTA
of
5,
more
which
of a
was worth 10
cynical
and
point
all that
about
might
the good
for one
side of
fucking game.
nostalgia, but it's definitely a good like promotion tool, especially for
Yeah.
gaming companies nowadays. Because I mean, look at Nintendo, and I mean Sega do this as well, and I mean technically Xbox have been doing this. Have you noticed this? They've been kind of cashing in, saying, "Oh, do you remember the good days of Halo?" or things like that. To be, you know, like they're kind of cashing in, and people will of course, you know, buy into it because that was the characters that especially us, you know, grew up with.
Yeah.
And
No,
yeah, it's definitely
I never
a
played the
good
original
promotion tool.
Xbox. I didn't get.
Part
I
of me
didn't
as well, like
remember
just
Halo
thinking of like
or ever finishing it.
the kind of the
Glad the
benefit as well.
360
and
was a
what
good
you're saying
console,
there, of,
360.
like, you know, I was talking about introducing it to an audience as well.
Oh
The
my-
historian in me is like, it's good to have a catalog. It's
Oh,
good
yeah.
to have a catalog of things that people can experience. You know, and because at the end of the day, like, you do want to be able to experience. And you know, one game that I've really always
better.
wanted to play, or at least try out,
Mhm.
is one for the GameCube, which was that Eternal Darkness Sanity's
Oh
Requiem,
yeah.
which was this really innovative horror game for its time. But like that has never been released on anything other than the GameCube, and I don't think it ever will be.
Mhm.
And you know, like you're like, come on, Nintendo, like you should be able to
What's
just
like
release
called
like,
guys? I
other
know it's called. I've
devices.
seen ever use it.
But whoever is right is like, you must be able to do it.
I
Like,
remember
you don't
what
have to
it's
remaster
called,
it. You can just like surely just release it on, you know, whatever, like
Something,
the Switch or whatever. You know, the Night Trap came out on the Switch. I'm pretty sure you could do like Eternal Darkness, you know.
Yeah.
But like in the day, like as you say, like it's such a hassle for me to try and find a copy of that game and then also get a game. I never had a GameCube, so I had to get a GameCube console, and you know, I don't know how much that would cost me and everything, you know. So I do think it is important to have a living archive, you know. And it doesn't mean you have to play it, but just the fact that it's there, you know, I think it's just a good thing, to be honest.
Because I mean, a lot of gaming, well, I suppose it varies. You know that like where you've got the asterisks and it's like effects may vary, but
Yeah.
it's like depending on the company. Like the Xbox have started doing this with like their Game Pass catalogue where they're introducing quite a lot of old games, you know, that you can go back and play. I think they're like really doing good in that regard, like making their consoles, you know, backwards compatible and things. I think they are very strong, or they have like gotten off on a strong foot there. Nintendo started alright because they brought out things, of course, like the Legend of Zelda games, Pokemon, things like that for like the 3DS and things on the Virtual Store and the Wii U store.
Yeah.
Shout out to anyone who remembers that, because I don't. And
I don't remember much either.
A bit of shade there because I didn't own a Wii U. But
Why
yeah, like, they started off well there, and then they kind of just stopped. Like, in terms of Pokemon, because obviously I know, like, that's my kind of bread and butter, but they did, like, the originals, like Red, Blue, Yellow, and then they went on to Silver, Gold, and Crystal, and then they just stopped. And the weird thing is, people have been, obviously, they've been illegally, you know, uploading ROMs and things for years, and it's like...
I have no idea about that. I've never downloaded a ROM.
To be able to do
you can't prove it,
you know, because the amount of money as well that they would cash in on the nostalgia. And I mean, look at like even Banjo-Kazooie, because I was thinking what you were saying there when you said about Eternal Darkness and like legal rights, because for Banjo-Kazooie that was the same, where Nintendo, they didn't lose the rights, but I think they sold it on to Xbox, and they really didn't capitalise on it a lot. But what they did was they brought out a thing called Rare Replay, and it's just basically a collection of all the old Rareware classics. So it's like Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo 2, Perfect Dark, Conker's Bad Fur Day, you know, all of these...
GoldenEye was the GoldenEye.
Except GoldenEye is...
Nintendo kept firmly hold of that one, I think.
Well, technically, did they not make a remake of GoldenEye?
Oh, they did, didn't they, actually? Yeah, put Daniel Craig in it.
Oh, Jesus, yeah. See, that's another thing, though, because calling your game GoldenEye and then, switching it with Daniel Craig, like, they clearly knew what they were doing with that. I don't think there was any call for, you know...
Where they made a James Bond film where it was Daniel Craig and all the James Bond films.
You know what I really wish? I wish that I could play GoldenEye, but with Daniel Craig. No offense to Daniel Craig, but I just mean, like, clearly they've seen, you know, the nostalgia around GoldenEye as a game, and been like, we're gonna just make a very similar game, or just an FPS, but just call it GoldenEye and be done with it.
We're gonna make a COD clone, and
Did that game not bomb though? Or was
it didn't do well. It didn't do well, I don't think.
That's a shame.
It certainly wasn't received well. Maybe it sold. I don't know actually how it sold, but it wasn't received well.
I remember people complaining about it, and that was it. But it's it's a shame having to kind of rely on that, which kind of brings us kind of neatly onto
there we go.
The bad side now of nostalgia. So we've kind of covered like a lot of really good points about the good side.
I'm fucking old.
So oh god, here we go. I'm gonna let you start off with this.
So everybody is quite nice bubble tea. Drink it.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Thank God, Ray.
There are definitely dangers. I mean, as well, like it's funny actually. Like here's the educational. Well, not to say this is obviously just not me.
Nice, it's tasty.
Oh, of course.
It's good. Educational perspective. So nostalgia, the actual word nostalgia, is derived from two ancient Greek words. One is nostos, which means returning, makes sense. But the other one's algos, which means suffering. So there is that. There is that extent to nostalgia. That there is like a bit of a component of suffering in there. And
why would you make us suffer?
We kind of talked about it. I think you can get so fixated, and you might be like, this is an amazing game. This is like a formative experience of my life, you know, and everything. And I will not hear anything said against this game. And it can make you close-minded.
Oh yeah.
I would say that as a negative. I think as well, the kind of trend of nostalgia can stifle creativity a bit. I do think it becomes. I mean, it's kind of the same thing that a lot of people complain about Hollywood, in that like companies bank on like remaking things, you know, or just making sequels to established properties, rather than like actually funding newer ideas. And I think the same can be said in gaming as well. I mean, and you know, maybe financially it makes sense. You know, it's more financially safe to make another Final Fantasy game than it is to invest in like a completely new IP, a new property, and take that risk. So I think it can, you know, and it's not just to like, obviously companies are responsible for that, but like as well, like us as consumers are as well. I think it's a kind of two-way we're both at fault for that. Other thing I would say about it as well is I think not only the companies maybe not want to develop new games and take that risk, but I think as well, like us as people, we can be a bit more closed-minded to trying new games because we're like, oh well, I really like this game, you know, and the nostalgia kicks in, and you're more likely to devote time to that. And part of that is also growing up, you know, as we're talking about when we were kids, you know, teenagers, you had more time to devote to these games. You had more time to like play games in general, so you could branch. Now, you know, we are adults. We do have responsibilities. You know, we do have less time, and you are kind of forced at a bit of a dilemma. You're like, do I want to devote time to a new game that possibly I won't like, or would I devote time to something that I know I like and go back to it? And I had that thing, you know, I just said at the start of the episode, I really started playing Skyrim again. I have Red Dead Redemption 2 sitting in my on my backlog, and I was thinking, I was like, I should try this new game. I'm sure it's great. Like, I've only heard good things about it for the most part. I'm sure it's a great game, but I'll sit there and I was like, oh, I do have limited time nowadays. Like, do I want to play this? And I was like, but I could just play Skyrim. I could just start Skyrim again. I know I'm going to love it. I'm going to love being back in that world. So I think as well, it can make you close mind. It can close your mind off to trying new things, and that does hurt, you know, new developers and new ideas. So I would say those definitely are some of the bigger drawbacks of nostalgia.
I mean, it's going back to what we were saying earlier about the companies kind of making old, or rather bringing back like old properties, like as you said, bringing back the Sega Genesis, bringing back the SNES, you know, as mini consoles or as Lego ones, whatever the hell that was all about. And you know, it's like on the one hand, absolutely great. It's introducing that to like a newer generation of gamers. On the other hand, you know, it's again, I think I was talking to a mutual friend of ours who he has like openly said that he's not a big fan of remakes, and it is a very interesting point there. It's the fact that although you do have those games where they just remaster it, or they like put a coat of, you know, paint on it. Like, on the one hand you think, oh, that's great that they've updated the mechanics and things, which I do appreciate, but then on the other hand you think, well, instead of leaving us with those old memories and then coming back and doing something new, yeah, right, like there's nothing really creative there. Like, I mean, I'm not a game developer, like I'm gonna say that outright. I'm not, you know, like trying to trash any game developers or anything with a craft, because it's a really difficult thing, you know, to do. I can imagine it must be such a difficult process, but at the same time it must be so easy to be like, right, okay, what old game franchise we're going to pull out the hat today? Oh, Pac-Man, haven't seen that in a while. Or, oh, Space Invaders. It's a strange one. It's like an easy money maker. And I mean, I suppose that's why, like, again, with the Pokemon example, that's why they bring out like a lot of remakes of like their old games, and they kind of recycle that every so often, and a lot of games do it. I mean, in terms of like Call of Duty, I think I brought this up a couple of weeks ago, that term, boots on the ground, that drives me up the wall. No, like, joke intended, but it was always like when guys or people online were saying, oh, Call of Duty's no longer a space shooter, it's got boots on the ground. That was supposed to kind of tug at your nostalgic heartstrings of, oh, did you hear that? We're going to be running now. And you're like, that's a cheap move. That is just so cheap to be like, oh yeah, boots on the ground means instantly it's going to be better than the last one. It's like, this will sound, this is going to sound terrible, but it's like, don't promise things like that. Like, actually speak through your actions, you know, like make a good game. Don't like say, oh, we're going to do this and that, and kind of revert back to, you know, the good old days, because gaming's changed. Gaming has, and I mean, like, if you look at the landscape, when we were growing up, FPSs were huge. Don't get me wrong, like, all these you know, genres are, but you know, FPSs were huge. Platformers as well in the 90s, they were massive. Then it went on to sandbox games and kind of the like 2010s, and you know, and now it's battle royale games, and it just, like, all the genres just have to keep going and changing, and it's like a lot of them are trying to change, but at the same time keep that nostalgia. But I mean, a lot of games I think are failing. Like, a lot of the big shooter games. Like, again, for COD, I don't know if Battlefield did this, but I know for COD especially, like, now you go online and you can't, like, get into a lobby without people with, like, candy-coloured guns, and, you know, it's like, I don't remember that with, like, Modern Warfare. Like, you would have the gold guns and things, but you wouldn't have, like, you know, Skrillex, like, scribbled into the side of the, like, your AK or something. It's like, what is what is going on here? So it's kind of trying to have the best of both worlds, I think, with a lot of games. And I mean, look at one of the most infamous examples, Battlefront 2, where they tried heavily cashing in
Never
the
planned to
nostalgia, and then tried to introduce loot boxes. And it's you can't have your cake and eat it too. That is just, and again, it goes back to that idea of, I wouldn't say a lack of innovation, but you know, it almost feels like that. But for the bigger companies anyway, obviously because indie companies are
must be weird. Watch the stream while hearing yourself on the stream.
You would probably see them likely trying to do something more innovative, unless they're flat out trying to rob.
What am I talking about again?
People. Like, I remember going on to, like, I think it was like the Google Play Store. It was either that or iTunes or whatever, and it was like a version of Fall Guys but with hippos.
Oh jeez.
You know, I'm having head tits and I come back to something like how they get here again?
Yeah, exactly. Oh god, there's a name I haven't heard in a while. But yeah, it was just like going back to that idea of just cashing in on whatever's, you know, popular. And then, I mean, do you know what one I'm thinking of now, which is probably going to be a strange one? Remember Slender? The 8 pages. Remember how popular that used to be? And then everybody and their mother tried to copy that game. And it just did not work, because it was like the initial shock. I mean, same with like Five Nights at Freddy's. It is from
2021, so
because
it's a long time ago.
It's weird because did you?
It's not a long time ago.
It's Amnesia before we played it.
It's
no. I think I'd only ever.
But like how the fact that it's
play bits of it.
Yeah, because
4 years ago since 2021.
Probably got second-hand
Don't like it.
Don't like other people play it. Because I remember we like eventually played it together, and we were going through this stage.
One day I woke up, it was March 2020. I blinked,
and we started playing it, and I think we got about
somehow I missed 5 years, 4 or 5 years of my life.
Yeah, should we turn it off?
What year is it? 2025.
We didn't get to any of the good stuff. Like,
no, we didn't.
We don't know yet. We're working that one out still.
They just buggered off for a cup of tea.
Something happened. We don't know.
And I suppose that's
we're just equally as confused.
It's like that nostalgia building up, you know, the hype, and then once you get into that, you're like, okay, just fair enough. Park yourself down here and just tell me why you're so amazing.
Well, I gotta admit, in about 3 episodes, we managed to.
I think that's the thing with remakes.
Remind me how old I am.
You can tell
separate episodes of it
when there's like actual like love.
Stop doing that.
Like respect has been put into it, to craft it, compared to one that's actually soulless. And I think that's when we really like. There's nothing inherently wrong with, in my opinion.
Why?
There's nothing inherently wrong with remaking a game.
Like, no, it's not.
As long as it's not just. Like,
I reject your idea that
I think of something like,
and
I think the
say that you're wrong.
Had a game recently, like
last year or 2019, I can't remember,
which was just apparently just awful, and it was just like you're just
trying
to
cash
in
on plushie, and you will feel it's fluffing,
you know, or something like Tony Hawk's. Was it Pro Skater 5? It's not the one that came out recently, which was the remaster of 1 and Pro Skater 1 and 2, which was actually really good, and I really enjoyed. And that was, you could tell that was kind of with a bit of love and a bit of respect for the series. While something like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 was just something like, it was literally there because Activision were about to use the rights to the Tony Hawk franchise, so they like quickly make a game.
I don't want to know how that game is.
And you're like, that's just like in fairness, I guess that wasn't a remake, but like, you know, something like that with a franchise that people have a lot of nostalgia.
I don't want to know.
Just pumping out something to try and keep hold of it, you know. With Star Wars Battlefront 2 as well, as much as like they probably did put effort into it as well, like it did feel soulless when it was like, oh, and here come the loot boxes, you know. It felt like a way just to like steal your money. Basically, you know, it didn't have. Well, it feels like not that I've played it, and you know, maybe I'm wrong. But it feels like something like Final Fantasy 7 remake has been like done by people who actually care, you know what I mean, and like actually want to like, you know, want to show their kind of love and their like adoration of the original. So like, I think it does come down to that. You do have like a soulless one. That's
I'm
the
not
real
procrastinating.
issue. You know, if you're gonna remake something, you know, again, like have a heart, giant, you know, giant
Corporation.
corporations. You know, have a heart.
streaming
Come on.
now.
But you know, it is that way of like put some care into it.
Because
End of the day.
Do you think though
Yes.
that the longer a
Because
game series
Twitch
goes on, though,
is now
the
starting
more
is going to hold
susceptible it is
hold
to be
so long. So
like
if I
worse
feel some
purely because
YouTube, even
of
don't say
nostalgia?
but chat
You know,
YouTube,
it's actually a really interesting point, and I do
well, at
think
least
going back
the-
to that idea of like, you know, that suffering.
I know the video will be
being a
somewhere.
component of
It's like, oh,
nostalgia.
you can watch
I do think
Oh,
if you
here
have
on
heavy
YouTube.
nostalgia for something, you are
You
more
missed it.
likely to suffer
Oh,
for
yeah.
it.
And then
as
we
you
will
say,
watch it.
as something goes on.
And we'll just do it, it's like, oh, I didn't know this video has like 10,000 views. I went, what?
Dive into the Halo series.
What about
So obviously, we both
17 years
have
to
like
the
a
10,000
big,
number.
like, maybe love's too strong, but like a great like of
I'll
you know
get
that
this-
original
yeah, it's
Halo
like, oh,
trilogy.
this person's doing
You know,
well on
1
YouTube,
to
so
3,
we can do
and then
pop
we
up.
talked about how our interest faded
Oh.
and how we kind of were disappointed or annoyed, you know, with
I mean, my
with,
YouTube is
like
I'm
4
interested
and
in it, it's
5
got, like,
and ODST
Yeah.
and things like that.
Random
And as the
videos,
series went on, like definitely the nostalgia, like
videos I record.
my
on
nostalgia
Twitch,
for the Halo one could only
videos
sustain
from
me so long.
Bike Ride.
With that
I
franchise, that you know,
nothing.
like I didn't even buy it. I got given it as like my parents gave it to me as a Christmas
yeah,
present.
not a lot.
You know, it wasn't something that I had because I was kind of done. I was checked out.
Mhm.
And the same with the Call of Duty franchise. For a while, I was just checked out of that and just was like, just wasn't that. I would maybe pick them up. But,
Funny thing is,
second
I started playing
hand,
Black Ops 6 and
whereas
then I've
before I'd got them on release date. You know,
I've
Yeah.
filled away from it.
it
a
is that
little
way. Like I do think I guess it depends. Perhaps
Dark
your
Souls
nostalgia
so
can
random,
carry
I
you
don't know,
through a
all
franchise,
these,
no matter its ups and downs. But I
bit.
certainly feel
Bang,
for me, like
bang,
it
especially
can
admit
only
that
go, it can only go so
especially
far.
admit that
And I do think you
AI
are more prone to suffer because
Why?
again, as we said with the, I think maybe that's what maybe hit us most about the Total
Oh,
War.
shit.
It may would have been different if like the original Rome Total War was a game that perhaps we just were like, oh, that was fun, you know,
Yeah.
but didn't have a great like for. Then when the series sort of changed, we might have been like, ah, well, you know, it wouldn't have like hurt as much in a way, you know.
Yeah.
That's maybe too strong, but it wouldn't have been such a disappointment to us. But because we had such a love for like Rome and Medieval 2 and things like that, you know, it was a real disappointment when the franchise went in a different direction that, you know, kind of was like, oh, I just don't like this.
I mean, again, heartbreaking's probably too strong a word, but
Yeah,
it is,
yeah,
it's like
But too hyperbolic sometimes.
Yeah. You know, it's like sitting there like a Roman emperor, just like, oh, no, my game.
Betrayed me.
But it is, it's like that kind of, I suppose disappointment is like more an apt word of
Yeah.
getting more disappointed, because one of the examples, and I know it's like one I keep going back to, but in terms of like the Pokemon series especially, I remember there was like don't get me wrong, there's like corners they have cut which is not
What bit?
excusable, and that's like a whole episode in its own.
Got
I
enough
remember
to
there were
chat.
some things that
I'll
people
deny
said
it.
were like,
Anything.
oh, it's too easy nowadays. And this is going to sound like a very old
Got
man thing
nothing.
to say, but sometimes I don't mind
Diet.
if a game's a little bit easier these days, because it's actually said, like, we've got,
Right.
you know, the further and further we hurl into the abyss of adulthood and elderliness, you know, it's the idea that we don't have as much time as we used to in terms of
Yeah.
like playing video games and things, and sometimes you just want to flick on a game, you know, have a casual romp around.
Funny thing
But
is,
you get
like,
like
I have
all these,
these
you know,
games in the
younger,
world
these
in my Steam
younger
library,
spry
like,
gamers coming
oh,
out
I'll play
with
the-
you know,
Simulator.
wanting a challenge, and that's perfectly
play Simulator
fine
for about
if the
15
game does
hours.
have that. But there's like plenty of games
Anyway,
out
a
there
bit
as
about
well.
it. I've got all these
And
games I've
yeah,
never played.
I don't know. I think people, it's more the
bits of
idea
Simulator
of
is just
people
too strong.
use nostalgia to
Please save me.
gatekeep, where they're like, oh, the older games were a lot harder, and it's like, yeah, the reason they were harder is because, you know, they were Game Boy games.
Yeah.
I mean, they were lucky they fit the game onto the cartridge at all. Never mind. You know, it's like a feat of engineering miracles.
Oh, yeah,
It's like,
definitely.
it's weird. It's like the apples and the oranges kind of analogy. It's like you
I do
can.
agree
I
with
mean, you can
you saying
compare them as a
These
series, but
old,
it,
massive,
like
amazing games, like, oh, these
objectively,
games are
you know,
amazing. Back
it's
when
like
I
the
was
gaming
like,
landscape has changed. Whether it's
like,
Pokemon, whether it's
I
Call
love,
of Duty,
for example,
you know,
San
whether
Andreas.
it's like
It's a great game.
even the Battlefront games
Great story.
as well.
I go
like,
back and
if
went,
you
oh, these
compare the two of them,
patrols,
they're
they
just both two
Ah,
completely different games because
why
they're
do they
both drawn
suck so
inspiration
badly?
from
Why is it-
more like
No, I
what's
don't like it.
current, if you know what
were
I mean.
awful.
Yeah.
So it's like
Those
it's
don't feel
not like
nice.
when they made Battlefront 2,
And
I
and
did
everybody hates
not
the,
get the idea
remake
that they
for
were
GTA
basing like their
GTA San Andreas
combat and things
well, the
off of
remake was- they
you
were-
know, the original Battlefront
They were
2.
bad, but
Oh,
they're getting better.
Like it's completely different. Same
But
name
the
and
old
everything,
stuff was
which
better.
clearly have done
Even
on
though the games were
purpose.
bad,
Same name,
objectively,
but
remakes.
different
Oh.
mechanics. It actually reminds me, and
I love the control.
it reminds me of a comic. It's one where it's a guy
games aren't that
who
good.
has a favourite video game, and the
Chamber
video game's
Crush.
called Blue,
That's the
and he goes
amazing.
to the cinema because he
What,
hears that they're doing like a film version of Blue, and
was
then
it?
he goes there and he sits down, and as soon as
Like,
the film
finished
starts,
Red-
it just
I
says the
know-
words
I know-
Blue,
I know
but
finished
instead
Red
of
One,
the
but I don't
screen
finish
being
this,
blue,
I
it's
played
bright
both Red
red.
Dead games, I finished one,
And
but I
that's
played
almost
two.
how I feel about a lot
like,
of like
whoever played two
nostalgic
first, or
properties
first,
in that
two started
regard.
from
It's
one,
like
but
same
two, then
name
I
and
got one, and I
everything,
got
but
lost for it.
it's kind of weird. Like, have you ever noticed that there's a lot of
I know I want to
nostalgic
try and
games
sit down and
that,
play
although
4 and
they're
5,
based off of other things,
I
they
know.
just want to put
4
their
or
own
6
spin
out
on it.
this year.
Like with GoldenEye,
Yeah.
for example,
Well,
they don't want
play
it to
5
be
again,
a
I've never-
clone of
never finished
GoldenEye. They
4.
want it to be their version
Those
of
games I wouldn't
GoldenEye.
meant
Yeah,
to play
they
this
want to be
year.
a clone of COD.
Yeah, aye.
Exactly. No, just to be facetious, but totally as well. Like,
I
suppose
just want to
there's
do it,
that
and I'm going to do
as
none
well.
of them
If it is somebody,
because
it is
I
a new team
procrastinate a lot.
who are looking at it as well. Like, you know, they probably will bring their own ideas to it. And maybe that's not necessarily a bad thing. You know,
Oh, yeah.
I don't think any game is perfect.
Yeah.
I know,
You know, I don't
Brian.
think. Well, I don't know.
Where do you
Maybe
come
maybe
from?
people do, but I can't think of a game, any game that I've played that I thought I can find no fault in this. You know, there's nothing, even like a slight imperfection. You know, so again, it's not bad to bring new ideas, but yeah, at the same time, it is about having that respect and that, you know, and that kind of care. Because, you know,
Well, I've
I
read
think
this
if
somewhere,
you're
but I
remaking
can't
something,
remember.
there should be that at least. I mean, be realistic. Don't be like,
Where
this
have
is perfect and nothing needs
I've
to
read
change.
somewhere
you
where
know,
it
but
about
at the same time, like,
now.
you should go into it with a bit of love
I was imagining
for that
that.
series and be like, you know, I want to bring this back so people can experience it again.
Oh shit,
Yeah,
every
there has
day
to be
is
that kind
shocking.
of balance, though,
Not
doesn't there?
shit every
There has
day
to be
is
that
also
kind of like a
shocking.
healthy dose of, you know, having those nostalgic elements that brought people in to begin with, but then at the same time having those elements of bringing something new and fresh, which I know probably sounds like that kid from The Simpsons, where he says he wants like a down-to-earth relatable story, but with killer
Oh, I did
robots,
this
you know? It's a bit like that,
That's
where it's
this-
like, you know, we want nostalgia, but at the
That's
same
it, no,
time
I've
we want
finally
something
got,
new. And
Yeah.
it's weird. I think you can do that, though. I mean,
Finally
games
got
have
the
done that, where they've
channel
got the
alerts
same
now.
character. I mean, look
I
at
want to
Super
add some more
Mario
to
Odyssey.
game.
Like,
Yeah.
same
These are
character,
games
Mario,
that-
same
well,
from
stuff
the
on
80s,
the-
and despite
I
that,
did
you know,
bit one
despite
because I don't have-
Mario being like a 2D guy, jumping around
I bit.
from left to right, you know, he's transformed
Bit, because I don't have
perfectly
it.
into the 3D world. And
Yeah.
Can't necessarily say,
yeah,
oh,
the
buy this
nostalgia's
version.
there because it's
I'm not- I'm
Mario,
not
you know,
really-
it's the character.
That's not-
Like, I
I
don't
don't
think people
have
play Mario to go,
that
oh, I can't
ambition
wait
to
to
go,
go
"Oh,
left and
really
right.
now?"
It's like,
Oh,
they're
are you?
playing it to
Not really.
be Mario, as it were,
Yeah.
Also, I
and
built once,
relive
I
that
love-
kind of childhood. And
Go
that
through the
is-
Mushroom Kingdom and everything.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I think a lot of well, Nintendo especially, I think that's what they do, cash in on that when they're advertising, and they've got every right to,
Update
because that is what's going to draw people
Fire
in.
stuff.
But it's just that kind of danger of making sure,
Fire
because I mean, on
play.
the flip side as well, I think I don't know if you heard about that, they've released the 3-in-1 Mario game,
Oh, of course, yeah. For that,
which actually is, I think it's up this month. So
yeah.
basically,
About a month of it.
yeah,
I
it's
al-
like
I've
they
always
released it
enjoyed
for 6 months, and now
that's
they're
based
gonna like
with other
take it
games.
back off shelves.
That's
for some
the
reason.
Bizarre
Further.
decision.
I don't get it. It's something I'm just
like
severely
the
opposed to. I don't get why they did it, but you know,
Down to
again,
earth.
not a multi-million pound company here,
I
so.
mean, I'm not gonna
But
lie,
you
I
know,
do follow some of the big
there's that
streamers.
idea as well that they're
I don't watch
purposely
them,
baiting
like,
people's
because they're
nostalgia. And
Yeah.
obviously, they're not the only company to do it. I mean,
Find out what's
EA
in
have
like
done
4
it.
years.
Activision have
sit
done
there,
it, like
like,
with
oh, I follow
Assassin's
them. Do you
Creed,
watch them?
you know.
No.
It is Activision with Assassin's Creed, isn't
Follow
it?
them.
No, it's Ubisoft.
Oh,
sorry.
Ubisoft, sorry. Ubisoft as well. I mean, Activision have done it.
I mean,
Oh, yeah,
I'm
they're
like
hell of a
every
lot.
now and then watch.
With Call of Duty, yeah, with Call of Duty as well. It's just like there is a long list. Like, it sounds as if I'm singling out Nintendo, but I'm really not. Like, there are
Keep
loads of
saying that
companies,
Nintendo, they're
even
evil.
Xbox and
But
Sony do
more
it as well.
surprising
So,
over their
sorry,
lawsuit.
Xbox, Microsoft and Sony, even they do it, and it's just a danger. As we said, you know, nothing wrong with
But-
doing it. Just make sure you're not doing it too much, I suppose.
Oh yeah,
But,
definitely agree.
So, yeah, just before we kind of wrap up, is there any kind of closing thoughts that you have on this?
Just to kind of reiterate what we've been saying, that there's nothing wrong with being nostalgic for something. You know, apparently, actually, video game nostalgia is one of the most powerful of all nostalgias
Really?
out there. I think
yeah.
because I think a lot of it is to do with how we interact with games. You know, and because we are so involved
I always got, like, one
playing a
damage
game,
every
you know,
time I play this game.
you know, it engages so much.
Whatever I
with
want to
the
do,
brain
I
and everything.
suppose
You
something
can get a lot
damage.
much stronger attachment to it than perhaps something like a film. where you're more kind of passively watching it. So there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. Do be nostalgic and be like, don't be like, oh, it's good that you did to enjoy things and be like, I like this as a kid, and it's fine to have that. At the same time, I would say don't just be uncritically like nostalgic and be like to the detriment of accepting other opinions and sort of gatekeeping. Be open and like I would encourage share your like.
I enjoyed the one with
the
zombie
as a kid and a teenager, and
I love the
why
one
you
with
liked it,
Captain Hart.
well, like and why it's important. Share the things that are important.
Great listens.
Oh yeah.
But just be accepting that maybe not everybody will share that, and that's fine. At the end of the day. But yeah, like it is a good thing, but just be careful.
Be
careful with it as well.
Episode with Marie.
Like something that makes you drives you away from people.
Do you know what happened in the episode?
Be more accepting. Yeah.
Be more accepting. That's a succinct way of saying what I just said.
Remember it is.
No, it's absolutely
100
true.
times
as long as healthy doses of nostalgia.
Not about Gareth.
It's a good thing, but as the Greeks say,
all remember.
There's a lot of pain in returning, apparently. So
exactly.
So
but try new things as well.
Yeah.
I did enjoy the
try new things, but
Avatar
don't
month.
forget what makes you happy.
Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, just before we wrap up,
Even though
again,
it seems
Adam,
like
thank you
quiz
so much
that
for
was
being the
fucking
nostalgic
brutal.
co-host today and
My
returning.
pleasure. I feel all warm and
Half
fuzzy.
the questions
inside.
right.
Yes,
That's
especially 13
over half.
episodes on. I cannot believe that.
15 questions right, I believe.
It's racing.
Correct.
It's racing to the big
That was
20. You
fucking
know what
brutal.
we're gonna
It's
do.
like, oh no,
Oh my goodness, Shelty's up
I
to
don't know these
I
questions.
know,
It's had
that's
to
true.
hype
As
me.
always, thank you all so much
I
for
said I must have been,
listening to today's episode.
yeah.
If you
I
want to
was
find me
Avatar last
elsewhere,
night. No idea
you
what the
can
patches were.
find me on Twitter,
Remember if I
Instagram,
got in
TikTok,
right?
YouTube,
Corwin.
and of course Twitch,
Or-
under the name Satsunami42. I
They're
think
fucking
that's
what for?
everything from me. Do you have anything else, Adam?
Just please keep listening and please keep supporting.
And the movie
keep
was-
supporting Satsu because he's doing
I'll
good
never
work
lie.
here.
I'm not
He's
gonna
doing-
lie.
he's
At the
doing
time,
good
I
work.
thought the movie was good.
Your support is much appreciated.
Oh,
But
thank you.
looking
And
back,
I've got like a mug
No.
as well for coins. They jangle when I shake it, so don't make me bring out the jangle mug.
hindsight is
It
quite.
gets
quite
very
I guess.
annoying. It's easier to put the money in.
It's like, don't do it.
It may have looked good at one
Damn it.
point.
Oh.
When you look back, it's like,
So yeah,
"Ah, no,
as always,
quite
stay
bad."
safe, stay awesome,
Time,
most importantly,
yeah,
stay
good, and it was
hydrated,
fucking-
and we will
the
see
game
you
went,
again next time. Bye, guys.
Ah. Eligible.
Welcome to Chat Tsunami. So it might come as no surprise, but I absolutely love Dungeons and Dragons. However, when I was growing up, it wasn't exactly the most popular hobby to have.
I have never played Dungeons and
Usually when I
Dragons.
heard about Dungeons and Dragons, it was always a
Shame.
punchline for either a nerdy character on TV or just overall someone with no social life. Of course, nowadays, thanks to shows like Critical Role, the game has never been more popular. But for me, my journey into the world of Dungeons and Dragons was quite a peculiar one. So for context, I used to live away from
I didn't have
home
friends
when I
growing up,
went to
so
university.
that would never
And when I
happen.
came home to visit during the weekends, I had a couple of friends here who I would meet up with. So as we were catching up, one of my friends turned round and asked me if I would like to take part in a Dungeons and Dragons game. At first I wasn't really sure how to take it. I wasn't even sure if it was a bit of a joke or even if he was serious. But he basically explained how he and a couple of other friends started getting into the game. Well, I didn't
It's
really know much
surprisingly
about
enough,
Dungeons and
my
Dragons.
streams have
I
got-
decided to
I don't know if they've
accept.
gotten better,
After
but
all, what was the worst that could happen? So after going
trying to
away
improve
and
them.
thinking
It's-
about
it-
what
but
kind of
unfortunately,
character I would
a
like
lot
to
of
play in
time
the game, I finally settled on a
has
gnome bard
improved,
who I'm
and
called
as
Limbro.
the episode.
The name actually came from a
Tell me.
character I created in the Lord of the Rings online game. And
There's a
while the
lot
life of that
going on in the
hobbit bard in
background
the MMO was
that
pretty
people won't
brief,
see.
his name
I've
lived on
posted
in Dungeons and
my,
Dragons. As for why I chose a
OBS,
gnome, I
I've
forgot
the repost
that
again.
halflings were a thing. Whoops. So as I arrived for the
post
first
again.
session, I had no idea what to expect. I
And
started
so
chatting
like,
with
yeah,
a
this is
couple of
what goes
mutual
on the
friends,
stream.
and then after we were done,
This is what I need to
it
do
was time
still.
to play. As dramatic
better.
as it sounds, I remember picking up the dice
it's
for
like,
the first time.
1,
As my
2,
friend
3,
began
4.
the
It's
session,
like
so too did the ballad
A, B, C.
of Limbro
It's like
the
a lot of
Bard.
things I need to add.
And with that, my first
Like,
steps
I need
into
to,
the
like,
D&D
like
world
ABC.
began.
Like I need to add this there for the people watching.
Nestled atop the verdant hills of Greentop
And
Island
these things cost
exists
money.
a village of gnomes. From sunrise to sunset, The gnomes went about
And
their
I'm not made of
business
money.
inventing and building. However,
Also, I'm
there was
stalling
one
because I
particular
don't
gnome
get
who resented
talked about
the
this.
status quo. Born to a skilled inventor and a not-so-skilled baker, Blimbro had ambitions beyond the fields of Greentop Island. Despite his parents' reservations, they knew that their son would most
Listen to
likely
the
choose
podcast
this
or
path,
an audiobook
regardless
at the moment
of
now.
how they felt about it. With his lute in hand, the aspiring bard began his adventure. Unfortunately, he soon found himself in the company of another gnome by the name of Etsy Timbers. Despite his cheerful
Let's do an audiobook
disposition,
now. It's not
there
a
was
podcast.
something that the bard did not like about the gnome. Regardless, the duo ventured forth and came across a band of adventurers. It was there that Blimbro got his first taste of combat, albeit probably not the kind of combat he envisioned. After slaying and falling into the gaping mouth of a giant rat, Blimbro dusted himself off and introduced himself to the group. It was there he met his soon-to-be teammates, the ranger with the mysterious past, the holy cleric, the charismatic fighter, the squishy wizard, and last but not least, the accident-prone half-orc. Together they went on a bunch of bizarre adventures, and as exciting as that was at the time, the worst was yet to come. In a tale as old as time, a nobleman used them for his own selfish gains. This eventually led to the group fleeing the country, regrouping and trying to gain more allies along the way. While the stakes kept increasing for the plucky adventurers, the humble bard found himself in a rather dangerous position. During one of their adventures, Blimbro, Etsy, and the ranger were on a horse-drawn carriage, running away from the enemy. What they didn't realise, however, was a creature forged from steel awaiting them. In a moment of panic, both Blimbro and the ranger jumped off the carriage, hoping that they would not be the next victim. However, as they sat on the ground celebrating their achievements, they forgot one thing, that of course being to tell Etsy to get off the carriage. Within the blink of an eye, the carriage erupted into flames, taking both the creature and Etsy with it. At least, so they thought. Throughout their journey they encountered Etsy several times, no longer the optimistic gnome that he had once known in Greentop Island, but instead lusting for only one thing: revenge. The gnomes would encounter each other over the course of the adventure.
Kill, murder.
Unfortunately, however, this did little to humble Blimbro. His mischievous attitude was barely tempered by the situation. As the years went on, party members came and went, but the adventure still continued. As the nobleman's influence began to grow within the continent, so too did the hopeless nature of their cause. Alas, they still continued to recruit people to their cause, ranging from dwarves and dragonborns to even a mysterious tabaxi. And while their methods were a little, shall we say, unorthodox, no more was this apparent than with the bard. After Etsy's passing, something changed within the gnome. He became more assertive, arrogant even. If it was for the greater good of the group, he would have no issue with sacrificing others. Some notable examples include the following: betting the ranger's pet crocodile in a game of mage hand arm wrestling against a random bard in a tavern. When Blimbro lost, he simply said that the crocodile was outside. When the bard went outside, he was met with a dragon that the group had been running away from about 5 minutes earlier. Another example was when they were trying to defend their base against a horde of demons. Unfortunately, they required a special item which the custodian of said item would not give up. Without skipping a beat, Blimbro simply said that they were doing a historical reenactment. As expected, the custodian fell in the battle as she was petrified and turned into stone. The bard and his friends went on many adventures together, but unfortunately, in the heart of an abandoned theatre, those good times were about to end. By this point we were a good couple of years into the campaign. Suffice to say, my friends and I were really passionate about our characters. Up until this point, we had all had some kind of brush with death. Fortunately, however, it was nothing that a potion couldn't fix, or a spell of healing. Sadly, that winning streak would soon come to an end. As the campaign went on, so too did the stakes that our characters had to face. During one of our missions to bring the nobleman to justice, we found ourselves in an amphitheatre where everything started to go down. From battles to backstory reveals, everything was going on, and as expected, the DM announced that Etsy had returned once again for his revenge. Much like a Saturday morning cartoon, the outcome was always the same. After an intense battle, Blimbro and the gang would overcome Etsy, who would then shake his tiny fist and yell something along the lines of,
"I'll get you next time."
But on this occasion, something was different. During the battle, the group were preoccupied with their own enemies, leaving Blimbro to face Etsy alone. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit nervous, but I'd faced Etsy before on my own, and no matter how bad things turned out, I always knew that Blimbro could prevail. After exchanging a number of spells and crossbow bolts, Blimbro was hit. Initially I wasn't too worried, as I knew that my friends would come to my rescue. However, in this instance, help wasn't going to arrive. Etsy charged one final blast. All Blimbro could do was stare at his friend, as the magical bolt of energy struck him directly. The bard hit the ground with a thud, and silence washed over the battlefield. For the first time, the DM asked me to make a saving roll. I had 3 chances to bring back my character. I rolled the first, a failure. A tense atmosphere fell upon the table, knowing that I could be one of the first characters to die in the campaign. I tried again, but to no avail. At this point my friends were staring at me intently, hoping silently that I would make the saving throw. With one final hope, I cast the dice onto the table. The dice rolled, soon revealing Blimbro's fate. For one final time, I had failed. It was a bit of a weird feeling. As I said, at this point we'd been playing the game for about several years now, and of course we'd all gotten attached to our own characters, so when we realised that this was the end for Blimbro the Bard, I feel like it came as a bit of a shock. As the DM narrated Blimbro's last passage into the afterlife, a strange twist of fate happened. For one thing, death was unable to claim him. In a previous session, I had found a magical lute which, of course being the bard that I was, decided to try and strum. In one such instance, Blimbro had begun to glow green before the light faded. At the time he didn't know what this could be. Fortunately, it looked like his get out of death card. Not only was this a turning point for Blimbro himself, but it was a turning point for myself and the way I played the character. Things didn't exactly get better from there. For one thing, the nobleman had finally seized the power he was looking for. On top of that, a death curse had been cast onto the land, only affecting those who had already died. Blimbro was no longer jovial, and his physical and mental state began to worsen. The party had their own concerns, worried that they were going into a battle they couldn't win. By this point we had reached the 4-year mark of our campaign, and as silly as it sounds, I was getting really attached to my character. In the last couple of sessions leading up to the finale, I did everything I could to keep my bard safe, but in the end, I knew his death was approaching fast. Perhaps I'll talk about the battle more in detail sometime. The long and short of it was, after scaling a dangerous tower and being aided by the ghost of Etsy, we soon came face to face with the nobleman and all his might. Despite throwing everything we had at him, the platforms beneath us began to crumble, and we plummeted down to the earth. After another twist of fate, the adventurers managed to get the upper hand and defeat the nobleman once and for all. I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit of a bittersweet feeling. On the one hand, we had done exactly what we had set out to do, that of course being stopping the nobleman from enacting his evil plans. However, on the other hand, it meant that our 4-year session was now coming to a close. So you might be wondering to yourself, what does a fictional gnome bard have to do with my enjoyment of Dungeons & Dragons? Well, in some ways, I felt as if I could relate to Blimbro. During those 4 years that I played Dungeons & Dragons with my friends, there were a lot of highs and lows. But no matter how bad things got, I knew I could escape into the world of D&D, even just for a couple of hours with friends. And much like Blimbro, D&D gave me the opportunity to not only meet new people, but creating new friendships, which are still lasting to this day. Even 2 years on, we still make references to the campaign. Heck, it even inspired me to run my own game, which lasted pretty well until the pandemic hit. So hopefully one day we can get back to that. And as cheesy as it sounds, what began as a simple tale of a bard trying to make his name across the land turned into a tale of friendship and never giving up. And although it was a little sad leaving the character behind, I don't regret playing the game one bit. I could speak for ages about the twists and turns of that campaign, as well as some of Blimbro's more questionable exploits, but those stories are for another day. As for what happened to Blimbro, well, after the fall of the nobleman, the land has gone back to some kind of normality. Many gathered in taverns to hear about the heroic deeds of the adventurers. Unfortunately for Blimbro the Bard, many chose not to believe him, as the story seemed rather unrealistic, for lack of a better word. But this time, as the Bard swung his lute onto his back and walked out the tavern, he did so with a smile, and not one of anger. Once again they gathered in the tavern, this time under different circumstances. Instead of a ranger, a cleric, a fighter, and a rogue, he sat before a king, a god, a knight, and still a tabaxi rogue. Sadly not much had changed there, but at the end of the day, as Blimbro drank deep from his tankard, he knew he had found true happiness. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, and most importantly, stay hydrated. Welcome to Chat Tsunami. Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of Chat Tsunami. I'm Sad Tsunami and levelling up with me this week is my very good friend Adam. Hello Adam, welcome back.
Hello, good to be back.
Always good to have a familiar co-host here.
No matter the quality, it's the familiarity that matters.
You know we keep a high standard in this show, you know it.
Yeah, I doubt it because I'm sure I wouldn't be on here if that was true.
We'll renegotiate after the episode. Don't worry. After we go offline.
Nobody said there'd be quality here.
Yeah.
I was lied to.
So, speaking of segues that totally don't relate to that point, yeah, today, as you can see by the title, today we are going to be talking about quite an interesting topic, I have to say, because initially I was kind of thinking that this would just be a kind of standard list. You know, we would just list off our top video game levels and that would be it. We would just, set it aside and that would be fine. But there actually is a lot more to it, isn't there?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's actually a really deep and actually interesting topic. So I'm looking forward to delving into it.
But before we dive into, giving our opinions, our clear objective opinions, not subjective at all, I'm going to pose a question to you, Adam. So first of all,
hello.
What would you say defines a level?
Yeah, this was actually maybe if anything the trickiest question of all the ones that you posed, and I wasn't really sure how to answer it. But I came across this definition, and it's a very boring and dry definition. So apologies in advance, but I think it's actually a really good one. So the way I would define like a video game level is the total space available to the player during the course of completing an objective. Now, I say that's highly dry and quite dull, but I think it's actually a very good summation of if you want to just go like broad, generic, what is a video game level? I think level is one of these catch-all terms because, not every video game has quote-unquote levels. I know a lot of games have level 1, level 2, but you see lots of other terms which basically mean the same thing. Some games have acts, chapters, you get episodes, maps, missions, stages. So there's like a variety of terms, but I think they all revolve around that definition, the above definition that I gave there.
It's definitely a different coat of paint though, isn't it? Where as you said, it's like if you go into Call of Duty, it's missions. If you go into like Life is Strange, for example, it's in chapters. It's
Sonic's in stages, isn't it?
Sonic's in stages, yeah, and Mario's like in worlds, is it not?
Yeah, Doom, the original Doom, like had his maps,
Even though, like, this is the thing, because I honestly felt like quite old when I was kind of reading about this, because I was like, I was one stage away from stepping out into my garden and yelling at the kids to get away from my lawn, as it were. But, like when we were growing up, platformers were, at least in the 90s, they were all the rage, and you know how it like evolved from platformers to more edgy, FPS games, and the whole gaming scene has changed. It's kind of inevitable that it's going to change because it's such a big industry. But would you say the concept of levels changed with it?
I think certainly in terms of scope and scale, like the concept of a level definitely changed, just with like the growth in basically console and computer memory. Once game developers could create bigger worlds, and bigger games, the idea of a level changed. It didn't have to be, the kind of self-contained, quite linear experience that, was more the norm in your kind of 80s and 90s, even into your kind of early 2000s. I still think that in terms of what actually, that definition of a level, I still, for me personally, I still think it holds as basically the same.
So cute.
I just think it's just been like a big expansion in scale, really, and kind of scope.
It's almost as if it's a necessity, isn't it?
Yeah.
That if a video game is going to change, because when I said like I felt old talking about that kind of thing, it's just I'm laughing because I'm thinking, when you used to see those, like whether it's like an article in the news or it's like someone trying to understand gaming from an outsider perspective, and it's like you always see like the stereotypical, oh look, I leveled up, game on, game over, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, what I always remember when you used to watch those TV shows when you were younger, and it was clear that the writers, like, it would be like a show for kids, but they didn't have an idea of like what video games were.
Yeah.
Like I always remember, I think it was the show like this is going to sound like a weird tangent, but I think it was that show My Parents Are Aliens or something like that, or Something Are Aliens. Like it was just a sitcom, as the title implies, these kids get adopted by aliens, blah blah blah. And I always remember there was this one episode that I got really riled up about because there was this kid like playing a Game Boy, and there was all these kind of stock sound effects of the pew pew and things like that going on. That boy did not have a cartridge in that Game Boy. And
classic error.
And they had like they emphasized like, stop that game, you've got dinner, and it's like, oh, I'm just finishing this level, and you're like, it's wrong.
It's not even got batteries in it, probably.
It probably didn't. They probably just like gave them a Nokia and said, yeah, pretend this is a Game Boy. It's like, go on, pleb.
It's called acting, son.
Exactly. You're in the real world now, son. It's kind of like, what is this show? Just anyway, that is aside. But that's the thing, though, that it's that kind of understanding of like video games as a whole, which again is a whole different topic. But yeah, the idea of like splitting games up into levels, because that's the way it used to be. It's like you had these different sections of a video game, and it was just like, oh, you would be stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, building up to the boss at the end of it. And nowadays it seems a lot more like the lines for what constitutes as a level seems a lot more blurred, as you said, like with missions or like stages, worlds, whatever you want to call it. It's just it evolves with the game, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, as well, like if you think about like older games, one of the things I always think about on an older level is that you used to be able to, like, you'd go into the main menu and you could go to like a level select screen, and you could go jump into like an old, and you can still do that with some games. But if you're looking at like a lot of open world games now, you don't really, unless you like save the game at a very particular point, and hold on to that kind of save point, you don't really have the option to jump back into, like, you couldn't like jump back into a mission that you liked in The Witcher 3. I don't think there's no like option to select a mission. They've become more kind of organic and ingrained, sort of like into the game itself and into the world. And even stuff like Half-Life 2 and things. Half-Life 2 is technically a completely continuous experience. Like they have like little loading screens, and you do get like the kind of new episode, new chapter, like names come up each time, but it is like a completely continuous thing. There's no like cutscene or any kind of like classic end of level thing. You proceed to another area. The game will do a bit of loading, and then it's like, oh, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called chapters in Half-Life. It was like chapter 4, into that. But it's a more organic experience of just proceeding through.
Is it chapters for Half-Life?
I think it's. I might be wrong in saying that. It might be. I think it's chapters, but I'm willing to be corrected because I might be wrong on that. It's not levels anyway. I know it's not called level.
These damn kids and their levels and things. So yeah, that kind of brings us on to like, I suppose before we get into our like personal favourites, yeah, that brings us on to our first kind of really question. Actually, sorry, before I go on about that, just pointing out something you were saying there because I just remembered there. I was like, what was I going to say? I was like, oh, I don't know. But just when you said about going back to levels, like I remember playing through, I think it was GTA 5.
Yeah.
And I think you can play through levels again. Like there's a
okay.
There's definitely a mission select, I'm sure. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
maybe it's that, or maybe it's
because
Red
they have
Dead.
ratings, don't they? So you like replay missions to get better. Nope, you are correct.
It's just so weird doing that in an open world game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like, I would have no... Like, if I was playing a Sonic game, for example, I would have no issue with just, like, going back and playing it again, trying to, Oh, God, I was about to say get the high score, and even then I felt old, because I'm like... I'm like,
you want to put those three letters onto the, the
oh,
top
yeah.
of the screen.
Those
sats right on the top.
Yeah. Just etch my name into history. One day that'll happen.
One of these days.
It's a life goal. But with sandbox games and kind of open world games, it's not really the same, is it?
No, it's a different sort of experience in a way. I guess that's the term.
So before we get into talking about our favourite levels, and this is probably going to be quite a broad question, but what would you say makes a level good or bad in your opinion?
Fucking word, but it's parts.
Okay, right. So I'll go with what makes a level good as first. So I donned my researcher cap here, and I dug into the archives to try and see if I could elucidate the key principles. So I came up with 3 key principles that I think make a good level. So this is Adam's 3 key principles to level design. From somebody who has no qualifications or any sort of business talking about this, but here we go. So the 3 principles that I came up with that I thought are most important were emotion, innovation, and then design. So with the heading of emotion, I truly believe that a good level elicits like an emotional response from the player. Now this can be any emotional response at all. It could be fear, it could be exhilaration, tension, desperation, comedy, can be any sort of emotion, but I think a really good level will elicit at least one sort of emotional response from you. And as well, like, I think a really great video game level creates memories, and you get that sense of like, wow, when you're playing it. And it's more than just like 1 or 2 memorable moments. So for instance, like I often think of, have you played the original Red Dead Redemption?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you know the I won't spoil the ending like for people who maybe haven't played it, but the very final, well, not the epilogue mission, but like the very kind of final mission of the game. Right at the end, there's this great like moment. I presume you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it's one of my favorite kind of moments in gaming. But looking at that level, like I wouldn't rate that level as one of my favorite in gaming, if that makes sense, because I'm like that was just one moment. The rest of it isn't as memorable in my opinion. While a really great level has that completely throughout, you can basically remember the whole mission and you can follow it through on its beats. Yeah. So for kind of examples from me, like I look at things like the very final mission in Mass Effect 2, the suicide mission, where you built up your crew and everything, and you go on this like final like do or die mission to try and save humanity, and it all like everything that you've built towards like peak, and and all the relationships you built with your crew and everything, and you're desperately trying to make decisions to keep them alive, and just so it provokes all these like just emotions in you of like fear and tension and everything, and it's just such a memorable like experience. Also, as well as for me, like the very first level of Battlefield 1 did that for me in the way it was designed. Like it provoked like I was just in awe really of what it did, and I thought it did a really good job of showing the kind of carnage and like the real like sadness of the First World War and how it did. So moving on to kind of innovation.
This was a short 1,000
I
mile
think as well
run.
that a really good video game level.
I say
will,
short.
like, innovate, and it introduce the player to kind of new mechanics or
It's like,
concepts,
okay,
or it
short,
takes
it's fucking long
mechanics
run.
that's already
Short.
established and puts a new spin
No,
on
it's
them,
not fucking
and
short.
keeps
Fucking
the game fresh, keeps the
I
gameplay fresh.
tell you, it's
It
short
can
run.
deliver completely fresh gameplay as well. Also, I think a really good level can surprise
fucking
the player.
mad.
You know, whether that be through like elements such as the pace, maybe the locale, perhaps the enemies, just different things like that. But it will really give you a surprise. But oh, I didn't see this coming, and that's what makes it memorable. Things for me are like the mission in Titanfall 2 called Effect and Cause, which is the one where you get the time travel gadget, and then you're time traveling between like the ruined facility. And then you go back in time to when it was fully working, and you've got different enemies to fight, and it allows you different ways to like platform. But also like so if you're in a completely difficult fight, say with the enemies in the kind of past, you can skip forward to the present, maneuver yourself around, go back to the past, and flank them and everything. It's a really I think it's a really innovative way as well. Something like the Riddler challenge rooms, Batman Arkham City, just in the way they made you think about like different uses for Batman's gadgets and how you could overcome these challenges. And then finally, with the idea of design, obviously, like there's a need to make a level fun, and a good video game level, I think, is fun to play. But as well, you want to create an interest, I think, in your level, and you like perhaps want to make players explore it. If it's not like too linear a level, you might want to encourage, rather than like a player just going A to B, to finish the level, you might want to encourage them to explore a bit. I think as well, like if it's a really well-designed level, it tells a player what to do, but not how to do it. If that makes sense. So it says you need to do this objective to complete the level, but we're not going to tell you must do this to finish it. So you've kind of got scope to devise your own approach to it. I think as well, like a good level empowers the player, and like you have you get some agency, and you not just feel like you're being kind of handhold, you're not being like pushed through it and people are guiding you and telling you, oh, do this now, do that. I think having really efficient design as well, not being wasteful, and making a really kind of tight experience, and not having bits where you're like, you're just padding this now, and it's it just feels like it's dragging. And so examples for me are, I think the Sapienza level,
and yeah, $1 million Canadian dollars,
2016 was just such a well-designed level. It really made you want to explore and gave you these objectives, but then you really wanted to devise your own way to achieve it, and gave it like a great replayability. Also, the silent cartographer level from the original Halo, the one where you land on the island and it's like the beach assault at the beginning, I thought it was just such a well-designed level in terms of its pacing and just the way it kind of pushed you forward and got you these really exciting moments. So those are the three principles that I would say for good video game design. And briefly, just what I think make a bad video game level, I'd say levels that are just kind of uninspired. You can tell there's not really much passion kind of behind it. They kind of feel like going for the numbers. Like if it's flabby, it's a flabby experience, you're like, this is just wasteful. Like you're just adding things in, and you're just like, oh god, another like fight in a corridor with, another fight in a room with chest high walls.
Doesn't always work.
Forcing like kind of one-off mechanics into a game, whether it be like a forced stealth section or a forced vehicle section, that just the game it's not well implemented. Unclear direction as well. Sometimes if you're just not given any clue about what you have to do, it can be quite frustrating. But at the same time, you can be too much hand holding. You can be just like, you're like, I'm not having any chance to really experience this. And then finally, I'd say like an unfair challenge, where it's just like, this is just too difficult. I'm not having any fun trying
we're doing another job.
Get through this. That's the kind of things I would say for
another 2,000 mile job.
No, there are very good points. Kind of just hopping on, and I swear to goodness I'm an optimist, I'm not a pessimist, but jumping on your bad level, criticism, or not criticism, but your point. Yeah, I do see what you mean, like just when you were saying about the repetition there, because I'm thinking of games like, of course, Gears of War. There was a lot of that. Like, I love Gears of War. I think the first two did a good job, but when you play like 3 and 4, and you see like a lot of repetition, that you see the walls kind of rise up, and you're like, okay, this is going to be a shootout scene, isn't it? And then they all run out, and you're like, oh god. Right.
There's no surprise or anything at all.
Yeah, and I suppose it's the same with like.
There's always ammo and health packs.
I would say. But
I wonder what's going to happen here in a second.
With games like, and this is going to sound weird, but it's going to sound weird about me talking about a Sonic game. I know, surprise. But I would say personally they're quite a good example of good and bad game design, because if you look at their earlier like 3D games like Sonic Adventure, they definitely tried to make it a lot more open, that you could explore. So at the very first level, you're basically on a beach, and there's like so many shortcuts and different ways you can get to the end. Like, they're not radically different. You know, you don't have to go off the beaten path to get to them, but the fact that you can still get to that point, you know, it tells a lot that, you know, like even at the very beginning when you're standing there getting ready to run, see if you turn right round, you can get like items and things, and that's just like a small touch. Like it's not, as I said, it's nothing revolutionary, but it's like a nice touch. You know, it rewards the player for kind of navigating, whereas with like the new games, like let's say Sonic Forces, basically you can either go above or below. That's really it. It's giving me bad flashbacks to the only Rayman game that I've ever played, and it was like an educational version of it, and it was like if you got the wrong answer you would just die, and that was not a good game at all. Maybe I'll open up about that one day, but that's oh, that was an awful game. But yeah, it's like games that do you know what I really don't like? I do like in terms of like bad level design. See when levels are far too big but offer nothing. Like the amount of games I've played where it's a huge level and you are walking for ages and there is just nothing. Like I mean, if you look at some part, like not everything about Skyrim, but if you look at some parts of Skyrim, and I know technically that doesn't fit into the narrative of it being, you know, broken.
But who's to tell?
But
not me. Just go find it yourself.
Some areas in that where it's like there's just absolutely nothing. You
or yourself
for ages and there's just nothing around, and
you see how bad they are.
In a way that's okay for that game, because in other parts of the game, you know, there's like,
I mean, I'm not telling you to go to games that see how bad they are.
When you have a whole game like that, like the amount of games I've played like that, and I'm just like,
how bad they are.
You know, and they talk about, oh, it's a big expansive world and everything, and I don't know, it's just it cheapens it. I think as well, in terms of bad level design, one of the ones that kind of stands out to me is, do you remember Watch Dogs?
Yeah.
And I hate to bring this up, I'm so sorry, but Watch Dogs has this sub-level almost where you have to hunt down a serial killer. I think I brought this up before. So basically you have to hunt down the serial killer, and you know, it's really interesting because they get you to use all the old mechanics, so you think, okay, I'm going to be using all the old stuff that I've learned, all the old gameplay, but then it just plays out like any random encounter. You know, where it's like you have to spy on the person, you see who it is, you beat them across the face, that's it, like it's done. It genuinely, like, you could, sorry, spoilers. I mean, like, that's the thing though, it's like the missed opportunities, and for whatever reason, like, I'm not saying they should put their A game in like a side story, but when you build something up like that, like if you're building a level up and then all of a sudden it's just like, yeah, just chuck it out the window, you're like, well, why couldn't I have come at, you know, in a different direction? Or, you know, is there any way that I could use the environment around me? Or, you know, it's yeah, I would say that's definitely an example of bad level design, but kind of backtracking and pretending that I'm a positive person and going into like good level design. Like, I do think that good level design is definitely all of the above, like what you said. I think you described it perfectly. And as well, I think reward as well. Like, you have to feel as if you're getting rewarded for, like, see if you go off the beaten path. I think that was one of the things that Call of Duty and a lot of other shooters get a lot of flack for. The fact that they're all very linear with their stories. Like, even with the new ones, like, I know there's you can choose option A or B, but at the end of the day, you're still going to get to the same point at the end of it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you can technically, like, some of the games did do that, like, you can get, you know, the intel or the Easter eggs and things. It shows, I suppose, that the developers of the game have some kind of, I wouldn't say affection, that's probably too strong a word, but you know, they have some kind of care for the game, that they're putting in these small touches which they really don't need to. Whereas in terms of a bad level design, you could have a massive map and say, oh look, I've got this massive map, we're gonna from point A to B and there's gonna be tons of trees, and it's like, well, if there's nothing in it,
what's
like,
the point?
I mean,
trees.
I think the kind of paradox level that's sticking in my head right now is, you know, Slender, the 8 pages.
Yeah.
Like, that game is perfect for, you know, building like a spooky atmosphere, but at the same time, the fact you're walking around that whole forest at like a snail's pace, and there's just like no music and things, and it's just, I mean, I haven't even played it and it brings back bad memories. But you know, is that idea of trying
I've
to
never
get
played
that
either.
balance of giving the player something
play it.
supposed to remember? Like, not every level has to be, you know, it doesn't have to be like a knockout every time.
Yeah.
I mean, would you agree with that? That
Well, yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah, like I think it's I don't know, maybe it is possible.
Horror games do
At the same time, like
they're
you
there,
are
right there.
when you're making a game, you are like, you know, faced with like limited resources to an extent and limited time as well. So sometimes you are just gonna have to, like, you know, crank out a couple of levels that maybe aren't like, you know, aren't absolutely, you know, knock out the park, as you say. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but you can still make like good levels. You don't have to be, you know, like top 10 levels of all time material, but you can still make good levels.
because I mean, if there's not like at least one good level in the game, it's definitely going to drag it down. I think that's the worry. That there always has to be that kind of magnum opus of each game. You know, whether it's the first. In fact, before we go on to, you know, our top 3 choices, I've got a quick question for you. See if a game is going to have a good level. Do you think it's important that the good level's at the start of the game or at the end of the game or kind of in the middle?
Ooh, that is a good question.
Yeah, because I'm looking at my list just now and mine's vary. Like some of them are at the very start of the game and then some of them are kind of mids.
I'm just mulling the question over in my head. Like, it's funny because looking at my 3 choices, all mine are mid-game levels.
Yeah.
So perhaps I should say mid-game. Do you know what? I'm going to say mid-game. I think mid-game because, like, I think when you're starting a game, I don't necessarily think it's the most important to have like your A game material at the beginning, purely because unless it's an absolute stinker of a level, you're gonna probably play more of it. You know, you're gonna keep playing the game. And then I think as well, kind of on the same idea, if you're at the end, you're probably going to keep going as well. Like, so, like, levels don't have to be like the most standout, you know, like Magnus Opus ones, because unless it's absolutely terrible, you're going to keep going. Well, I think in the mid game, like I would say, probably most people, if they're going to give up on a game, it'll probably be about that kind of halfway point in the middle of it. You know, if it's just dull and repetitive, and you're like, I'm not having any fun playing this. But like, if you put like your standout level in there, you're gonna spark people's interest. I think, and be like, oh, you know, that was give it a complete breath of fresh air, and they're gonna want to keep going with it. So I'll say mid game.
I feel as if it's like, see, for the very beginning, like the first couple of levels, they don't have to be their A game, but they have to have some kind of hook at least.
Yeah, that's
to kind of intrigue the player to kind of go on and, you know, at least interest them to get to the A game. Because, yeah, as I said, other than like one exception, yeah, the other 2 that I've got are definitely mid game. And I'm like, yeah. So yeah, mid game. Without any further ado, let's just jump into like our top 3 levels. So I will give the floor to you, and yeah.
You sure?
Yep.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, so I'll jump in. Right, so my first choice is a level that I have discussed before. I discussed it way back when we did our episode on horror games, and that is the level. It's a level from Half-Life 2, and it's the level We Don't Go to Ravenholm, which is about I can't remember if it's exactly midway through, but it's about the midpoint of the game. And I think this level is just fantastic on every level. It hits all the 3 principles that I talked about earlier. It creates this really effective sense of like tension, dread, and fear and exhilaration. And sorry, probably before I launch, I should probably explain a bit about the level. So basically, this level takes place in this kind of small mining town. And basically, the plot of Half-Life 2, kind of roughly, is this alien race has invaded the Earth and like taken control of it. And basically, what happened in this small mining town of Ravenholm was sort of out of the way, and it became this kind of resistance kind of hideout and center for people who were trying to resist the aliens, who are called the Combine in Half-Life 2. And basically, the Combine find out about it. And so what they do is, rather than like attacking the town directly, they launch what are called head crab shells into the town. And basically, head crabs, I think it's one of the like probably most memorable enemies from the Half-Life games. Yeah. They're like these like almost spider kind of crab-looking creatures that basically jump on, attach to people's heads, and turn them into zombies. Basically, so what they combined is they made shells filled with these things, and they launched like thousands of them into Ravenholm. So basically, all the population of Ravenholm is wiped out. Basically, he was either killed or become zombies. So the town is basically like abandoned, and sealed off. At one point in Half-Life 2, you end up having to go through it, and it's this really creepy experience, and everything about the way it's introduced is brilliant as well. So the preceding chapter, you're in this Resistance hideout, and they have a tunnel that leads to Ravenholm, but it's been all blocked up and sealed off, and then one of the characters, you go by it, and one of the characters is like, oh, that's the tunnel to Ravenholm. Then they just pause and go, we don't go there anymore. And it's a really short line, but you're like, oh, it creates this sense of, you get really like, oh, it's kind of exciting, like, why don't they go there anymore? But also like this kind of dread, like, must be a good reason they don't go there anymore.
Yeah.
And circumstances mean you have to go there. And you instantly walk in and creepy music plays, and there's the legs of this corpse just swinging from this tree, and you can just see bodies around and everything. It's proper horror experience. And it's a really memorable environment, because it's this really kind of claustrophobic small town with like narrow lanes and kind of ramshackle buildings and everything, but is also like, you can see the detritus of the carnage that happened from the attack. And what makes it great as well is it's the first proper level in Half-Life 2 where you get to use the gravity gun, which is the standout kind of weapon of Half-Life 2, and it's basically a weapon that allows you to pick up objects and fire them and fling them at enemies, or like solve puzzles with them. And that was one of the Half-Life 2's big selling points, was its physics engine. And it was the perfect playground to use this weapon. And what's really cool about it as well is they never specifically say to you, oh, you can pick this up and fire that to kill an enemy, but they leave lots of environmental clues around to give you ideas. So in one of the first rooms you go into, you see a sword, one of these kind of saw blades stuck into the wall, and you can see like a zombie's been cut in half with it. And so you're like, oh, I can use that. I can pick this up with a gravity gun, and I can use it to kill any zombies that come my way. It's a very clever design that way. What's great about it as well is it's such a departure from the rest of the game. And this is when I talked about it in the horror game episode. I think I was answering the question you said, what's like the best horror level in a non-horror game? This was the one I used, because it's such a different experience from the rest of Half-Life 2, where for the most of Half-Life 2 you feel like quite a powerful character, and you feel like you're with a one-man army. But this level really strips that all away, and it presents you with a really kind of different environment and different challenges. And you're fighting zombies and headcrabs, but there's lots of different ones. There's ones that are really fast. There's some headcrabs that are poisonous and take off like all your health in one bite. So it forces you to think differently, and it makes you feel really vulnerable. And you're in this claustrophobic environment where zombies just start to swarm you, and you really feel quite powerless, which is good. I mean, it has such tight design as well. Like the level design is great, because it pushes you forward, and it uses the enemies to keep the tension there and always make you feel uneasy, and you're never sure, like, are you going to turn a corner and what are you going to run into, and you might get trapped in a room and like enemies just swarm you at points. But it always provides a good challenge, but it's never unfair. You never get to a point where you're like, oh, this is just unfair and I'm just getting, I have no hope here. So again, that kind of keeps the tension going, because you always have a chance to get through, and you're like, God, I just survived that one, what am I gonna see next? And so for me, it just ticks all those boxes of just a great level, and it's such a memorable one. It was one of the first ones I thought of when we were doing this topic. I was like, I've got to talk about Ravenholm, because it's such an amazing level. It's one that's forever like seared in my brain, because I just think it's amazing.
When we actually talked about that level in I think it was episode 3 that we did horror games. Yeah, it must have been. It was sometime last year anyway. And I think I said back then that I hadn't played Half-Life 2 like all the way through. Still haven't. It's on my New Year's resolution list. And that seems to be one of the levels that does stick out. It's one of the levels that everyone keeps saying, don't go to Ravenholm and things, and yeah, there is one I'll definitely need to at least record my reaction, I suppose, and then send it to you and be like, oh my god, this is terrifying.
No, I want to be there to watch. I want to watch live.
Oh god.
I want to see your unfiltered experience to it.
I'll be like, this isn't so bad. Oh no.
I don't know, it's one of these things, because Half-Life 2 is obviously an old game now. Like, it's 15 years old now, maybe
something like that,
to be honest. But and I don't know, maybe it's not. Maybe you wouldn't find the same experience going to it. You might find it a bit dated, and perhaps it's just because I happened to play it. I played it when the Orange Box came out, so that was a couple of years after. But maybe
the reason it can't be that long.
I know. I think it's just amazing. I think it was 2004.
I think it was a long time.
Do you know? I'm just thinking, I feel bad because I'm looking at my like first top level that I would have said, and I'm kind of like, my god, that is nothing like Ravenholm. Or rather,
Oh,
don't
I'm
go to
sure
Ravenholm.
it is as good as his own.
Yeah, because my first level is, well, technically it loosely relates to the idea of the military. So have you ever played Sonic Adventure 2?
Oh man, I'm afraid to say that.
Oh.
Wait, was that the one I played at yours? Or did I play Sonic Adventure 1?
No, that was Sonic Adventure 1. No, we
Oh,
didn't.
I have not played 2 then.
we never actually. So sorry, just for context, before the the whole lockdown thing went down, Adam and I had met up, and we were both playing games like from each other's. Due to a combination of us obviously being busy. So yeah, we never got into Sonic Adventure 2. How do I explain this one? So basically, the game starts like, I remember the first Sonic Adventure begins where you are running through the city. You see this creature made of water. You beat the living hell out of it, and then you run across a beach. And I was tempted. I was tempted to choose that level, but the one I ended up going for was one called City Escape. So the way it begins, and this is literally at the start of the game, it begins, you're trapped in this military helicopter. Don't ask, trust me, it's easy enough to ask questions. And then of course all of a sudden, out this military helicopter, Sonic the bloody Hedgehog like just jumps out. He takes like this panel off the side of the helicopter, jumps down, and then goes through, not San Francisco, but it's like a city based off of San Francisco. And you like go down, and like, if there's anyone out there listening who has played this level, you'll know when I'm talking about, like, see the soundtrack. The soundtrack for it is amazing. It's a band called Crush 40 who does like a lot of music for the Sonic series, and they do one called, well, City Escape. And it is just such a memorable song, but it's like between that and just that high energy to kick off the game, it's just so well done that it gets you hyped for the rest of the game. And then by the time you get to the end, like, of the level, oh my god, the end of the level, so you start off in a helicopter, you jump out, you skate down, you defeat all the robots on the way, and then a massive truck starts chasing you, and like the truck is so big that it takes up the whole road, and it just starts like tearing up all of the cars at the side of the road. I don't know, do you remember that scene when I played through it like a while ago?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I got to see you do that one. I have to admit, it sounds amazing.
Oh, it was terrifying at the time, because it's like you're running thinking, yay, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, and then 2 seconds later this big goddamn truck like comes out of nowhere, and you're like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. You're running down the street. It's all these people's cars. I always laugh because I like to imagine the people who actually live in those houses next door being like, oh, what a beautiful day, and then 2 seconds later they see A blue hedgehog running down the street, and then B, this huge military truck just chasing after it. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna call in sick for work today, but I mean, like, there's not a lot of exploration. There's some bits that you can explore in it. Not the best, but at the same time, I think it's like a really strong start that gets you to the rest of the game, which I think is a good thing, because there's a lot of levels that if they swap places, then it would have put me off the game entirely. A lot of the treasure hunting ones, but that's a whole rant in itself. But yeah, no, that would definitely be mine to kick it off. City Escape. From Sonic Adventure 2. Definitely a very strong one that keeps the energy high and kind of sets the tone. It's a goofy game. It's goofy, it's over the top, but you know what? I mean, I had a blast, and
It's fun though, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't fun or memorable, obviously I wouldn't be bringing it up now, but like I wouldn't be thinking about it years later, going, oh yeah, City Escape.
How do you think it compares to like other Sonic levels? Just as a matter of interest, like, does it feel familiar? Or does it feel like something very different?
I mean, what they've started doing, this is a weird thing that I kind of brought up at the beginning, because what they've started doing with Sonic levels is they've got this high, middle, and low path design. So it's like they're also putting an emphasis, because everybody loves Sonic in 2D apparently, which is another rant in itself, but they put a lot more emphasis on that. So they've got like the divergent paths, but it doesn't feel the same as like something like Sonic Adventure, or even City Escape or things like that, because it's like you're getting from point A to B, but kind of part of the fun of it was trying to find your own way to get to that end point.
Yeah.
Whereas in the newer ones, it just feels, I don't know, it feels a bit more hollow in a way.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a shame. As I suppose that's just them trying to play it safe. You know, because the weird thing was, I was kind of laughing because I was thinking of Sonic Forces again, where there's some bits where you can explore to get these like collectible rings and things, and see once you get them, it's kind of like, great, what do I get with it? And
Is there nothing you can really do with it?
I think you get like a T-shirt or something for your Sonic OC. And that's it. It's like yay! I spent hours trying to get this, and you know, for a pair of sunglasses, I'm like, yeah, sign me up, coach. I'm ready. I'm ready. So yeah, that is my first game. So I'll hand it back to you. I'll hand it back to you for your second one.
All right. On a very similar note, my next choice is from the original BioShock. A game, I'm sure, much like. I'm trying to see if there's a way that. There's no trucks or anything in it, though. I'm trying to find a link from what you said. It's a city. It takes place in a city. There we go.
Yeah.
Link established. Yeah. So the bit that I've chosen is the Fort Frolic area from BioShock. Again, now this might not fit into the kind of classic, as we were talking about earlier, level, kind of idea of a level. This is more of like a map. But the way the original BioShock is structured is these different areas, which themselves are, I think they are levels. They still conform to the idea of a level. So yeah, Fort Frolic is just it's just an unforgettable locale, and it just sticks in the mind, and it's the most memorable bit of the original BioShock, and it's the best bit, in my opinion, and I think quite a lot of other people's opinions as well. Again, it's about middle of the game again. So basically, for the first half of BioShock, from the point that you first arrive in the underwater city of Rapture, and basically BioShock takes place in a city called Rapture, which was designed to be this built by this kind of like enigmatic sort of millionaire who wanted to like free kind of artists and scientists and like other people from kind of government control, and he wanted to build this kind of free, quote unquote, like free society where people like mankind could push itself to the limit, you know, and better itself. And basically it ends up like devolving into civil war and just tearing itself apart. And when you arrive, it's the city that's just in ruins now, basically, and its inhabitants are basically all kind of like drugged up like lunatics who are called splicers. And basically, so for the first half of BioShock, from the time that you arrive in Rapture, you're basically trying to find the creator of Rapture, who's called Andrew Ryan, and you're being guided by this other figure called Atlas. And as you're getting close, it's not long before you finally meet Andrew Ryan. You enter this area called Fort Frolic, which is only meant to be like a brief stopping point. You know, you travel via kind of underwater bathyspheres, which are like little kind of small miniature submarines. And you arrive in Fort Frolic, and you just need to get to the next one and go. So, but just as you get to that next bathysphere, like it gets locked away, and basically you get introduced to the quote unquote ruler of Fort Frolic. And Fort Frolic used to be the kind of entertainment district of Rapture, so it's filled with like casinos, nightclubs, all these kind of like shopping, like all these kind of different shopping shops and everything. The proper like entertainment district, and you kind of meet the quote-unquote ruler of it now, who's this man called Sander Cohen, who is this artist who's basically kind of gone mad and like taken control and like designed Fort Frolic in his own kind of image. And what's really interesting about it is, so for the most of the time that you're traveling for Rapture, you have these two, you have the figure of Atlas and the figure of Andrew Ryan, who constantly talking to you and like trying to sway you and everything. But for Fort Frolic, you don't hear from either of them, because it's Sander Cohen just cuts your radio off, so you only hear from him the whole time. And so it makes it a really different experience. It's another level that like makes you constantly feel uneasy and tense, because it's really different and it's really creepy in points. And it's again like a lot of BioShock is quite like more like a horror experience, but there's something about Fort Frolic which just takes it to that extra level. What's really good about the level as well is it has this really innovative relationship with the kind of central villain. So usually all the areas that you go to have like a kind of central villain figure who you eventually have to fight, and they're kind of like classic kind of boss fights. But it's not the case in Fort Frolic. Basically, rather than actually like being in conflict with the main villain, you actually collaborate with him. And so he sets you this task in that he wants you to basically track down. He has these three people who he called his muses and stuff, who these artists who he was grooming, but who've like turned against him. And so he wants you to track them down throughout Fort Frolic, kill them, basically take a picture of their corpse and then display it on this kind of this art collage that he's making. So it's this kind of collaborative relationship, and he kind of helps you out, and it makes it really interesting. It also introduces kind of new enemies that differ from the previous enemies you faced. So for the most part, you're facing these enemies called splicers, and they kind of come in different varieties. There's ones armed with kind of like melee weapons, there's ones with guns. Some of them like climb around on the ceilings and stuff, and others can kind of like do short teleportation. And basically, they all have one thing in common: they're all basically completely mad, and you can hear them like rambling and like raving and yelling and everything. So you usually hear them before you see them. But in Fort Frolic, you get introduced to this very different enemy called plaster splicers. And basically, like, Sander Cohn is an artist, so he's fascinated with sculpture. And so as you kind of venture around Fort Frolic, you see lots of like figures like plastered and everything like that, just like displayed in some of them are like in dancing poses, other ones are in kind of like kind of working poses, just different kind of poses and everything. And eventually, at one point, if you go to a specific location and you activate a specific thing, these enemies will scatter, and then they'll just attack you at random. They'll show up at random points in the level, and they're completely silent. And the only really way that you can hear them is you can hear like they crawl around on the ceiling, and if you listen for like the tiles like falling off and stuff, that's the only way that you can hear them. Otherwise, they'll just attack you, and you have no concept. Or else they'll just show up, like you'll turn a corner and one of them will just be displayed in front of you. But it's really interesting that if you don't do the specific thing, so there's like a weapon upgrade station, and if you use that weapon upgrade system, then that's what triggers them to disperse. But if you don't use it, then you'll never encounter them. They'll just be statues. You know, as far as you know, you'll have no reason to ever like interact with them. As well, it has a really innovative gameplay segment, which stands out completely from all the other kind of combat sequences in the original BioShock. So basically, after you've collected like 2 out of the 3 photographs and put them on the display, Sander Cohn basically goes into this mad rage, and he accuses you of not respecting him, not respecting his work, and he sends enemies to attack you. But what's really interesting is some Tchaikovsky music starts playing, so it's like kind of classical kind of ballet music, and these enemies attack you, but they're really weak. They don't have much health, the enemies, and their attacks don't do that much damage, and it almost plays like a kind of dance sequence. It's really interesting, and like you can kind of get into it, and you can kind of time your swings of your weapon to like to go with the beats of the music and make it this kind of proper ballet dance, and it gives you the sense of like, even though he's attacking, you're still like working with Sander Cohn, and you're creating this kind of art and this kind of artistic. It's really, really interesting, and it's really innovative. And it's a level that you really want to explore. So the BioShock levels are always fairly large, and you can just go point A to point B, but you can also like dive off, different locations and everything, and find kind of collectibles, audio logs and things. This is a level that really makes you want to do that, to find out more.
I don't know English anymore.
There's excellent like environmental storytelling, and like the Fort Frolic tells you a lot about Rapture, about like the world that it used to be, the world it is now. It tells you a lot about Sander Cohn as well, and his character. It was great in that, and it's just such a unique experience within the game. It just stands out from all the other levels. And the original BioShock is a great game. I absolutely love it. But there's something about Fort Frolic, and I think it's just all these things that I mentioned that just combine to make it this just really innovative and just fantastic experience. And it's just one that like I'll never forget. And
I really need to play BioShock again. I started, got a couple of levels in, but I don't think I ever made it to Fort Frolic. So yeah,
it's good.
You've reignited my interest in it, I have to say.
No, I'm glad I'm making it.
I want to log its one
definitely.
So
yeah, next week is going to be the BioShock episode, and no, I'm looking. I suppose a different kind of horror, which I'm trying to like loosely link these. So the second game I chose, or sorry, the second level that I chose is in itself a bit of a horror game. Well, not a horror game, but it's definitely some kind of horror, because the one I'm talking about is Vendetta from World at War, which is, I mean, the whole game is quite brutal in terms of its depiction of war, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Like it's, I think it was like the very first like Call of Duty game that properly emphasised that. Like, you always had death and things like that in Call of Duty. It's expected because it's a war game. But yeah, I think that definitely toned up the horror. With people getting chopped and just horrible things happening. But Vendetta is like a very special level in that sense. It begins as I think you're a private or a sergeant in the Russian army I think it's after the Battle of Stalingrad, isn't it?
It's during the Battle of Stalingrad.
Oh, sorry, during the Battle of Stalingrad, and you're amongst just basically a pile of your dead comrades, and you start crawling through. You see, the German soldiers like gun, the dead bodies and everything. It looks like absolutely horrific. And then you come across another character who is just so iconic, Viktor Reznov, who's like he's basically like a sergeant or a commander or something, but yeah, he basically guides you and gives you a sniper rifle. Yeah, like guides you through the city, and he has all these really good tidbits of saying like, oh, you should only shoot these people when the bombers are above because that will drown out the sound. Let's move up before they find the body. Things like that. It's a lot more slow, if you know what I mean. It's a lot more... Yeah. It's not like your stereotypical, because you can imagine if it was like Modern Warfare 2, it would be like someone no-scoping their way into the Stalingrad victory, and it would be like, not historically accurate. But no, like that aside, it's very good the way they pace it. Because it's quite slow. You pick them off one by one, you make your way through the abandoned city, and it is quite haunting. Because between the music and going into like bars and things that are just obviously completely desolate, but they've still got that faint light coming from them, and it's really good. And then you get to a point where a sniper spots you and tries to hit you, so you have to like dive into this building and try and shoot him back. Now, for all those Call of Duty fans, if you've played this, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about here, and you'll know as well, Adam, what I'm about to go on to. But basically there's a level where, or sorry, not a level, but a part of the level where this sniper is trying to hit you. So you have to like scan each window to see where he's shooting from, and if you make one wrong mistake, I think it's like one shot, one kill, isn't it?
It's close enough. Like I think on like the medium difficulties, it will take off virtually all your health. While I think higher difficulties is what it is, literally one shot, one kill. Yeah,
like it took me ages to do it in veteran mode. It was horrible. I did it, but at what cost? But yeah, it's like that kind of cat and mouse game where you're having to hit them, and the amount of frustration that you feel when you actually do hit them, and they're like, oh, you only wounded him, you grazed him, you hear that over and over again. You're like, oh, for goodness sake, how many bullets can this guy take?
I've had a good
he's got decoys and things, and it's just so well done. I think after that, like, it is still good.
We're going to have our good days, we're going to have our bad days.
Follows the more traditional. Like, see, once you jump out the building after it explodes, I think that's when it turns into back to a Call of Duty game where you're just fighting, normally, and then you get to the end where you have to shoot the the German captain, or whatever his name is. Yeah, I do think it's just such... It's quite refreshing, especially for a game that always is set to 100 in terms of its narrative, even with... Like, because if you look at Modern Warfare 2, which I think came...
The year after.
Was it the year after? Yeah, I was just trying to think where... Again, it's a word I use a lot, but these very bombastic levels, whether it be a stealth mission, whether it be just a regular mission where you're shooting in a corridor, like, there wasn't any subtlety to it. Whereas this, you could feel the atmosphere, you could feel the tension, and even though you were kind of set into one path, it did a good job of kind of masking that. Kind of encourages you to think about it. Like, it doesn't say, oh yeah, just run up and stab them one by one, be a superhero. You're using common sense to be like, right, okay,
what's common sense?
Are going over, therefore they're not going to hear me shooting them and no-scoping them from all the way over there. Lie, I'm not good enough to no-scope from that distance. But it's I just think it's like such a good, like, kind of Hall of Fame moment for the Call of Duty series, and I think it's one that a lot of people come back to when they think of Call of Duty, and they think, it's Vendetta. So yeah, it's definitely one that's lived on, and I do think it definitely deserves to be one of those top levels.
It's such a great tone setter, I think, as well, for the rest of the Soviet campaign in World at War, because the kind of driving like theme of the Soviet campaign in that game is that it's like a revenge. It's like the Russian army coming to like take its revenge on Germany for all that it's done you know, done to them, to their people and everything. And you really get that throughout that whole level, you know, because the whole part of the level is that you're trying to assassinate this German general who's like, you know, caused all this chaos, caused all this havoc and death and destruction. And it's just like this great set off for you know, we're gonna get our revenge here, and then, you know, a few years down the line we're gonna go to Germany and like properly enact our revenge. So I think it's an absolutely great tone setter for the story of that campaign.
I think what's good about this level is, well, if you play it in veteran mode, you get one shot killed by that sniper we were just talking about, but at least it's better than when you're trying to storm the Reichstag and there's like 50 grenades at your feet. Yeah, which is another, just quickly, sorry, before I ask you about your third level. Yeah, if you play this game in veteran, be prepared to see a lot of grenade counters, because that's the game's, I would say that's probably, well, it's more of the AI, I think, than the levels, but yeah, there is a huge problem where if you play it in higher levels, the AI who are shooting at you think, oh yeah, I've got a grenade, I'll just throw it, and then his friend thinks, oh, I'll throw a grenade, and then everybody and their mother throws a grenade, and it's like, great, and then you have to play the mission like 1,000 times. So we're going to move on to your third one before we start ranting about that.
You have a grenade. You have a grenade. You have a grenade. Everyone gets a grenade.
Third,
Jesus Christ. Stop throwing grenades at my
we have
face.
an actual proper link here for the first time, because I'm also picking one from the Call of Duty series. And I'm going the game before World at War. I'm going to Call of Duty 4 and Modern Warfare, and I'm picking the level All Gillied Up.
That's a good one.
Yeah, which I think still tops like polls of the greatest Call of Duty level of all time, rightfully so, I'd argue. And again, it's another really memorable location. So basically, this mission is a flashback mission in Call of Duty 4, and it takes place in Chernobyl, which is the Soviet nuclear reactor that had a meltdown and basically released all this like radiation into the area and basically made Chernobyl a dead city, basically. And so it takes place there, and you're part of like an SAS team.
Not Chernobyl.
Who's sent to
Chernobyl in the
assassinate
plant.
this kind of this
I'm
Russian
sorry, I'm being picky.
ultra-nationalist leader who I think's trying to like buy weapons, if I recall.
Sorry,
right,
not sorry.
Deemed, like a real danger. So you're sent to as part of this two-man team to assassinate him, and you're playing as like a young Captain Price, who's probably one of the most famous characters in the kind of Call of Duty series. And yeah, like the Chernobyl makes you such an evocative and such a memorable location as you're like sneaking through, and the level is all designed around like you being stealthy, and you're there to like, so you're dressed up in what was called these ghillie suits, which are like these big camouflage suits that are kind of designed to blend into foliage, and you and like your squad mate, you're crawling through and you're trying to sneak through to get yourself into position. It has some, as a level, it has some incredible moments of tension and just exhilaration and foreboding, because there's some moments that are just like, still I think about them, I get all tense thinking about them. There's one bit where you're kind of crawling across this field, and then all of a sudden this like patrol, this like Russian ultranationalist patrol appears, and they're walking towards you, and there's armored vehicles and there's lots of guys, and you have to just like stay still and try and maneuver yourself so you're not going to be directly in the path of one of like the walking soldiers, because if they find you, there's like no way you can get out, you're going to die. And it makes for a really tense moment. And there's another bit where you need to like dash through this kind of convoy and crawl under trucks, and it's just so well done for these moments. It was a real shake up from what was the usual kind of first-person shooter fare, and it's something that's so different, I think, from like anything that really come before it, because it really forced you to rethink how you approach a situation, like compared to normally how you would. So normally in FPS, you know, you're confronted with bad guys, you're like, well, I've got a gun, I can solve the situation quite easily here. Me and Mr. Gun. But this one like really forces you to think, and you know, you get a choice a lot of the times. You get a choice, your squad mate gives you the choice, says, you know, you can take these guys out or you can let them go past, and it's really your call. And so you really get a lot of choice about how you want to approach it.
People here.
So although it's like quite a linear level, it is an environment you kind of want to explore a bit of it. I would love to like be able to explore more of it, because it looks so fascinating. Just the way they've done it is so like amazing. And it really defies the kind of normal FPS conventions of intense action, especially at the end of the level. Usually I would say it's kind of a usual kind of convention of like a first-person shooter level. Like as you get towards the end, usually that's where the action really kind of ramps up, you know, and that's where you're like fighting more enemies and getting in really kind of like intense situations. But this one actually, like so basically towards the end of it, you actually get into like the kind of city itself, and there's hardly any. I don't think you actually come across any enemies. You come across some like wild dogs, who you know, like, who can provoke a challenge. But you're really just exploring this basically dead city, and like these abandoned apartment blocks, and this like abandoned swimming pool. I think maybe I think it was a school or like a kind of like an office building or something like that. But you're going through, and it's really evocative, you know. And at one point, your squad mates like, you know, 50,000 people used to live here, and now it's this ghost town, and you really get that. And there's like, they kind of have like haunting, like kind of children's voices, like, you know, you can hear like children playing and stuff in there, and it makes it really like a really interesting like experience, and something that you wouldn't expect to find in this, especially a Call of Duty game. They really let you kind of soak in the atmosphere. Again, as I was saying before, it allows for a really good deal of kind of player agency, in that you have the choice of taking guys out or going past them, but it's one that makes you deal with the consequences. So like sometimes you might decide, I want to take out this group of enemies, but then you come to the next group of enemies, like, oh, I'm going to let these guys go past. However, a lot of the time, the guys who let go past can discover the dead bodies, and then that raises the alarm and forces you into, like, you know, a combat situation that you weren't prepared for at all. So it's one that you really have to think about and put consequences as well. There's like, at one point, there's a helicopter that circles above, and you go into a building, and there's like a crate of Stinger missiles, which are like anti-aircraft missiles, just lying there. And the game doesn't tell you, like, oh, use a Stinger to destroy the helicopter. They're just lying there. And it's completely up to you. You can just try and hide out from the helicopter, or if you want, you can try and take it down. But again, you got to weigh up the consequences. Going back to the idea of like efficient design that I talked about, I think this is the perfect example of it. Like, there's no kind of wasted motion in this level. There's nothing that makes you be like, oh, this is just drawing it out and padding it out. Everything in there is just perfect. Like, it kind of revolves around these couple of kind of set pieces, these nail-biting set pieces I talked about, and then these kind of bits in between where you're like, you're kind of creeping through and you're going to choose, you're like, oh, do I want to take people out, do I want to sneak by? And really, I think it was a revolutionary level, and I think it was a revolutionary level in what was a revolutionary game, certainly for the Call of Duty franchise, and I think for like the shooter franchise in general, for what it did. And it's one that I don't think the series has ever been quite able to emulate again.
No.
They've never been quite able to like get the same feel and the same impact to that level. And as I said, the fact that it's still regarded as like the greatest level in the COD series, I think speaks volumes to it. And it's one that I always look back on really fondly. And again, another one that when we did this topic, one that instantly came to my mind. It's like, gotta talk about all gillied up.
Because I think the closest it came to was Vendetta, probably, because I think
probably.
Vendetta came after, or sorry, World at War came after Modern Warfare 4. It's like, again, that's another kind of example of a sniper level that, again, like, it allows you to take your time. But one of the things, actually, I was just thinking when you were talking about that, about player agency and things, is they're like really well done invisible barriers. Like, because if you play through, you know, a Call of Duty game either nowadays, or a lot of FPS games as well, I'm not just singling out Call of Duty, but there are a lot of FPS games where they'll say, oh, go to point B, you know, from A, but then you decide, oh, what if I want to loop around, and there's like a huge, like, invisible barrier, and it's like, oh, great. Whereas, obviously, because of what happened in Chernobyl, there's like radiation pockets, so they're all like fenced off and all gillied up. So it's like you can't go past that point, otherwise you are going to die, or if you go another way, then it's filled with enemies. So it's like, right, you have to like go on this path, and it's similar in the Vendetta level, where it's like, you've got the German soldiers all around you, so it's like, you're having to sneak and go through like a certain way, but there's a reason for it. Like, you know, you're not just like running out in the streets, because there probably would be a sniper, you know, just chilling up there, so it makes sense. But yeah, I do agree, like, it's something that they definitely lost after that point, where everybody just decided to pop out the ground and be like, hey guys, and didn't build I mean, not that they're not good games, but yeah, that is...
They went down a different route.
And yeah, speaking of different route, so... So, kind of linking to that idea of an atmospheric level, so I was talking to you off stream about this, my third level is one I feel as if, I wouldn't say it was like the most memorable one that people think immediately when they think, oh, top video game levels, but it's one that I've actually been really wanting to talk about for a while. So, the one I'm going to choose is Cortana from Halo 3.
Oh, swerve!
Yeah, no, I'm just joking.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Did you think I was serious for a second?
You know what? I knew you weren't serious, but I couldn't help. A part of me was like, "Oh my god, he's done it! He's actually done it!"
I did have a speech prepared to be like, yes, Cortana is it's a reflection of society as a whole and how miserable that, I'm like, no, it's a terrible level.
I'm gonna leave the call.
So yeah.
I don't know Cortana.
So yeah, thank you for coming to Chat Tsunami. If you want to follow me, no, I'm joking. So yeah, no. On a serious note, the level I've chose is one called, I don't even think it does have a name, but it's the wedding level in a game called Sleeping Dogs. Now, Sleeping Dogs is a game I absolutely adore. If for you guys listening there who maybe haven't heard of this game, it's basically like, and I don't want to kind of cheapen it, but it's basically like GTA but set in Hong Kong. It's just such a good game. It's like, I honestly cannot praise this game enough. I feel as if in the game, like, the hand-to-hand combat's like a lot better than the gunplay, whereas it's like vice versa for GTA and everything. But one of the levels, so basically you play a undercover agent called I think it's Wei, and he comes back from America and he infiltrates the triads, and he's working his way up basically to arrest the big bad who's like the head of all of it, to bring him down. And there's one scene now, there's going to be kind of spoilers here, so tread with caution. But yeah, there's a scene that basically feels as if it is out like a Hong Kong action film. It honestly feels like one of those that something bad is going to happen, but you can't help but think, no, surely. So basically, halfway through the game, you're getting really chummy with your, like, I don't want to say regional manager for the triads, but it pretty much is, isn't it?
It is your regional manager.
Your regional manager for the triads, as it were, who, you get really chummy with him, and he starts to warm up to you and vice versa. And he invites you to his wedding. So of course, because it's the triads, it's that like this big fancy do, you've got all the people, all the guests coming in. It's in this absolutely massive, beautiful house. And of course, it's that 3 days from retirement moment where the groom's just like, oh, can you go to my car and bring out beers or something like that? I think it's like drinks that you have to buy.
Wine.
Or wine or something, because he's like, oh, the big boss, like his manager, has come to, give his blessing. So it's like, yeah, no problem. So you go to the car, and then as soon as you get the wine, 2 seconds later, all you hear is this screaming. And as soon as you hear that, you kind of think, oh no, it's a wedding, damn it. And you're running back, and you basically have to fight off the catering staff. And it's not just a case of the catering staff weren't paid or anything, by the way. It's more a case of they were just undercover. I think it's like a rival triad, isn't it? Or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Yeah, that's just infiltrated the wedding, and they just like shoot up the place. Certain characters die, It's just quite tragic. There are a lot of bits where it's like there's the gunplay as well, where it's like you can like leap over, the chest high walls like John Woo style, and slow down time and shoot people, which is cool. But at the same time, it just, I don't know, it left a bit of an impact on me, because it's a great game. Like, I would highly recommend if you haven't played it. But just that level in general, it's one that kind of sticks with you, because it solidifies itself as like the turning point of the game, and it kind of shows like you can take like the level, you can take the level in any direction you want, to flank them or just to run up and punch them in the face, which is always satisfying in that game, can I just say.
Yeah.
It's some games I would love.
Such a, it is gutting as well, because they
like
build up,
2, I love it,
this relationship between you and this triad guy, and it's just when they take that away from you.
No, they don't have it.
Yeah, it's that kind of
asshole
thing where I think it was something you were saying when we were talking about what makes a level good and bad, where it elicited like an emotional response from me. Like, see if it was just like, oh no, you killed Jim. I like Jim,
Jim.
just as NPC lying on the ground. Like, I wouldn't have felt anything, obviously, but because
Not
this is
Jim.
a guy
Anybody
that
but
half the game
Jim.
with,
How dare you kill Jim?
Now that he's, you know,
Fuck you.
he's met like a really bloody
Jim was
tragic
my
end,
best
you're
friend.
like, oh, okay, this is
I don't know what he
unfortunate.
did. He was my best friend.
You know, like you feel angry. Granted, you start to get a bit careless because all you want to do is just, you know, take these guys out and be like, you know what, you're going down. But I think that is where they kind of struck gold. Because it's like, not only do they take advantage of their locale and, you know, the fact that, I don't know whether it was intentional or not, to kind of, you know, refer back to those, like, Hong Kong action films where, you know, you've got the big wedding or something.
Yeah.
And then tragedy strikes. I mean, it's like going back to what we were talking about last time with License to Kill, where again, it's like a beautiful big wedding, and it's like...
Always weddings, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, what's the worst that could happen? And then the bad guys find them, and you're like...
Oh, no.
But yeah, that would be mine.
I mean, of course,
definitely
if there's a wedding in a
capitalises
TV
both
show,
on the
movie, or
story,
game, you know,
on the
some people
design of the
fucking wrong,
place as
and
well.
unless it's the
And,
drama, then
yeah, overall a great
But if
level,
that's
and a
in-
great game as well.
that's
If
the
you
game
haven't
people
played
go
it,
for.
like,
shows.
that is
So
a game that definitely
it's
one
still
day
a shot.
I'm going to fanboy over, because I know you've got Medal of Honor.
Plus, the guy helps it. Oh, wedding, shoot somebody.
Yeah. To
Drama.
kind of like, before we finish
yeah,
off,
but
are there any honourable
walk out on
mentions
wedding and what
or
happened?
any kind of closing
Actually,
thoughts from
who's gonna
yourself?
die?
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
a
for
fucking
like
guy in
honourable
this
mentions, like I think I mentioned a couple at the
Why
beginning,
is it-
like, but I
why
would say
not?
ones that
them.
nearly made the cut, but
Fuck
didn't
those
quite
people.
for me. So
Just
that first level
die.
of Battlefield 1,
I don't
I
like
think
these people.
is
You're-
great.
you're
And
all
it's,
evil.
what's great as well is that like when you first put in
Kill
Battlefield
somebody.
1 disc, like before you
They're
don't even
nice
you don't get to a
people, so
main
how
menu
do
or
you
anything.
fuck?
It puts you
Kill
straight
somebody.
into this mission. Have you played it? You played a bit of Battlefield 1?
I don't think so, no.
I'll describe. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, but like, so basically, like, the mission takes place, and you're playing as this like you're basically playing as this American infantry division, who's like caught in the middle of this German counterattack during the kind of closing year of the First World War. And it's such an innovative way of like doing a first-person shooter. So basically, rather than playing as like one set character, what will happen is you start in like you get different kind of set pieces throughout the level where you'll play as a character, but that character will die at the end of the like they always die. And basically what happens is then like the camera lifts up and you get the person's name and you get like how old they were when they died. It's really evocative and it's really effective for kind of showing just like the carnage and like the real suffering of war, like the First World War in this case, but any kind of war. And I remember I played it with a couple of, I think actually I might have, when I first played it, I think S-Banks was there and somebody else as well. And we were just there and like, it was like really like quiet at points because you're like, God, like, you know, it's not the kind of way that when you usually play a first person kind of shooter and you're really into like the kind of like action of it and everything.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, you know, it's like, as you're like playing it and you see like you've been playing as this 18-year-old who's just died, and it's such an it was such an evocative way of doing it. And the rest of the campaign couldn't quite get back to that level. But like for me, I still think I'm just like, it was such an innovative way of doing it. So that was one that very nearly made the cut for me.
No, it's just, see, when you were describing it there, like, yeah, it came flooding back there, because I was like, what? Because, yeah, you're exactly right, like, when it comes to the rest of the game, it's kind of like, but yeah, that is, yeah, it's again another example of, like, them kind of showing their hand at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Rather than the end.
Yeah,
the
but really,
mid-tier,
like a really
anyway.
effective way to kind of hook you into it and like kind of put you into the way of it. And I think it's like one more I would honorably mention is one of the kind of side missions in Skyrim, which is the quest A Night to Remember, which basically starts with when you enter like a tavern at kind of at some random point in the game, you can meet somebody there who challenges you to a drinking competition. And basically, so you end up drinking with this guy, and then basically the screen blacks out, and then like time will pass, and you wake up the next day. You wake up in this temple, which you find out you've trashed because you've been so drunk, and that kind of starts off this quest of you like having to deal with your actions to then find out more information. You trade, and you find out that you stole a farmer's like prized like ram and gave it to a giant. You got married to like one of these like Hagraven, which is like a kind of like a witch crossed with a bird, like which you got married to this character. It was a really fun. I remember laughing so much in it because it's something very different from the usual kind of fare of Skyrim, as you kind of like a kind of hangover thing as you trace your actions. Like, oh, what the hell did I get up to? And you eventually find out that the character you had the drinking competition was with one of these Daedric princes, called Sanguine, who's like he's like the prince of like debauchery and things like that. So like he's set you on this path. But that one really stood out to me. It's just been something so different and so funny. So those were two that nearly made the cut, but didn't quite.
One of the ones that I was just thinking there, I think it was one we were talking about as well, like a couple of days ago. Was it 3-leaf clover?
Oh, 3-leaf clover, of course, yeah.
So I was also saying that I had a funny story for this one, but I don't think I told you. So yeah, just very briefly, I remember at university I downloaded the game. I don't know what possessed me to buy it, but I was just like, oh, okay. So I bought it for the PC, and for the most part, like I used to have one of these, pretty much like if you have a laptop kind of combined with a jet. Like it worked fine as a laptop, but see, as soon as you play games on it, it just overheat. Like you think that a PlayStation is noisy. Oh, just this. But I always remember I played GTA on it, like GTA 4, relatively well. I mean, it wasn't the best, but it played alright, which I thought, this is great. I can finally play, Grand Theft Auto at university. Take that, Mum and Dad. And then I got to 3-leaf clover, and everyone said, oh, this is an amazing mission. For my experience, the textures didn't pop in.
I played
So I was like, I absolutely had no idea what was supposed to be doing. So it's like, I saw the NPCs, I saw kind of rough outlines of things, and they're like, get down to the basement, and you're running down to the basement. I'm looking up and I still see everybody there, and I'm like, oh, this is what kind of spectral hell am I standing in? So the whole game just glitched, and then I was like mashing the button until like I got whatever you get at the bottom. I don't know if it's money or something, or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's like the vault. It's like a bank.
Yeah, But it's like I just kept running until I ran into something, and then I grabbed it. But I was just running in thin air, and I was like, oh god, this game has completely, just completely glitched. So yeah, I could see everything, and then I was running up, and once we left the bank, it was fine. But yeah, like everything in between, it was just like, yeah, this is
man, that's a real shame.
Yeah, I mean, like for the rest of the level, it didn't really spoil it. But I do need to go back to it and kind of replay it. I think.
That's another one that actually
listed.
That's another one that nearly made the list.
Why?
There's so many. Like,
just let me play it on PC.
Like 4 or 5.
It's there on Steam.
I mean, even like
list it if you want to.
There's so many levels in them that just could easily make the cut. But
it's true.
Yeah, and we could go on for ages. Don't make us, we will. Yeah, so this Saturday we're doing a 12-hour stream. No, I'm kidding. Let's game over this. I had no idea how to end this, so I was just like, yeah, let's just game level complete. Yeah, see, that is. Yeah.
I like how in your mind we failed.
Yeah, no, it's a good
like,
game.
You're like, we failed.
It's like game over.
Mission failed successfully.
I
game
failed.
Over, man. Game over.
I failed as a streamer and a host. Oh god. So yeah, first of all, as always, Adam, thank you so much for joining me in today's episode. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me.
No, always a pleasure to have you on. And yeah, if you want to see more of this kind of content, you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and of course Twitch under the name Satsunami42. If you want to see any of our old podcast episodes, you can catch us on Anchor, Spotify, and of course all good podcast distributors. Without any further ado, stay safe, stay awesome, and most importantly, stay hydrated. Bye guys.
Okay, there we go. That's the last episode of the podcast for the stream. I'm not going to play another one because I don't want to start another one. Yeah. Come on now. Try for my sound of this job. Wait. That's my voice. I might go for another hour or two. But no, about this. I've just got. Rest, I mean, completely. for it, and then um, hey, hospital, take your fuck yourself. In Carson City. Back into Carson City because this. Out to after this. I'll that is. I'll move forward. It's free. I've got to make a good stream for my sort but it's sad I was I feel it if it's in game. Reason why I'm not talking so because I'm stopping myself from coughing. Because why I'm not coughing so much. Like, sorry if you're coughing. It's like, oh, if I stop myself from coughing, cough. I mean, that's the thing. I help. Best thing to do is like, up, good. Cough. Like, alright, sudden like, alright, now stop it. How dare you? Dare you? It's my body as I can. Dinner. And this at moment. So hooray! Also, I put it in the ditch. Hey, put it in the fucking ditch. Fine. On the go now. Wind the road. Right. faster, 3.5 miles a day. Not our best ever run. We've driven miles. Been before in the past. But still had a good day. First. Yeah. Hopefully I can better more downhill. So I can say we'll judge it on a day by day basis. Yeah. Not exciting, but welcome to I'm stream. My voice is fucked. We're going to do that just for the sake of having fun. I mean, you're not gonna have fun too. Dirt road, yay! Oh, there's people. There we go. Right. I'm old. Bit. What? I'll go for somewhere. What's before random? I've never been before. Just why not? Pass. Made. Yes. Well, anyway, I hope all of you have had a good day. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. I shall speak to you next time.